1, Memphis City Council Committee meeting scheduled Tuesday, February 2nd, 2021. Time now is 8:01. We will start the Economic Development, Technology, and Tourism Committee to order. Please call the roll.
Councilman Canale, Carlisle,
Present.
Corbett,
Here.
Beecher Thomas, Johnson,
Present.
Jones,
Here.
Logan, Morgan, Robinson, Smiley, Swearingen, Warren, Chairman Ford.
Present. Okay, we have one item. Presentation from the Memphis Chamber and President and CEO Beverly Robertson, requested by Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Councilman Ford, for this opportunity. Good morning to everyone present. The city council members, as you are aware of, is responsible for the growth of Memphis. And today we have the president of the Memphis Chamber, CEO Beverly Robertson, here, joining us to present the Chamber's efforts on how to promote economic growth for the city of Memphis. Mrs. Robertson, we thank you so much for coming, and you have the mic at this time.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all, and thank you for the opportunity. I'm joined by two members of the team. One is Bobby White, who handles a component of building a strong operating environment, and Ted Townsend, who is the new head of economic development. And I want Bobby to talk a few minutes, and then Ted to also talk a few minutes and address economic development, where we are with it, what's in the pipeline, and what some of the issues are. And then I want to talk about an economic development initiative called Protest to Progress. Update you on the conversations that the Chamber has had with the activists, the business community, and the clergy. And we've done that over 6 or 7 months. So I think it's information that you would want to hear about. So Bobby, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to the members of the City Council. It's truly an honor, delight to be here with you all on this early wintry morning here in Memphis. I just wanted to take a moment to, first of all, appreciate the leadership that we have had from this council and the openness that you all have continued to grant with the conversations we've had around issues of tremendous importance. This morning, I did want to hopefully help to introduce a bit of what you will hear on both ends. First, I want to talk first about Beverly Robertson, Madam President, and the Protest to Progress work. You all will recall that in the wake of George Floyd, it's crazy that so much has happened in these last several months. We even use that word protest now differently. We think of a different event. But in the wake of what was happening in our nation and locally, Beverly saw fit to convene activists and business leaders and clergy members. And it was a time when emotions were high and trust was low. And so I can't say enough about the fact that we were able to pull together a team, and you'll see what she presents this morning, but I just can't say enough about the sausage making that we went through and the walkouts and the meetings and the loud voices, but coming to a place of trust and understanding. And that is so much due to the leadership of Beverly Robertson. And I just wanted to make sure that as you hear that plan, know that great pains were taken and gone through for us to come to a plan that we was approved overwhelmingly by our board, as well as by the people who participated in it. And right before her, we're going to hear from Ted Townsend. Most of you know him during his time as Deputy Commissioner for ECD with the state of Tennessee, as also the COO. He was very influential as related to making sure we have Nike out there in Frazier, working with Willie Gregory, who's now our chair of the board, as well as the work to ensure that we saw what we were able to see relative to keeping international paper here in the city. Ted has been doing great work. There are a number of jobs in the pipeline and things that he's working toward. We're just fortunate to have a tremendous team at the Greater Memphis Chamber, and we appreciate the opportunity to be partners with you all. And with that said, Ted Townsend.
Thank you very much, Bobby. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members. This is my favorite committee in City Council for obvious reasons, and I've had the pleasure of being before this committee in years past when I was at the state, as Bobby mentioned. And I'm thrilled to lead a really special collaborative. I think is a differentiator for Memphis and one that doesn't exist anywhere in the country right now. And that's a partnership between an economic development organization like the Greater Memphis Chamber and the University of Memphis. So I have been in this role essentially since September and have been focused on building the team, building the narrative, and then aggressively and proactively marketing Memphis, which I feel is a billion-dollar market, multi-billion-dollar market opportunity to the world. And as Bobby indicated, we do have a very robust pipeline right now, and I expect to add to that quite a bit, but I'll give you a sense of where we are. We have over 40 projects under management now, and these are in various stages of development, but many of them we have been fortunate to reach the finalist stage. But these over 40 projects represent nearly 5,000 potential jobs that we commit to Memphis and Shelby County. It represents $1.5 billion in private sector capital that could come to our communities, and an average wage of nearly $63,000. So it is a crucial time within this pipeline that we continue to manage it, that we continue to work toward closure, and that we create the most competitive environment that's out there. And so, you know, we're really thrilled with the progress. I will give you a sense. I'm going to be hiring on more business recruiters to the team. And this is a model that worked so well at the state. During those years under Governor Haslam, we were recognized as State of the Year in economic development, back to back, in fact. That's really hard to do, but it comes through the job commitments and the capital investment that is attracted. And the state of Tennessee went on offense, and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to hire 3 directors of business development to work with me. We're going to market nationally and internationally, and we're going to use a sector strategy from the mass economic study that you all saw that really plays on the inherent strengths of industry sectors that are located here in Memphis, but also to target new industries. And make no mistake, we're focused on attracting high quality jobs. We're going to go directly to the companies and market Memphis in ways that they haven't seen before. We may not be on their radar now, but we're going to get there. And I appreciate the support from this council. We're going to have many, many more opportunities to fill that pipeline, to get some exciting job commitments here that run the spectrum from corporate headquarters to manufacturing and advanced industries, emerging technologies such as financial tech, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, of course, medical devices. We'll, of course, work within transportation, distribution, and logistics, ag tech, and food manufacturing, many other sectors, music included. We're going to get that back. So I'm thrilled with that progress thus far. We'll continue to be transparent. I expect to create a dashboard that shows our performance metrics. We did that at the state. It's important for policymakers, especially, to understand where the investments are going and to understand that there is definitely a return on that investment, given the growth and density of the GDP that's created and the great quality jobs that we expect that we are going to target and we're going to close on. So with that, Bobby, I'll yield the floor to any questions, but thank you for the opportunity to give you a very brief update. Happy to do a deeper dive anytime the council requests.
Are there any questions, Mr. Chair? I'm not sure if it's appropriate at this time before Madam President presents.
At this time, I don't see anyone in the chat box. I don't see any hands, so we can move on. Thank you.
Well, if I may.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilor Jones.
And Mr. White and Mr. Townsend, thank you both for the comments and the remarks that you made. Ted, if I may, I'm very excited to hear that. One of the things that I've read recently has talked about how businesses have been relocating from some of the high tax states, California, Illinois, New York. And, you know, one of the things that I've thought in the back of my head is that we probably, I haven't heard about anything about Memphis having a recruiter, if you would, that's headquartered in Silicon Valley, that's in New York, that's in Chicago, selling Memphis. And so if we're looking at a strategy to do that, you know, Memphis very well may not be on any of their radar screens unless we have somebody on the ground in those areas. But I see it just as a missed opportunity if we're not doing. One of the other things too, I think it's been widely publicized that U-Haul has said that most U-Haul destinations have been Tennessee. And what we don't know is how many of that has been Memphis in particular. But Memphis is I think that Memphis has suffered a long time from a low self-esteem problem. We are a pretty girl. We just haven't acted like a pretty girl. And I'm happy to see that some of the strategies that we're doing are moving us in that direction. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councilman Jones. We absolutely will deploy that kind of strategy. We're going to use data analytics. We understand where market opportunities lie, and we're going to go after that. So we may not be embedded in that market, but we will travel once we all can, and we will travel to those markets at a regular cadence so that we are very visible. But beyond that, the reach is unlimited because of virtual efforts, and we're going to create a digital media campaign, much like what we did at the state level, where we show up on devices of CEOs and decision makers when they are looking at articles. So it'll be nuanced, it'll be finessed, but we will take that and aggressively pursue it and take those bits of interest and create leads out of them, and leads turn into projects, and projects turn into jobs for our community.
Okay, I think I'm up next. Bobby, you want to go ahead if you have any? Okay. Madam Chair, I want to, first of all, thank you for taking the opportunity to advance this meeting with the Economic Development Committee. Just to tell you all how that happened, I was talking to Councilwoman Johnson, and we were talking about a number of initiatives, and she was asking me for some support for the chamber for our project. And we started talking about Protest to Progress and the work that the chamber has done around that. And she said, you guys need to come and present that information to the Economic Development Committee. So I need to just verify if April is actually going to be doing the slides. April, are you on board?
I am here. I do not have screen sharing capability. It is my understanding that this is preloaded.
Okay, so who will be functioning? Who will be doing the slides?
I've got it. Here it is.
Okay, good. So let me
Can
give
you
you a
all
little bit
see
of
it?
background so that we establish the context. So less than 10 days from the first protest in Memphis after the death of George Floyd, the Greater Memphis Chamber convened about 60 people. They included clergy, representatives from the major activist organizations, business leaders at the National Civil Rights Museum for a powerful listening session designed specifically to hear the voices and concerns of the activists. Now, this had never been done before. And there were businesses that at first were very reluctant because they didn't understand how this was going to turn out, if it was going to be a shouting match, if they were going to get accused of something. But nonetheless, business leaders came to the table. Why was this convening important? Well, I'll tell you why. It's important to hear the voices of activists because they are rarely heard in situations and in circumstances where there can be mutual respect. And I also realize that because we are charged with economic development, it is hard to attract new investment and higher wage jobs to drive growth in cities that are rebuilding from riots and burnings. So one data point that I think is very significant, it took us 10 years to fully recover from the past downturn of 2008. How long would it take us to rebuild from something that happens like burnings and looting and breaking windows? It might take us longer depending on the magnitude of that. So I was driven to gather the activists and business leaders and clergy to talk. So the first meeting was held at the National Civil Rights Museum, and it was designed to foster a better understanding of the issues and begin to build trust and respect on both sides. So a number of issues were addressed. The first meeting, everybody else was quiet and the activists spoke. Nobody else spoke but the activists. They laid out their respective agendas and their respective issues. The second meeting we had, which is a large group meeting with about 60 plus people, the business leaders and the clergy had an opportunity to speak. The third meeting, we identified a multiplicity of issues, and some of them included things like housing. What are the issues that you have? Housing, economic equity, neighborhood reinvestment strategies, healthcare, transportation. So a number of issues were identified, but we focused on 4 primary issues as a direct result of the conversations with the activists and the leaders. And those 4 issues were primary for the activists. It is wealth equity and economic reinvestment strategies in neighborhoods, MWBE contracting, living wage, and corporate and community board participation. So once those issues were identified, we broke out into individual groups to ensure that we could dive deeper into each one of the issues. Now, I will tell you that each group was led by 2 business leaders, because I knew that the business leaders would have to talk to their colleagues as we started looking at how do we accept, adopt, and execute these issues. So the smaller groups were led by 2 business leaders, each one of them. And the first meetings were always kicked off with a body of data that not only informed the meeting for business leaders, it informed the meeting for activists. And there were lots of aha moments that the activists discovered that they didn't know about things that were actually already underway. Those small group meetings continued for 8 to 10 weeks. And as a result of those meetings, a set of action plans were developed by each one of these groups. And I will tell you that these action plans were presented to the chairman's circle and to the board for adoption. And so today, I want to share with you the action plans that were advanced by each committee. And I want to stop right now before we get into the body of the presentation so that I can ask for any questions around anything that I've already said. Any questions around those, that background around what happened?
I don't have anyone in the queue.
The chat. Please proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, April, you may proceed with the slide. So the first issue was wealth equity. And if you can see this, I want you to pay attention to the number of activists and business leaders in each one of these sessions. You see there's faith-based representation. There are chairman circle members, which are business leaders. There are activists, which represented a diverse range of groups. You know, the concerned citizens by Kedron Franklin was at the table. Black Lives Matter happened to be at the table. There were a number of them at the table in each one of these sessions. You can advance. So what did the activists want in that first area, that wealth equity area? Well, they clearly wanted there to be more positive economic impact for African Americans. And that included inclusion, shared power, support for neighborhood businesses. Economic development in the neighborhoods was really important. The ability to ensure that employees had an opportunity to move from where they are in the community to jobs that may exist in the suburbs. So transportation was a major issue. And then we talked also about a pathway to home ownership for those that didn't own homes. So let's see where we went from there. So from a business and community response standpoint, there were 3 wealth building areas of focus that were identified and determined. The first one was really an assessment of what's already in the neighborhood. So much of this work in terms of SWOT has been done by our workforce team because they have done asset maps all across the community to try and identify where the assets are, where the organizations are, where the businesses are that can possibly be scaled up. And I have had a request from a business to identify in some of these communities, organizations that they can invest in, because that's at the neighborhood level where it really counts for people. You can move forward. And so some of the issues that were really clear that were discussed is we know that banks have CRAs and they actually invest in neighborhoods, but the community and the activists don't know where they invest, don't know how they invest. And so they wanted to secure an annual report that identifies how CRAs are giving to disadvantaged communities, ensuring that the community understands that investment strategy. And they also wanted the opportunity to identify those neighborhood organizations and businesses that are ready to be scaled up and ready to be invested in. So one of the things that we have an opportunity to do is convene bank leadership to determine if and how CRA dollars are being invested. And so that was an important thing that the community-based leaders thought was very significant and important to them. So those were 2 of the major recommendations that came from this committee. Advance. So the next one was entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship. A lot of small businesses lack capital to be able to start up their business. So there's an opportunity for us to create some neighborhood-based Black business incubators that can help and grow Black businesses here in Memphis. And frankly, we have the tools to be able to do that. We have Epicenter here, and that's part of their charge. They are working in some communities, but they can be expanding their efforts to other communities. So being able to develop these incubators in the various communities that need the help and help people understand how you start a business and how you sustain a business is really significant and important. And then we'd like to connect into the new 800 initiative, which speaks to getting up to scale on at least 800 Black and minority-owned businesses in the community. And that initiative is underway. So we need to link into that. And CBU, the City of Memphis, is involved, Epicenter, our innovation network, StartCo, FedEx has funded this effort. So we need to connect the dots in Memphis. Too many times we have programs and projects, but we're not connecting the dots. Advance. Transportation was also another major issue. And we had Gary Rosenfeld to come and present. And one of the things he asked is for business to join him in lobbying for dollars to support transportation, and the business community, in fact, called a meeting with him last week, and they talked about what they need to do in that regard. And then one of the future things they want to do is explore light rail. Move forward. So those were the recommendations in wealth equity. Under African American representation on corporate and community boards, and I want to quickly just roll through this one, April. You get to see the people who are participating at the table. Many folks participated in more than one committee. We did a survey in advance that asked businesses, do you have local MWBE representatives on your board? 82% said no. And the other thing that we asked is, are there any policies that are barriers to you doing that? 84% said no. So clearly there's some work that we can do in that space where we can gain some support. These next 2 slides really are about the things that went on to be able to get to the point where we made some solid recommendations. You can advance to recommendation number 2. So we want to encourage African American representation on community and nonprofit boards, as well as on corporate boards as well. So we want to build a collaboration with folks who are out here in the community, because one of the things the activists and community leaders said is, look, we don't even know what boards we can serve on. We feel pretty disconnected. There's not a resource out here that allows us to understand what the organizations are and the work that they do. And so we want to certainly address that. Next. And then the third one is to use business leaders' influence with our elected officials to appoint some of these community leaders to some of these commissions and these opportunities that actually are provided to our governmental agencies, because they, as the community, would love to be more connected by becoming involved on boards and councils and task forces and committees that exist. So that was the third recommendation of that committee. Next recommendation, next area. Equitable MWBE contracting. This is an issue, and you can go to the next slide as I talk. This is an issue that has been problematic for many, many years in Memphis, Tennessee. And so one of the things that we have done already is we've established a committee of CEOs of major companies who will make a strategic goal for their business to support the work of MWBE businesses. And frankly, even beyond that, we have an initiative called Buy Local, where we have an opportunity to collapse MWBE, Buy Local, all of that under one umbrella. And we now are working with U3, who actually implemented a very successful campaign, which increased minority participation by 40% in the medical center district. So we are working with them on this. We are signing CEOs up to participate in it, and they are helping to guide the process. We're getting data and information from them. And this committee recommended at least a 20% requirement, which would be scaled up over time. But that was the recommendation of the body. You can move forward. Some of the other recommendations are really tied to some of the work that the CEOs are going to be doing around this whole policy strategy that is going to be implemented. So outlining those strategic goals and the tactics that need to be put in place. And also identifying the opportunities to support MWBEs, which is critical. And the fourth one is creating some kind of accountability team, because you receive what you measure. You get outcomes for what is measured. So creating an accountability team to actually look at what the city, the county, Shelby County school system is doing as it relates to MWBE contracting, and making sure there are processes in place to hold them accountable. So the living wage work group, which was one of the most robust discussions that and wealth equity, neighborhood reinvestment, two of the most important areas that we discussed. Move forward. So we conducted a survey right up front, because there was this whole notion about $15 an hour. So we sent out 200 surveys, about 33 companies responded. Of those that responded, 64% were already at a $15 hour wage or better. That did not include companies which later came on board with FedEx. That included Nike came on board, obviously Amazon, First Horizon was there back in 2017. So many of the companies that the activists were concerned about, they learned that those big entities that hire a lot of people are already at $15 an hour or better. So that was a learning, and for them, that was an aha moment. And we also did some educating, because one of the things is that not all jobs are designed to support family sustaining wage. For instance, small businesses sometimes can't move that fast. A lot of retail associate positions are designed for part-time workers, and also for retirees or for those seeking to supplement their education. Also, individual wages are part of an overall compensation structure that includes a number of different things. And we also did our research and we learned that $15 an hour is not a living wage. More than $15 an hour is a living wage, certainly for a family of four. So there needs to be progression above and beyond a $15 an hour wage. And those things are determined a lot of times by the demographics of the market and also the talent available, the cost of living. There are a lot of variables that go into that. So part of this was also educating and informing the audiences in the room. Market competitive wages that are equal to or more than the industry standard for similar jobs in the same geographic area. In many instances, I talked about wages need to be, living wages need to be higher than $15 an hour. But some entities like retail and others who are out here, you know, will have a bit of a step up to that, small businesses especially. Okay, next. So chamber members haven't been standing still. 3 of our industries with large numbers of full-time employees have actually executed significant action. And you see that the University of Memphis has done it. Methodist Hospital has announced it. These are new, weren't on the original list. Baptist Hospital has announced it. So our major employers are moving to, because they realize they can't be competitive if they stay where they are. They can't make money, they can't attract employees. So they've got to be able to step up. Next. So recommendation 1, we want to be able to execute an annual wage survey to be able to determine where companies are and to be able to use those results to really, in a report that really highlights the percentage of companies in the market that are paying at or above living wage level. We want to be able to also forward this to our business leaders so that they understand, because they don't know as well. So executing an annual wage survey is important. Next. Connecting employees and employers to Upskill 901. We have a program where we are convening service providers to upskill 10,000 people for jobs that exist in the marketplace. We launched it last year. We've already done that for 3,000 to 4,000 people who needed jobs. We've already begun to upskill them through the service provider network. And in 3 years, we expect to have 10,000 people who are upskilled. But we've got to do even more because a lot of people lost their jobs as a direct result of the pandemic. So on top of those that were already unemployed, now we've got people who lost their jobs due to the pandemic. And we are working now on building extremely aggressive strategies to get people who are unemployed. And there are surveys that we are doing that will allow us to have a better understanding of what those numbers look like and what employees are seeking. Next. We also want to make sure that we diversify industry presence in the local market. And Ted talked to you a lot about the 3 primary and 3 additional industries that are being pursued by us. And it's really steeped in the research that we've done at the Greater Memphis Chamber. So we are about the business of creating a competitive marketplace, of making sure that we're attracting jobs that have higher wages, because we're interested in uplifting the bottom and making sure that we execute our mission, which is the relentless pursuit of prosperity for all. Those are our recommendations. These are the actions that have been adopted by the Chamber Board, and we are now in the execution phases of these recommendations. Any questions?
Oh, come through the chair, please. I think.
Thank you, Mrs. Robertson, for that excellent presentation. It is obvious that your efforts are quite aggressive and in line with what this council is doing on a daily basis. And we appreciate you so much for your work. At this time, if there's any questions for any other council members,
I need you to come through the chair. I'm the chair.
I thought you passed it to me. I'm sorry, Council.
Passed only the presentation to you, but always everybody must come through whoever the chair is. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, forgive me. I-
And then
I
you kind of
returned
cut me off. I wasn't finished with our,
Okay.
but we good. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for that presentation. I think I got Chase, Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. I appreciate it. To the Chamber, thank you so much for the information. I think it says a lot in an effort to get these individuals together in a room to have a collaborative conversation. It seems like a lot of, and we deal with this a lot too when we discuss other initiatives in the city level and the quasi-governmental level, is the exchange of information and education on how business functions and how that meets with the public sector functions. It seems like education is a key component. Going through the deck, I really just appreciate the Chamber helping kind of reaffirm a lot of the things that I know this council takes very seriously. Neighborhood reinvestment, we're going to talk about that today with Accelerate Memphis, and transportation. We've created its own committee. I'm really excited. I told Chairman Jones earlier this year how excited I was that he was taking over that, because we take MATA and transportation very seriously in the city. I've spoken on trying to get CDCs empowered to do more in their local neighborhoods. So I think it's just a lot of really good initiatives that are either in process, as President Robinson said, and need a lot of, or need our partners in the private sector. So greatly appreciative for the work that's been done and the work that is still to be done, especially, around conversations around living wage. I mean, it's important to really understand that data on two ends. One, it's great to see the University of Memphis, go to a $15 an hour living wage, but have to recognize that they had to enter a hiring freeze to do it. And so we have to start to identify with our partners at the Chamber how to, and you talk about upskill, how to recognize where bottlenecks are for all these high-paying jobs that are out there, like more tech, having a waiting list for vocational needs. Like, how do we expand those programs? And then to Mr. Townsend, really excited, as Mr. White said, and President Robertson said, I think we are all, and Councilman Jones, we are all very excited that you've decided to share your talents with the Chamber and with the City of Memphis and partner with the University of Memphis. It's not lost on me all the great things that have happened over there as well, including the STEM building. I think that I wish the city, and I know they acknowledged it, but I don't think it's hard for the city to really, and I mean the citizens, to really understand what a big deal that was to get that kind of money for that kind of institution in that field for the city. So to all three of you, thank you for your continued work. Thank you for affirming the work that this council is very passionate about. And we really look forward to the ongoing conversations and how we can all move Memphis forward for the better. I appreciate you. With that, Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I may have missed this part of the presentation. I don't know if it was visible on the screen, but in the preview that was emailed to us last week, this is the MIT living wage calculation for Shelby County, Tennessee. Was that presented today? I did
It's
get
in the appendix.
That was not presented today, but that was something that was studied by the committee.
Okay.
As they looked at, and we also, in addition to the MIT calculator, we also work with Elena de la Vega at the University of Memphis, who produces these comprehensive reports on an annual basis that also informs a lot of the work around wages and poverty and all of that. So we looked at a number of data points to inform the work of the committee.
Okay, thank you for that. And so, colleagues, as we have hopefully an impending meeting with the County Commission to discuss the EDGE board and the types of jobs that we incentivize, I want to bring your attention to page 30 of this presentation. And what it says on here is that a living wage of one adult with 2 children is $26.66. And so for us to, and I said this during the presentation last week, for us to be, we are incentivizing poverty rates when we're talking about, well, wages that are barely above poverty rates, when we're talking about providing incentives for businesses at $12 and $15 an hour. And so if we really want to move this community forward, the types of jobs that we should be incentivizing, I'm not saying that we don't welcome all types of wage scales into our community, but it's about what we incentivize. And so I think that this provides ammunition, if you would, or to the cries that I make, and that we should not be subsidizing 12, 13, $15 an hour jobs, because for an adult with 3 children, $12.38 is still a poverty wage. And to say that we're talking $2.50 above that, that doesn't get us anywhere close to what the living wage is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. We have Councilwoman Logan.
Good morning. I want to thank you for that presentation to Ms. Robertson and Mr. White. You all have done a great job of presenting what you're doing. I appreciate the information, and I feel that now we at least have a starting point where there's alignment between the work that we do as a council and the business community, corporate community. And I'm so glad to know that, you know, we're seeming to be hand in hand in the things that we're looking for. The technical part, we can work out the nuances and all of that, but I'm just so glad that we're face forward and we're all connected in that. We have to begin this work in these hard conversations, and you know, by us representing our constituents, and we know the cries and hear the heartbeat. It's just heartwarming, and I'm excited that we're at this place with the chamber and have an opportunity to make a difference and to be historical even in Memphis as we move forward. So to Ms. Robertson, I thank you, and Mr. White, I thank you for your efforts and for the work that you're doing. It's a starting point, and we're going to take it, and as Mayor Strickland always says, continue the momentum. There are some things that, you know, we have some opportunity for development, but this gives us a framework. So thank you so much. And thank you for including the community, the voices of the people. And we want to continue to move that forward, because that they are who drives our city. So again, thank you. I appreciate it and look forward to continue to work with you.
Thank you.
All right. Councilman Carlisle, you have something else to say?
Yes, sir, and I'll be brief. I know that we were running long on time.
Yes.
I hear Councilman Jones, and I don't disagree with what he's saying. I think what I would say is we need jobs in the pipeline, and if we're going to want $15 plus hour jobs for certain industries, as I'm sure Mr. Townsend may be able to speak to, and certainly Mr. Dolberger is, it's going to take more incentive for them, not less. And the proof in the pudding is, again, I'll direct you to the University of Memphis, who announced $15 an hour, but had to go into a hiring freeze. So now we've stopped their ability to hire people in order for them to pay others that are there more. Not that they're undeserving of being paid more, but it's just the sheer metrics of their finances. And so that's the balance and what we're going to have to evaluate as we go forward. It's worthy of a more robust discussion. But unless you just want to, tell those business thanks, no thanks, and risk it. But we've got to find ways to grow our pipeline, which I understand, again, Mr. Townsend is charged with recruiting that. And the last thing I'll say that Ms. Robertson spoke about, which is there are robust numbers of higher paying skilled jobs, and we've got to figure out how to take our existing workforce and get them trained for those jobs and identifying bottlenecks instead of just solely focusing on the lower end all the time. It's a multi-pronged approach when we talk about economic development for the marketplace. So anyway, with that, Chair, I yield back. Thank you for letting me have a second round there.
Councilman Jones.
Yes, if I may, in response to that though, Mr. Carlisle, was not part of that, I think we may be conflating some issues. Wasn't the pandemic part of that layoff part of it too? So I don't know or the timing of everything. They may have said that, and Mr. Townsend, you may be able to chime in on this particular issue, but I would say, but not for the pandemic, with the University of Memphis would not have had to have those particular layoffs in this instance that we're talking about here.
Yeah, it's highly complex, obviously, but we have had the plan to move to $15 per hour for several years now. We're very thankful to finally reach that threshold coming this June. we didn't anticipate the pandemic, obviously, but it's a multi-factor scenario because we are facing a very significant deficit as a result of the pandemic. You also had state funding that was cut, which contributed to the hiring freeze. So we had to focus on operational efficiencies, all the while trying to maintain that commitment to getting to $15 per hour. It's a very delicate balance, as you can imagine, but I commend the president and our board of trustees and our administration for getting us there. We still have a long way to go. We need a lot of support, and hopefully the stimulus will get us there. But I will speak to something about the range of jobs. And again, we're trying to get the highest quality jobs that are available out there. I will say that sometimes when we are recruiting, let's say a manufacturing operation, it has a range of positions, and you will have some that are more production heavy that might be at that 15, but then you have middle management, executive, and the prospect and those that are managing that project see this as all one, and they average it all out. And I just want us to understand that we have to be sensitive to that. We have to make sure that we're overall competitive, because while we may get those $15 per hour jobs at the higher end of that spectrum, we're getting middle management and executive jobs in the community as well. And then I think the focus is on fulfilling those jobs, upskilling those people that are in those production-based jobs, getting them into that middle management and executive track, and then backfilling those jobs with other citizens that are at that point in their skill development. So it's holistic. It's not a perfect system. I certainly understand that from all of my years of experience in competing for these projects, but sometimes you have to go after the whole and compete for that. And sometimes that does mean that you have a broad range of compensation levels. Thank you for that, though.
And so going forward too, though, it's going to take a cooperative spirit of all of us.
Yes.
And I recognize that, because one of the things that I always push back on is this thought that the only way we can move forward is that we have to take our existing workforce and move them and progress them forward. But if you look at any major city, nobody is solely relying upon the workforce in that city. Everybody in Nashville is not a Nashville native. Everybody in Atlanta is not an Atlanta native. But what they've done is that they've made those cities attractive to a more highly skilled and a more educated workforce. So what I'm saying is that cooperatively, when we do that, that's how we move it forward, and that boat will lift all tides versus sitting, well, we got to sit, we got to work on Shelby County schools, because I always go back to my school board days. Nashville has moved ahead, and this is before the ASD. Nashville was on the brink of state takeover, and their education system did not stop them. So collectively, what we have to do, we just have to make Memphis attractive to that young person that's graduated from college, to say that I want to move to Memphis, Tennessee, and versus Dallas or Chicago or Atlanta. And let me make this point too, and I'll close. They're not moving to places where they're saying the taxes are low. They're moving. DC has a state income tax. Places like Philadelphia has a city income tax. Taxes are high as bejesus in Los Angeles. So I think that somebody graduated from college, I don't think that we sell it to them that we are a low tax place, and that's why you move to them. We have to offer amenities. We have to offer services to make our city attractive and compete. And just to say we're a low tax place, that's not going to sell it, because we've been a low tax place and we're still in the position where we are now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Look, we're a little bit over time. Look, Councilwoman Logan, I'm gonna let you speak. I just want to thank you all for coming today. Then after you speak, I need 1 minute, because we're kind of over almost 30 minutes, and then we're going to end it if Councilwoman Johnson needs to say anything. Okay, go right ahead, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to be very brief. I wanted to build on what Councilman Jones mentioned. us changing the narrative and creating a narrative that will attract those, the tax base that we're looking for is going to be very important as we work on the areas that we know are problematic, which, you know, as a council, we are addressing. We must change the narrative. I know we're a grit and grind city, but that's not all that we are. So, you know, the narrative and the story and the picture that's going to attract different tax base needs to be expanded and inclusive of more than just one sector of people. So I really, again, applaud you, and I'm glad that we're here at this threshold of change with both entities and, you know, including others such as Edge and the rest of them in this type of forethought is going to be what's needed for everybody. So let's change and look at expanding and broadening our narrative and our message and what we're saying about Memphis and how we look, you know, cleaning it up and those types of things. So thank you very much. And I'm looking forward to working with you.
All right, Councilwoman Johnson, will you close us out on this?
I sure will. Again, I thank Mrs. Robertson, Mr. White, and Mr. Townsend for coming and sharing insight. It's obvious that we need to hear from you again. It's so much information that you have available. And I'm just really impressed with what I've heard today and what you shared. Thank you again for coming. Thank you, Councilman Ford.
All right. If there's no further business, this committee is adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Council members, if we could have one moment to switch over to the HCD committee, please.
.54 a.m. and I called the Housing and Community Development Committee to order. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmembers Canali,
Here.
Carlisle,
Here.
Covette, Easter Thomas,
Present.
Ford, Jones.
Here.
Logan. Morgan.
Present.
Thank you,
Present.
Councilwoman Logan. Thank you. Morgan. Robinson.
Present.
Smiley.
Here.
Clarendon. Warren.
Present.
And Chairwoman Johnson.
Present. Thank you for that roll call.
Forward, President.
Show.
You, Councilman Ford. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This morning in our committee, we have two items that we need to address. And the first one is a resolution to appropriate $4 million of GO bonds allocations in the fiscal year 2021 CIP budget for the Fairgrounds redevelopment phase 2 project number CD 02016 affects Council District 4, Super District 8. This was requested by administration. May I have a motion to move it? Who moved it? Who was that, please? Can you state your name?
Colbert.
Covette moved it. Can I get a second, please?
Second, Warren.
Second, Warren. Okay, at this time, I believe Mr. Paul Young is here to address this particular item. Can you so do so, Mr. Young? Thank you for coming as well.
Thank you, Chairwoman. My name is Paul Young. I'm the Director of Housing and Community Development. Great to talk to you all today about this project. You all have heard us talk about the Fairgrounds, which we've now rebranded as Liberty Park. Today, we are asking to appropriate funds that were included in this year's CIP for expenditure. We have a brief presentation, and I'll just give a couple of quick comments, and then I'll turn it over to the project manager, Mary Claire Boris. But as you've probably seen and heard, this project has been in the pipeline for quite some time, and we're really excited because we are now moving towards getting these bonds finally issued. These dollars will allow us to finalize the A&E on the project, and you'll be seeing us quite a bit over the next couple of months as we get closer to bond issuance. So last summer and fall, we took a brief pause to really get more clarity on how the COVID-19 pandemic was going to impact our project. We now feel pretty good about the path forward now that there's a vaccine and vaccinations are happening. Our goal is to get this project under construction so that we get on the backside of COVID-19. We have this economic catalyst for our community. We view this as a convention center for sports. It will recruit sports activities from across the region. We also view this as an opportunity for our local sports groups to be able to have activities and a place for those activities to occur. And then most importantly, we view this as an opportunity for our children and for our youth to have a place that we can call our own right here in the city of Memphis. We have so many teams that travel across the country for different events, but they can't have those types of events right here in their own backyard because we literally don't have a facility that can accommodate that. So today, as I mentioned, today we're going to be asking to appropriate CIP dollars. We will come before you quite a few more times over the next couple of weeks and months, but I see Mary Claire is getting this up now, so I'm going to turn it over to her to give the presentation, and we welcome any questions that you have.
Thank you, Director Young. Council members, I will move through this quickly because I know I know we're short on time today, and it's mostly pictures, so it shouldn't take too long. As Director Young mentioned, we have rechristened the Fairgrounds as Liberty Park. And this is phase 2 of the redevelopment that began many years ago when the city worked on Tiger Lane. And the central piece of this phase of the development is the Memphis Sports and Events Center. This is the image that will soon greet folks who come to Liberty Park. If you're standing on Early Maxwell Boulevard in front of the Coliseum looking to the west, in about a year and a half, 2 years, you will see this image of this large youth sports complex. One of the things that's great about this facility is that it has been designed to host 2 large-scale events simultaneously. So as you can see, and this image is oriented to match the rendering that you just saw. The green arrow kind of points towards that front door that you just looked at. And as you can see, on the left side, we have basketball and volleyball courts. And on the right side, we have a large multi-use space, which I'll talk a little bit more about later on. And it's joined together by a central spine where we can locate all of the concessions and restroom and storage facilities for both sides. So when you walk into the room, this is what you will see. It's been designed for a great visitor experience and to really wow you the moment you walk in. It's got a grand 3-story lobby. And as you can see, we have this area for large banners. Right now, that's showing us the SCS and Parks Department logos, but eventually that, of course, would be signage opportunities for corporate sponsors, naming rights sponsors. And then we have as soon as you walk in, you'll be able to see the basketball or volleyball games that are going on. There's this grand staircase up to the mezzanine level that's used for viewing. And the whole facility is basically broadcast ready to stream or, through traditional broadcasting, transmit events. Sorry, trying to get the clicker to work. There it goes. So this is just another quick look at the hard court pavilion, as we call it, because it will permanently have hard court floors down for basketball and volleyball. One of the things that's great about this facility is a lot of times you go to these types of facilities in other cities and they have the court seating, but they don't have elevated seating. And in this location, we will have both. As I said, there is seating available up on the mezzanine level. And actually 2 sides of this court area are lined with a half wall that has a drink rail and charging stations all along it. So it's going to be the perfect place to be able to watch kids play basketball and volleyball. As I mentioned, we also have the other side of the building, which we're calling the Events Pavilion, because there is over 75,000 square feet of column-free space, and the ceilings are over 30 feet tall, so that it can accommodate a wide variety of activities. It's tall enough for cheerleading and gymnastics. It could be set up, in this case, you're seeing it actually split to hold 2 events simultaneously. So you've got a wrestling competition going on one side of the big dividing curtain and volleyball practice going on the other side of the curtain, since it is such a large space. And with 2,500 fixed stadium seats, it'll also be a great place for convocations and graduations, because of course you could fit many more seats on the floor. So it's going to be, I think, really useful to our local school systems to make use of for a variety of functions. One of the nice things about this building, and something that really separates it as a first-in-class, top-of-the-line sports facility, is the cafe. It's going to have a very large cafe, and it's going to have both indoor and outdoor seating. For anyone who's ever spent a lot of time in these facilities, it can get quite loud during a volleyball game or basketball game, or tournament, I should say, with lots and lots of kids screaming. So to be able to step outside and enjoy, that cup of coffee or that soda, have some lunch and breathe a little fresh air is going to be great. We also have set aside a couple thousand square feet for a lease space that could go to a clinic or another tenant. And in the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see there's another kind of great view of that grand lobby. This facility is going to be operated for the city by a company called Eastern Sports Management. They're actually going to use, we're going to do a lease operating agreement with ESM. ESM is contributing about $6 million of their own funds for working capital to get the facility set up and do pre-booking before it opens, and also to purchase some of the furniture and equipment that's going to go into the facility. And for anyone who follows youth sports, ESM is rapidly becoming known as one of the best management outfits in the business, and they were selected through a competitive bid process to run the new Virginia Beach Sports Center, which opened in the middle of the pandemic and yet is doing very well, beating their expectations. One of the things that makes these types of facilities successful is having supportive hospitality, restaurants, and hotels. So I think, as many of you know, we are planning a mixed-use development to go on the northern end of the site along Central Avenue. And we'll be bringing more to you later on this development, but just to keep it at a high level for right now, we're going to have about 90,000 square feet of family entertainment, and we've already signed an LOI with a company called High Five Entertainment for about half of that. We've already signed an LOI with Capstone Development for 2 hotels. They're going to do 120 rooms to start, and then they have an option to do the second hotel with at least 80 more rooms within 5 years. A large amount of retail and dining. Again, the retail, this is small scale retail. This is not large box retail. Commercial office and multifamily being located on the upper stories of these buildings. Our phase 2 budget is a little over $100 million. Most of that will come from TDZ bonds, tourism development zone bonds. We also have about $10 million. We have $10 million allocated through Accelerate Memphis. CIP, that $8.1 million of CIP that you see there is already budgeted. Most of that is, of course, the $4 million that we're here to talk to you about today. And then the $6 million from ESM's capital contribution. Most of these funds do go, of course, to the design and construction of the Sports and Events Center, but we are also planning we're having to take up the track and football field that's located on the northern end of the site where we intend for the mixed-use development to be. We're going to move that to Toby Park. We're looking at shared soccer fields on the southern end of the site, on the other side of the Sports and Events Center, and making lots of infrastructure improvements. As you can imagine, it's quite a task to bring power, gas, and water, not only to the Sports and Events Center, but to set it up for the private development. We have, of course, as always, this is a concerted effort to be inclusive with our spending. We've been spending about 47% to date has been spent with MBE and WBE certified MBE and WBE firms. That's in the pre-development. A lot of that has been for project management, working with All World, and for design, because BRG3S is a certified WBE, and that's our architect for the project. We also have goals for construction of 38% MBE and 5% WBE. And we were very happy that Turner Construction, who's been selected as the construction manager at risk, went ahead and held their MWBE outreach meeting this past Friday. But just to be clear, they haven't started the bidding process yet. So there is still plenty of time for any interested MBE or WBE firms to contact Turner Construction, or they can contact me and I'll put them in touch with Turner and get in on the bidding opportunities. Finally, today's resolution is to unlock the $4 million in CIP funding that was allocated in the FY21 budget for the Fairgrounds redevelopment. 1.2 of that will go for the remaining design and pre-development work with vendors who are already engaged. And $2.8 million of that will be for the first phase of site preparation for construction of where the Sports and Events Center will go. That's mostly mass grading. There's actually an 8-foot height difference between East Parkway and Early Maxwell. So we're going to need to smooth that over a bit. And so we're actually planning to start construction on that before we have the bond proceeds in hand. And so the $2.8 million will go to that mass grading. Finally, on the timeline, over the next couple of months, we'll be back before you to request approvals for the operating agreement, and of course, most importantly, the bond resolutions for the TDZ bonds. And we'll also have a presentation, some additional presentation on the private development and the developers that we're working with. We intend to start construction, that early first phase site work that I mentioned, in May, and then the bonds will be issued in late June or early July, at which point we'll start the vertical construction of the Sports and Events Center and start the site work for the mixed-use development. We anticipate opening both the Sports and Events Center and the initial phases of retail in fall 2022, followed by the first hotel in the winter of 2022. And we hope that in the end, we'll have a beautiful and vibrant campus that is busy 365 days a year. With that, I'll turn it back over to Director Young.
I think that concludes our presentation, and Chairwoman, we'll turn it back to you.
Well, thank you so much. That was such an excellent presentation, along with a good update, and we will be looking forward for future updates. I see in the queue we have Councilman Covette. Would you like to speak at this time?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We've been working on this site for a long time. I could even remember going with my father and actually my grandfather. We were helping build Liberty Land, and I just realized that was 45 years ago. Stace, I don't even think your parents were born then, were they? Look, council members, I'm really kind of a little jealous that this is in Vice Chair Lady Swearingen's district, because this is going to be the gold standard for competitive athletic events and in multi-sport arenas, not just for locals, not just for example, CB. I could not be more happy or happier that this project is going forward. Director Young, I look forward to working with you on this. And I really I think the title for this should be just simply the gold standard. This should be the gold standard for sports complexes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Warren.
Thank you for this excellent presentation. This looks very exciting. I just had a few questions. I saw some asterisks after football field relocation and soccer field relocation, saying, well, if we have a little bit of money left over, that may happen. It's not funded. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. We will get the football fields moved. We're having conversations with SCS right now. In fact, we're getting ready to start the design process. The question is just where will the dollars come from? And so we're still finalizing, and we expect to have some final answers for that before we finalize the bond package and bring it to you all.
Okay.
The question is whether it comes out of this pot or another pot.
That will be in a bond packet to be paid for. It's not going to come out of the FCS school district having to come up with extra fields. Is that correct?
That is something that we're still discussing with SCS, but we will make sure that
we're taking away their, those are major fields that all the schools actually use for high school athletics. So, it doesn't really make much sense that if we're spending this amount of money to bring something in, we're going to take it away from our public school system.
Certainly understand that perspective, and that is something that we're having conversations.
I saw a hotel sitting on Maxine Smith Academy. What's going on with that corner of Central and Parkway?
We're not touching Maxine Smith. So
that was just a preliminary map that hadn't been corrected. Is that correct?
No. What you're saying, it's a little confusing because we're adding a new street called Center Court. So that street that you saw on the far left side is actually Early Maxwell, not East Parkway.
So it's not Central. It's Central.
Right.
Okay, good. Because I saw that and I thought, oh my goodness, where did that school go?
No, it's still there.
Okay, good. I think that's going to be important. You point that out to people because they may freak out like I did. And I guess the other question I had is I really think that, I'm looking at this and there's one sort of big circular thing that's still sitting in there that hasn't had anything done to it. And it's right next to this. So we're spending $200 million here. Where our thought processes on that Coliseum as we move forward. I don't want to answer now, but I think we need to be looking at that. That's still, I think, a viable alternative to add to this for other events at some point in the future if we can. All right, thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. If I may, I want to respond just really quickly on the Coliseum point. That is something that obviously had quite a bit of conversation about, and the Coliseum Coalition, we've worked with them to allow them to have access and give tours. Our goal has always been to activate the site, and we believe that any future for the Coliseum will be contingent upon us being able to have a successful development right there adjacent to it.
I think you're exactly right. I think once this gets going, then funding will be available to do what you need to do with the Coliseum. It's probably this first and then the Coliseum. It makes the most sense. Thank you.
Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilman Warren, I'm glad Mr. Young responded. I thought we were going to have just a drop a little bomb out there and walk away on the Coliseum there. It's an interesting topic, no doubt. Yeah, look, I've been tracking this project, had a lot of conversations. It's very excited to really start to see it roll forward. Getting the LOI out of the retail operator was very significant. Hopefully we keep pushing that forward, and the council is a big advocate for that. There are certain components to how all of this works, and that is a big piece of it from our financing standpoint. But I think one thing too, and just talking about districts, it's so important. I think that we all recognize is, yes, this is a tourism zone. Yes, this is going to bring people to Memphis, and that's great. But what's really happening here that I think is even more important to point out is that we're blending into the Beltline and Orange Mountain neighborhoods and giving really state-of-the-art facilities and opportunities to those neighborhoods You've got Memphis FC 901 that's going to be out there practicing and doing clinics with the youth in those neighborhoods. And so just the neighborhood and community engagement and the ability to utilize that kind of space is incredible for those families and for the city. And to have it within walking distance, especially right off the Southern, since we're going to be redoing all those underpasses with Accelerate Memphis, a safer walk. But anyway, I just think it's not lost, and it's worth pointing that out. I'm sure other council members are already aware of that, but I just think that that's incredible. Dr. Warren, to your point, I've already had a lot of conversations about the relocation of the field with Paul and how that's going to go forward. And there's a college that's located that's interested in helping out. And so everyone is very sensitive to that football field and track relocation and how that will function. So I'm right there with you. And then the last thing, the Coliseum certainly is interesting, and I agree. Nobody wants to have a brand new shiny toy next to just a dilapidated piece of junk. Although somebody say that's harsh words, but today that's kind of what it is. So I hear you, and I think that's right. We don't want to spend that kind of money and then not have a plan moving forward. But one's got to take care of the other first, and then we'll determine what the definition of viability looks for. All of that being said, to Mary Claire and Paul and the rest of your team, congratulations on getting the football down the field this far. I know there's a lot of work left to do, but it's all very, very exciting as we continue to build momentum on that site alone. And so I've got other questions, but I'll grab you offline. But to both of you, thank you. I know that there's an extraordinary amount of work that has gone into all of this. With that, I yield back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Again, thank you, Director Young, for your work and for this particular project. It's going to make a big difference here in Memphis. Seeing no other individuals in the chat, at this time, we'll take a vote on this particular resolution. May I have a vote call, please?
Councilmember Canali. Carlisle.
Aye.
Ovett.
Yes.
Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Ford.
Yes.
Jones.
Aye.
Logan.
Aye.
Morgan.
Yes.
Robinson.
Aye.
Smiley.
Yes, ma'am.
Swearingen. Warren.
Aye.
Chair Johnson.
Yes. I also want to take this opportunity to tell Mrs. Boyce, thank you too for the hard work that you've done as well. Thank you. Now we move on to the second item in this committee, and it's a presentation by the Collins Chapel Connectional Hospital Health Center. We have with us today Bishop Williamson from the CME Church, who will make that presentation, along with Reverend Anthony from Room in the Inn. As you can recall, this time earlier last year, there was a great need in the community to help the homeless in regards to the COVID issue. So I'm going to allow those two to speak and discuss with you how they assisted the city with that particular concern that we had. Again, I welcome Bishop Williamson. Bishop Williamson, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chairman Johnson, and to the mayor of the city, and certainly to Mr. Paul Young of Housing and Community Development, and to all the members of the City Council. We've come to say thank you for your help and assistance in completing the renovation of the Collins Chapel Connectional Hospital, our historic Black hospital here, in relationship to our partnership with Room in the Inn, as we have united to provide the quality to the most vulnerable members of our community, our homeless brothers and sisters, especially during COVID-19. As you know, Collins Chapel Hospital was founded by the CME Church in 1910 during segregation, when our hospitals were, white hospitals were not available to our Black doctors and patients and persons who were needed. But in cooperation with the CME Church, we were able to reach out, and from 1910, matter of fact, it's named for the oldest Black church here in Memphis, Collins Chapel, which is something you should know in Black History Month and in the month of love. And we're so grateful for what you have done and this work that we've been doing with Room in the Inn Homeless Ministry and Reverend Lisa Anderson. Such competent, caring ministry of service has been wonderful going forward. And in a few days, we'll be opening up fully to provide service to our unsheltered guests, our homeless brothers and sisters. Our building, of course, is a two-story, 40,000 square foot facility located at 409 Air Street in the heart of the medical district, providing easy accessibility for those in need of medical care. We are grateful for the renovation on behalf of the more than 200 CME churches that I preside over here in Tennessee and Arkansas in this our 150th year as a denomination. We are very proud to have this partnership, and what you as a city has done, the renovation and the amounts, the city grant of 650,000, sharing 350,000, it really comes to $1 million. And I'm grateful that the county also added our CME church, the 200 plus CME churches here in Tennessee and Arkansas had invested over $2.5 million in the renovation of this building. And for that, I must thank the pastors, elders, and leaders of our denomination here in Tennessee and Arkansas. So we are pleased to report to you that the final phase has been nearly completed, 99%. The building has been completely renovated with new sheetrock, plumbing, air conditioning, new elevators, heating systems, fire alarm system, everything brought up to date. And we must thank the mayor of our city, Mayor Strickland, and especially Mr. Paul Young and his department over housing and community development. And finally, our vision is to have this building to serve our unsheltered guests, our needy, and of course, those of you who are Christians and know Matthew 25, 35 through 40. Jesus, our Savior, said he directed the church and the community. I was hungry, you fed me, naked, you clothed me, thirsty, you gave me to drink. And our job and command from the Lord. And that's why we love the partnership Room in the Inn. Some of you are biblical scholars and know there was no room for Jesus to be born. So he had to be born in a stable. That's why we want to commend you, the Bluff City, the Dream City, the City Council. You are making a place for our unsheltered guests, homeless brothers and sisters, to be housed, to be treated medically, to find clothing, and to go forward with their lives. We commend you and we thank all of the members, certainly the present chair. We are grateful to you and our former chair, Sister Patrice Robinson. As you all know, This has been a 6-year project going forward, and your support and prayers have been just inextricably bound to pull this off, and we have that victory now. Thank you so much, Chairwoman Cheyenne Johnson, and all members of the City Council, and Mr. Paul Young of Housing and Development, and your team. Thank you all. Ms. Cheyenne Johnson, back into your hands to present.
Thank you, Bishop, so much for that presentation overview. But that's only part of the picture. The other part of the picture involves Reverend Lisa Anderson. It's a partnership between the CME Church and Room in the Inn. So, Reverend Anderson, will you present the Room in the Inn part, which is going to make this project a complete project for the community?
Thank you very much, Ms. Johnson, and thank you all for this opportunity. Room in the Inn looks forward to moving into a beautifully renovated space in just a few days as tenants of the historical Collins Chapel Connectional Hospital. I would like to thank Bishop Williamson and the Collins Chapel project team for the amazing work and support for this project. It's been a gift of love in every way. Thank you for your support. Also, it wouldn't be possible without your connection, without your support, without your understanding this vision through the years. The reality of the first recuperative care center in the Mid-South is about to be real. In just a few days, this 21-bed facility for medically fragile individuals experiencing homelessness will welcome the first referrals from local hospitals, and it will no longer be the burden of those who are homeless to recover from illness on the Memphis streets without safe, secure shelter, meals, and a staff of caring advocates to help provide access to resources, and then ultimately permanent housing. That is our goal always. Through a partnership with MIFA, a 14-room family inn will provide restricted access, safe and comfortable areas for parents with children. With family advocate support, these families will have a smooth transition into housing through the MIFA Rapid Rehousing Program. Room in the Inn's volunteers, some of them are trained housing navigators, and they will help support both of these programs so that our goal of moving folks from shelter into permanent housing can become a reality. The facility that you have helped to make possible will be a 24-hour place of hospitality and healing. It is beautiful. It is the next chapter in a rich history and legacy of serving our neighbors who are often overlooked. I can think of no better time for us to begin these services to our guests than during a celebration of Black History Month. I am humbled and deeply thankful to be trusted by you, by the CME Church, to join together in this rich history of service and hope for our neighbors. Thank you so much. I am happy to answer questions about this. This is the beginning of a story that has been developing for many years and is going to open up avenues of service to people who are often not able to receive those services. So thank you for your time and for all of your help.
Thank you, Reverend Anderson, for that overview. And I would definitely appreciative for the service which you're going to provide to our most unfortunate citizens of this community. At this time in the queue, I see Councilman Ford. You have the floor. Councilman Ford.
Thank you. Yes, I just want to give thanks to Bishop and Ms. Anderson. You know, this is history reborn, okay? Reasons why I'm saying that, and I'm so grateful to you all to reopen that because that goes back to my history. I was born at Collins Chapel Hospital. So, hey, this brings life back really to me because a lot of times I would tell people would ask me, where were you born? Collins Chapel. They said, where? That was the hospital. Right. And I'm the 15th child of my family. So that's why I said that hospital, I was the only one born in that particular hospital. Yes, but that's a lot of history, and I'm so glad that y'all bringing it all back and making it all nice and giving service to the public. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm old, y'all.
Thank you. Councilman Warren, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a great project, and it's going to be very helpful for our homeless neighbors and citizens. We need to realize that we've lost a number of people who've been staff at Room in the Inn to COVID this year. My wife and I used to volunteer before the program closed down up off of Jackson. And one of the ladies who sort of ran it, Terry, succumbed to COVID earlier this spring. And I think we just lost another person. So on the COVID task force, we're talking about what we can do to get vaccine out to people who are doing this work. So this is work that is not without risk, and people have sacrificed their lives to make this happen. So it's very important that we got this project going, and we need to make sure we are able to get vaccine to them as soon as it's available. And thank you for your work, Reverend Anderson, and thank you very much, Reverend.
Councilwoman Patrice Robinson.
Good morning. I want to thank Bishop Williamson and Reverend Anderson for your presentations on today. This is a dream come true for Councilwoman Robinson. I have been attending over the last 4 years at the National League of Cities. They have special sessions for the homeless, and we finally have some place for our most vulnerable among the homeless. I think it would be so appropriate that when we gather again, that this whole collaboration, especially with Director Young, would make a presentation for the National League of Cities to show what you can do as a community when you collaborate. Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you for your diligence in the process, and thank you for being patient. And I know our homeless are very, very grateful to you for staying the course. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Robinson. I know Director Young has not said anything in regards to this project. I see that he's still on the line. Would you like to have any comments? Because you were definitely a vital part in making this project a success.
I'll just say something really quickly. I want to thank council and the administration for supporting this project. This is one that has been a long time coming. I met with Bishop Williamson 3, 4, maybe 5 years ago to talk about this. And the way that this partnership came together was the result of just a number of community engagements and dialogues. I just happened to be at a MIFA meeting with Reverend Anderson and heard about what they were working on. And then when the COVID crisis hit, it gave us all the push that we need to make this partnership really. I'm really thankful for the work that they're excited to see over the next couple of weeks as people begin to move in. So thank you all.
Thank you to everyone. Thank you, Bishop Williamson. I truly appreciate the work that you do, not just with the Collins Hospital, but throughout the city overall. And Reverend Anderson, thank you for the work that your organization, Room in the Inn, has been around for a long time, even before this project. So we're so appreciative to you. Seeing that there's no other individuals in the chat, we're going to end this committee meeting. And again, thank you for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you all so very much. God's blessings.
Thank you.
Transportation Committee. Ms. Keaton, would you conduct a roll call, please?
Councilman Canali. Carlisle.
Present.
Councilman Colvette. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Johnson.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Morgan.
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilwoman Swearingen. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chair Jones.
Present. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to start this committee meeting just with a few remarks that I've prepared. So kudos to Chairman Colvette for prioritizing transportation by establishing the Transportation Committee of the Memphis City Council. Excuse me. I'm enthused to serve as the chair. It seems logical that the idea of public transportation, specifically MATA, would be at the forefront of the discussions in these committee meetings going forward, but it's also possible that other areas within the transportation sphere could be topics of discussion, such as air travel, rail, ride sharing, or just some of the ones that come to mind. But the focus of the first couple of committee meetings will be the Memphis Area Transit Authority. In the last hour during the Chamber's presentation, the ability for people to get to jobs was identified as a priority in our community among the discussions that took place between or among community stakeholders. So this is an issue that's on the minds of those that we represent. During my first term, I attended several community meetings as MATA developed its transit vision plan. I don't recall whether that was 2017 or 2018, but needless to say, we have not acted on it at all. And for several of us, we're in the second year of our second term. So as Memphis covers more than 300 square miles, I feel we need to help determine whether we want to serve every square mile, where riders would have to wait 2 hours or more for a bus, or whether we want to serve a smaller area where if someone misses a bus, they only have to wait 15 minutes for the next one to arrive. Either way, there needs to be reliable funding for transportation. When Amazon announced that they were seeking to have a second headquarters, a criterion was a robust transportation system. I saw that as a wake-up call for us to prioritize public transportation. So when I think of the basic services that a city provides, I feel that transportation should be as much as a basic offering as police, fire, and solid waste. I want to remind my colleagues that this year's budget was balanced, operationally speaking, by removing $10 million of funds designated to MATA. But that was replaced by CARES Act funding. And so whether or not we will have a similar pool to help shore up our operating budget is yet to be determined. So I want you in the administration to be reminded of this as we have our budget discussions for the next fiscal year. During his State of the City address, Mayor Strickland unveiled his very bold Accelerate Memphis plan, and the transit vision was an integral part of his Memphis 3.0 plan. Accelerate Memphis aims to make investments in our city that I feel are long overdue, but the funding for it is largely financed by a one-time bond issue, and therefore would not include any type of future funding for public transportation. So what's the use of having these much needed investments without adequate modes of transportation to get our citizens there? So for the next two committee meetings, I've asked Mr. Gary Roosevelt, President of MATA, to present to the council an overview of his operations, in particular, a historic perspective of how we got to where we are, and to provide a snapshot of where we are currently, and also to put the transit vision back on the minds of the council, the administration, and the public. So with that, I turn it over to you, Mr. Roosevelt. Ms. Rosenfeld, if you're there, you're muted.
Now I'm unmuted. Thank you. Chairman Jones, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you all today. I am Gary Rosenfeld, and I serve as the Chief Executive Officer of the Memphis Area Transit Authority. As stated, I'll present today the first of two presentations at the request of Chairman Jones. The first presentation will discuss the state of MATA, funding challenges, and overall how the organization arrived at where we're at today. The second presentation, which will take place on February 16th, will discuss the future of MATA as it relates to the transit vision. MATA has a very simple vision and mission. We connect people to places, plain and simple. That's our mission at MATA. It's a mission that we've been fulfilling since MATA came into existence in its present form, dating back to the 1970s. But there are challenges to how we connect people to places. Often, public transit agencies like MATA have had to cut service to have enough funding to survive and keep assets in a state of good repair. Even though we operate service in a car-centric community, that does not remove the need to ensure that those who cannot afford a car receive transportation that will connect them to work, home, recreation, medical appointments, and other destinations. Part of the issue is how public transportation traditionally has been funded. Prior to the 1980s, MATA, like other public transit agencies, offered consistent service until steep cuts to federal funding for public transportation began to balance federal budget deficits. Billions of operating dollars were cut nationally, which impacted MATA. Federal funding certainly had an impact at MATA. Layoffs occurred, and unfortunately, this began a vicious cycle of reducing service to balance the budget and thus causing another consequence, declining ridership. This slide shows some of the key moments during MATA's 46-year history of existence that demonstrates when layoffs occurred due to budget cuts or when MATA was mandated to offer services without appropriate funding to balance those needs. The reason for pointing out these moments is to provide some context regarding the consistent issue of funding that MATA has faced. Take, for example, because of the trolley fires in 2014, MATA has lost more than 1 million transit riders annually. This has caused a reduction in MATA's FTA 5307 capital funding formula. But that was that, and what's happening now? There's no question that the state of MATA reflects the current state of public transportation nationwide. Declining funding, service cuts, being underfunded, and no dedicated funding sources leaves MATA very vulnerable. Those challenges, coupled with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, has just made it even more difficult. Last week, the American Public Transit Association released information from a new independent economic analysis that indicates that public transit agencies still face a collective projected shortfall of $39.3 billion through 2021. While emergency funding through the CARES Act and the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act provided transit agencies like MATA with some relief, transit funding needs continue to increase due to the ongoing losses of ridership, fare revenue, as well as local and state tax revenues. If you take a close look at this slide, it will show that tracking the consumer price index dating from 1980 to the present shows that MATA experienced a total shortfall of $539 million in funding. The shortfall for 2021 is expected at about $35 million. I would like to further explore this point for a moment. If you take a closer look at the state of public transportation from a historical perspective, you will learn that federal funding, while we certainly appreciate it greatly, has been more focused on funding big capital projects and not necessarily operations, which is the lifeline to ensuring that we have what we need to provide the service. For example, do we have enough operators to drive? Are we competitively paying them? Is gas cheap? Can we afford it to fuel our vehicles? Do we have enough funds to maintain our vehicles so that vital maintenance does not become deferred until sometime later in the future? One of the solutions to funding challenges is to seek a dedicated funding source to avoid the fluctuations in funding. For so many public transportation agencies like MATA, we often compete for resources we receive because federal, local, and state governments have so many needs that are necessary and must be funded in our communities. When we discuss dedicated funding resources, we must review what is an acceptable option for the public, both citizens and business alike, and keep in mind that the dedicated funding source must have some annual stability. Almost a year ago, a local effort was undertaken to increase the wheel tax to help fund public transportation. We were pleased with the discussion regarding dedicated funding sources had begun, and we are hopeful that we will be able to resume similar conversations soon again. It may not be a continuation of the wheel tax discussion, but a discussion about what we can do to encourage dedicated funding by reviewing other options. This slide further illustrates the gap between funding and necessary spending for operations, showing a funding gap over the last 7 years of about $267 million. This table depicts MATA's funding sources over the past 20-year period. In the first column on the left, in the highlighted yellow oval, you will see that MATA's federal funding has remained relatively consistent with slight increases until the 2010 census count pushed the Memphis urbanized area over 1 million citizens. When the region went over the threshold, the federal funding formula that controls the amount of federal capital funding caused a reduction of nearly $1 million annually from 2014 to 2019. The funding from the city of Memphis has remained relatively consistent over the past 20 years, representing about 40 to 50% of MATA's operating funds. However, you will notice in the red highlighted area, a decrease of about $500,000 to $1 million occurring in 2013 and 2014 at the same time as federal funds declined, even as MATA was experiencing increased costs due to fuel, healthcare, and pensions. The farebox revenue, as shown highlighted in the yellow oval, encountered a similar decline in 2014 due to the service cuts in 2013 and a loss of ridership resulting in a loss of over $1 million. This started a negative trend which has lasted over the last 6 years. While operating expenses have continued to increase due to various reasons, local, state, and federal funding has not kept pace with the inflation as shown by the graphs. The amount of service supplied, as illustrated by MATA's annual vehicle service miles, has a direct correlation to the amount of ridership, which is shown as annual unlinked passenger trips. Transit ridership has declined consistent with the amount of service reductions, but even more severely since we are reaching a point where the amount of service provided is not enough to retain customers and they find alternatives or do not make the trips that they normally would make. Based on some research conducted by well-known public transportation consultant Jarrett Walker and Associates, we know that an investment of at least $35 million annually, which is in line with the Consumer Price Index track, will change how service is delivered in Memphis. 3 years ago, when we first reviewed the needs for public transportation to determine the changes to the bus network to improve service, the cost was $30 million annually. But with inflation and the amount of investment will continue to rise. So where do we go from here? My hope is that we will receive additional investments in public transportation so that we can increase frequency, reduce waiting times, and improve the reliability of the bus network, and cover low-density areas as well. All this can be accomplished by implementing the transit vision which was approved by the Memphis City Council in 2019 as part of the Memphis 3.0 Comprehensive Plan. During the next Transportation Committee meeting that takes place on February 16th, we will dive deep into the transit vision and how the transit vision, including the first bus rapid transit line, will serve as our guide as we move towards transforming public transportation in Memphis and Shelby County. At this point, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rosenfeld. Colleagues, if you have any questions for Mr. Rosenfeld for this presentation, please indicate so in the chat box. Mr. Rosenfeld, one thing that if you could go back to the slide that broke down the federal funding versus local funding, that would be helpful.
This one, sir?
Yes. So one of the things that I see here too is that when we look at state funds, it looks like the state funds have been in a decline as well. And so what may be helpful, and if we think about this from a state level, considering that a large part of the state is not urbanized, if you would, it doesn't seem like transportation has been a priority at the state level. So one of the things I think that we can do as a council, and probably coalesce with Nashville, Knoxville, and Chattanooga, is for greater investments from the state level. And now I know it'll be hard for us to do so, considering that a large part of our state may not have public transportation systems. But when you look at it from the standpoint of those cities really are the economic engines of which this state derives its revenue, I think that should be a starting point for us, especially when we look at the fact that although our funding has remained the same, and if we look at 2018, this is a credit to this council and this administration that 2017, for instance, funding was nearly 26 million, 2018, 28 million. So without any federal help and the state help being consistent, I think that it's going to be a challenge for us to do so. But I just wanted to have these initial discussions and just to give us a perspective. Now, if you could, Mr. Rosenfeld, what are these other sources that are listed in the previous years but seem to have ended in 2018?
Chairman, the other sources of revenue include some of the monies that are now included in state funding, the National Transit Database reclassified the way it records these types of expenses, or incomes. So that's why you see the change abruptly. State funding typically is a product of the federal funding. The states receive an allocation of the same federal funds that we get, and then they in turn dole them out on the basis of some operating assistance and also capital program matches, which reduces the local funds necessary for capital participation. Very often they split the local funding for capital projects with us on usual and ordinary projects. On larger projects, it's a negotiation process. But I believe you're right that the state funding is an avenue that needs to be reviewed. But also, once the discussion begins relative to, are we going to move forward with transit vision in its current form, or are we going to re-examine the frequency versus coverage discussion? Then we certainly have the opportunity to have a discussion with our friends at the county in terms of their level of participation. Although there's been no formal discussion as of yet, there have been a number of discussions with a couple of the county commissioners who still have a tremendous, still are offering tremendous support for the development of a good, solid public transportation system in our community. I think that you also indicated, and I must concur, that the current council position and the Strickland administration has done an outstanding job over the last couple of years of increasing funding. But to overcome 40 years of underfunding is quite a task, and it requires that we have to make a true dedicated effort to it, or at least develop a roadmap to attain it, so that we can stop the negative aspects of that underfunding. When you have that much deferral of innovation, when you have that much control over growth, it makes it very, very difficult to keep public transportation as a viable option for the community. The beautiful thing about public transportation and transportation in general is that it's a piece of everything that you'll touch, whether it be whatever program you want to offer in order to assist our community in overcoming some of our local issues. There's always going to be a transportation piece to it. Whether it be education, there's always a transportation piece. Whether it be recreation, there's always going to be a transportation piece. So when we have all these different pieces that transportation is the cornerstone of, it's important that we advance transportation as a part of the solution to so many of our other community problems.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenfeld. Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Rosenfeld, do y'all have kind of a priority list of if there was an additional $5 million in funding this year, 10 million, 15 million, of what it would be spent on, kind of in a tiered basis?
Councilman, that's a great question. And yes, the Transit Vision does have a list of priorities, and depending on what we see as the funding, we would select from that list of priorities. So the first thing that we want to do that comes to mind is increase the frequency on some of our key routes. When you have people waiting half an hour, 45 minutes, or an hour, or even 120 minutes for a bus, that's a ride, that's not transit. So it's important that we focus on that type of delivery so that we, the overall goal of Transit Vision is to allow you to go from point A to point B within our community in an hour or less. Today it's 2.5 hours or less. And personally, I don't think that just because you use public transportation, you should pay a penalty of that much time to invest in it. And we also, when we have somebody that is an essential worker, for example, that is traveling to get to their essential job and have to add another 4 or 5 hours of commuting time in order to get to that job, I think that it's, to me, that we have to do better, and we have to come up with a way to fund it so that we can do better.
And then realistically, what's y'all's capacity to absorb an increase in the budget? So, if y'all received an additional $35 million in funding, you'd have a very difficult time, I imagine, putting all that additional 35 million to its full use, because you're going to be hiring a lot of people, you're going to have to train a lot of people, it's going to be purchases for equipment. So what, in terms of an incremental increase on an annual basis, do you think you really could absorb and be firing at all cylinders?
I think that if you were to look at the $35 million need, if you were to spread that growth over 24 to 30 months in terms of funding availability, we would be able to absorb it. It does take anywhere from 90 to 120 days to train a bus operator properly. The acquisition of assets in the form of buses, the big 40-foot transit bus, it's 18 months to 2 years, depending on what propulsion system you put on them. And there's another factor to this. The big push in our industry, especially from this administration, is the use of electric powered vehicles. There's going to be a tremendous push from the administration to move in the direction of electric vehicles, which basically adds about $300,000 to the price tag of a bus, plus the initial cost to the infrastructure. So we can overcome that. But like I said, if we were to have a plan that showed that we were going to increase funding to the $35 million over 18 to 24 months, we would be able to execute it properly.
Okay, thank you. And let's get together offline. I'd like to hear about that priorities list of, and actually what is the first five, if the council were to find an additional 5 million, or if y'all were to get it from the state, what does that 5 million get? What is, something that's pretty clearly laid out and can be attached to that increase in funding if it comes to a vote. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
I welcome that opportunity, Councilman. We'll certainly set that up right away. We'll also make a note to make sure that that's included in our next presentation to the committee in 2 weeks.
That's what I was going to ask for, Mr. Rosenfeld. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll piggyback on that. I can't my documents, although I know it exists because I've had it before, is looking at, there's state funding, federal funding, all that. But when we talk about revenue sources, you mentioned the wheel tax on the Shelby County side. There has been discussions when you look at the transit vision document and transit funding about different ways to do it. Unfortunately, it seems like, and if my memory serves me, several of them, were preempted at the state level, like a gas tax, right? And so, in a couple weeks, if you wouldn't mind bringing to us, or at least getting a document circulated that, and I think it exists. Again, I swear to goodness, I had it at one point. That document of the ways in which we have investigated alternative funding sources and revenue streams, just so the council has a full picture on what that may or may not look like outside of just the operating budget and our CIP dollars, as well as state and federal grants, dedicated funding streams.
Thank you, Commissioner. Councilman, we certainly will have that for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair. Yield back. Chair, you're muted.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Rosenfeld. Thank you for your presentation, and we look forward to part 2 of your presentation. I think this was very helpful to give us some initial perspective and background information on how we got to where we are and sort of what we need to do moving forward. Seeing no one else in the queue, I would like to adjourn the meeting of the Memphis City Council's Transportation Committee. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Order the MLGW committee meeting. Today is Tuesday, February 2nd, 2021. It is now 10:04 a.m. Lakivia, will you please call the roll?
Council members Canali, Carlisle,
Present.
Yvette,
Here.
Easton Thomas, Ford,
Yes. Here. Present.
Johnson,
Yes, present.
Jones, Logan,
Present.
Morgan,
Here.
Smiley,
I'm here.
Swearingen, Warren,
Present. Present.
thank you. Chair Robinson.
Present. Thank you. We have two items on our agenda this morning. Our first item is an update on the MLGW ballots. I requested this information and I'm going to turn the floor over to our attorney, Alan Wade.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This issue involves one of three pilots. We have electric and gas pilots that we deal with at the end of every year. They are authorized by state statutes. We have the water pilot, which I was looking at the current roster of the council. The last time we addressed this was in 2014, and I don't believe anybody that's presently on the council was here then. At that time, we, and let me go back and give you some background. Under our charter, the Board of MLGW shall furnish the city free, sufficient water for all fire hydrants, fire protection, sprinkling of the streets, and also for police stations. There's another provision for other entities like the school board, the general hospital, and the city crematory, which I don't think we have anymore, would get free water. Since 1939 up until about 2013, the city received free water from MLGW. In 2012, an issue arose raised by the state comptroller. There is a provision in the revenue bond law that says that basically a public utility has to charge the municipality the going rate for all services. I wasn't involved initially with that. I think Herman Morris was the city attorney then, and he asked us to give an opinion about the comptroller's request that we began to pay for water where we had not before. It was our opinion that that provision that he was relying on did not trump our charter provision because the revenue bond law specifically provided that it did not repeal any existing general or special or local law. But nevertheless, a decision was made rather than to litigate the issue with the state to reach an agreement where we would agree to pay for our water, the city would agree to pay for its water in consideration of an additional or incremental pilot payment of about $1.8 to $1.9 million. The intent of this agreement was that it would be budget neutral. Basically, MLGW had been providing water for free. So now what we would do is pay for extended it for the fiscal years 15, 16, and 17. And at the conclusion of that second resolution, we have done nothing up until the present time. So for fiscal years 18, 19, and 20, there was no agreement, there were no payments. So that's how that unfolded. And we can debate the whole 9 yards about that, but you know, my position that I'm presenting to you and my recommendation is that the past is the past. We need to move forward. And Chair Lady Robinson tasked me with interfacing with MLGW to try to reach an agreement going forward. And what I've done is presented each of you with a proposal today which addresses the pilot payments for water for fiscal years 21 through 25. And it also basically puts a lid on the past and says, you know, all that's abated. We're looking forward, and what we want to do is to reach some arrangement for those fiscal years. And in this document, I think if you go to page 2 on that document, it shows a schedule of payments for June, fiscal year June 30, 2021, 2 million. That's paid April 30, 2021. June 30, 2 million for the next fiscal year, 2.1, 2.2, and ending at 2.3. In order to avoid any lapses in the future, this resolution basically says that these payments will continue at the same level as the 2025 payment unless the council by resolution increases or decreases that amount going forward. And then the last paragraph reiterates the agreement that's been in every resolution before, which precipitated this whole exercise, is that in consideration of these payments, we waive the right to be supplied with free and sufficient water. Technically, I believe the city would have been just as happy to continue to receive free water rather than to have to receive a payment from MLGW. But nevertheless, it was always intended that that was the agreement and that it would be budget neutral. One of the problems in discussing this matter with MLGW is that I don't believe they have included any of these payments in their budget. And, you know, I think their theory was because we never asked for it, they didn't include it. But I don't believe that's a realistic expectation that we would wait 10 years to ask for it in the future. So, I mean, I think that's kind of where we are. I think they have to address internally how and what sources they would use to make these payments. And in anticipation of some cash flow issues that they have, there's a provision in this document which basically says that to the extent they don't pay this 2021 payment, it will be considered an investment for which we would receive a cumulative return of 6% until it's paid. But, you know, that's basically what I've presented. We are still in discussions with MLGW, but I wanted you to see the landscape and have the background of what this was all about. You know, I don't know that we're ready to act on it today. We probably still need to have some additional discussions, and MLGW can weigh in and give their perspective if they choose to do so.
Let me ask a question, Attorney Wade. Why are we handling water different than we do from gas and electric?
Okay, that's a good question. Under our charter, and this was all in our opinion that we wrote in 2012, what happened is that in 1935, the state enacted the revenue bond law. And that's the provision that the comptroller is relying on. That 35 provision was subsequently, our charter was subsequently added to the city's charter in 1939, 4 years later. And under our charter, and I think the general rules of construction is that the General Assembly is presumed to know what their laws are. And they gave us specific provisions, one, giving us free water, but our charter also provided that we would pay the going rate for gas and electric. So they made a clear distinction that they wanted us to have free water, but not free gas and electric. And we believe that that trumps the state law. So that answers your question, why they're treated differently.
Okay, thank you so much. Staff, please notate that Councilwoman Easter Thomas has joined us. We have one question by Councilman Warren.
Yes, it's for Councilor Wade. Is there any reason that we're not proceeding with the initial thought process of litigating this with the state so indefinitely from the future we can get free water while we make this compromise until that litigation is obtained? Because it seems to me that may not be an unwise move to go ahead and go back to what the original state recommendation was for us. Or do we just think the state will pass another law that would supersede it?
You know, to answer your question, and I'm not trying to be flippant, but that decision was made above my pay grade. I think the decision was questioned of whether we want to litigate or whether it would be more expedient to just reach an agreement. I would tell you, I don't have a good handle on how much we actually pay for water. We were given an estimate by Dana Jeans that we pay in 2014 2.6, we paid in 15 2.3, we paid in 16 2.9, and in 17 3 million. But he includes in there water from MATA, the zoo, and other items, the treatment plant, which is also, it's a enterprise fund. So I really don't know how we fare breaking even or not breaking even. But to answer your question, you know, it is an issue that we can take up with the comptroller. They may yield once they see our opinion, but if that's what the council wants us to do, we can certainly pursue it.
Well, if we did that, would that help MLGW since they don't have the amount budgeted? Okay, and I guess they're budgeting us paying them, so they don't have a budget for us or them paying us back. So they've gone 3 years without making this a neutral deal. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm not sure about this, but I'd like to hear what my fellow councilmen think. If it makes sense to think about at least pursuing what these options might be and coming back to us before we act on it to see if that's where we should go. So I'd like to hear what other people think. Maybe I'm missing a piece here, but it seems like that may be the cleanest and best way for us going forward in the future. Thank you. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We have one other council member in the queue, Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, interesting subject. A lot of history there and context. I probably should have spent more time in this area getting ready. I did not. I saw the resolution this morning, but I really didn't do my homework to understand the depth and history of what's happening. I recognize because we've discussed the 1935 issue as we've talked about other things, in particular a reimbursement as a form of a rebate, you know, as we discussed the TVA MLGW issue. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm kind of with Doc here in the sense that I don't know that I'm ready to weigh in on a decision today. I mean, this is a committee vote, so I'm happy to move it from committee down next in a couple of weeks, and you know we can either vote then or hold it there, you know, and we can again discuss it in committee. I'm somewhat indifferent. Alan, are you saying that we relying on the information from MLGW in order to make our calculations for the pilot?
I think, you know, initially they gave us information that showed that our water usage was less and that we had some incremental benefit from this payment. I don't think we have received updates on an annual basis to really know. So, I mean, I think if you were trying to match the two, you would want more in-depth information about it.
Yeah, right. Exactly. An independent audit, so to speak.
Yeah, that may negate the need for litigation. But to answer, to come back to Councilman Warren's issue, right now, they budget receiving revenue from us without any payment coming to us. So, I mean, it is somewhat of a benefit to their budget now and would probably be detrimental for us to reverse it. But I think they're talking about timing and how they can ease into this going forward. And we can have all those discussions with them at the table. I think that would be the thing that y'all really are interested in doing.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point. For me, again, and you said it, and I know there are other council members like the chair that have been dealing with this for a little bit of time. And for some of us, we're trying to get caught up to speed. And so to be at the table, I think would be prudent to just understand the issue. I always view this is a weird, how MLGW is classified is always seemingly an ongoing debate, right? And so I kind of view this as an intercompany balance, so to speak, because I see them as a division of the city government, whether they may or may not. So this is basically an intercompany balance, right? and how we end up net at the end of the year as we reconcile our books, so to speak. So, Councilman Warren, just to your point, kind of where I'm at, I don't think there's any rush. However, I recognize that should the council want to move and the city want to move expeditiously, just to, as Councilor Wade said, just to, start fresh, move forward. This is an option on the table. If we want to roll up our sleeves and kind of dig into it a little more, that's certainly an option. I'm at this point would like to do that. I may circle back and want to move with let's just move forward, cut clean break, and here's how we're going to go. But I'd like some time just to dive into it a little bit further to make sure I feel good about the decision that I'd like to make. So that's where I'm at. Madam Chair, thank you for the floor. I yield it back.
Thank you. President Young, did you have any comments or anyone on your staff?
Well, good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I will say that this is certainly something that I will say that it was something that I'm learning about probably with many of you. And I do believe I have, I believe with Cheryl, our General Counsel, Cheryl Patterson, and CFO Dana Jeans is on that can address more specifically. I will say this before either of them comment, and certainly want to be working in a spirit of cooperation, making sure that we do what's right, mainly for everyone involved. So certainly want to make sure we do this the right way, whether it's dealing with something has been suggested this morning or however the resolution is set. We need to do some more discussing and have some more conversation, but certainly interested in making sure that we resolve the issue in front of us. But I'll ask Cheryl or Dana if you want to chime in with any comments.
I'll chime in for very quickly just to say that I think it does bear some additional discussion. Some of what was going on with the comptroller as to some amendments that occurred to the revenue bond law, and so and then there is some there are some differences in language actually in our charter versus what's in state law, and we probably need to parse through all that before I would recommend that somebody try to litigate the issue. I think the timing issue Dana can really talk about, and I think it's mostly an issue for 2021, simply because our budget for 2021 has already been adopted without us knowing about about the desire to restart the payment this year. So Dana, I'll yield the floor to you to the extent that the chairman will allow.
All right. Thank you, Cheryl. This is Dana Jeans, MLGW CFO. And indeed, the point has been made that the incremental $2 million that's requested to be paid by April 30th, 2021, indeed was not part of our budget for 2021. So we've had some preliminary discussions with Attorney Wade with the suggestion that perhaps this be delayed a year in order for us to appropriately budget and take into account the necessity for identifying the source of these funds for upcoming years as well. As you know, the board and council approved our 5-year rate plan and capital investment plan. These incremental funds were not anticipated in that plan as we had not paid them in 2018, 19, or 20. But we are prepared to attempt to adjust subsequent years, but would ask that the council consider delaying this beyond 2021 in order for us to incorporate it in the 2022 budget and subsequent budgets going forward.
Does that conclude your comments from MLGW? And
yes, ma'am.
members, in 2018, we were told that we were going to move forward with our water palette. And it's my understanding we have a misunderstanding because the council did not create any documents, but we did make that request. So that's where we are. I'm going to allow the council to continue, our council to continue with negotiations with Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. And I ask this item come back at our next meeting before we move it downstairs. Is everybody in agreement?
Without objection, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Item number 2, there were no objections, so we're going to move forward to item number 2. It's a resolution approving MLGW's debt management policy revisions, and I yield the floor to President Young.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to again yield to Chief Financial Officer Dana Jeans to talk about the policy revisions that will be before the council regarding our debt management policy. So I'm going to call on you, Dana, to review that with the committee.
Yes, sir. So these are suggested changes that have been adopted by our board, now coming to the council committee for consideration. Modifications to our MLGW debt management policy. I believe you have a red line version of the policy, and we'll hit basically some of the high points. In the revised debt management policy on page 7, we have updated language regarding balloon indebtedness. And what balloon indebtedness means is basically any indebtedness that either has a final maturity date of 31 years or more after the date of issuance, or delays principal payment for more than 3 years after the date of issuance, or capitalizes interest beyond the latter of the construction period or 3 years from the date or of issuance, or does not have a substantially level or declining debt service. When we issued the 2020 Series B bonds back in September of 2020, this was a refunding of 2014 of several series of 2014 bonds that resulted in overall debt service savings of about $3.5 million by refunding these. This refunded maturities beginning in 2030 through 2034, and basically carved out a new structure, again, the 2020B. And this qualified as balloon indebtedness. We did receive approval from the state for this particular structure. And what we are doing now is memorializing this ability in our debt management policy. So this is the main change to our debt management policy, has to do with balloon indebtedness. We do have a few other more minor issues. We have on page 10, clarifying language regarding the professional services of bond counsel. And then on page 15, we have additional events that are related to continuing disclosure that are pursuant to rules from the Securities and Exchange Commission. So we have incorporated those additional requirements from the SEC into our events for continuing disclosure, and that's found on page 15. So these 3 major changes are what constitutes the revisions that we are bringing before you today, and will be bringing hopefully before the full council at the subsequent meeting for approval of our debt management policy. So I'll be happy to try to answer any questions that the council members may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jeans. Councilman Warren, I'm sorry if I skipped you. Did you have a question this time?
Yes, ma'am, I did. You actually summed up what I was going to say, and when you skipped me, so it was all good.
Okay.
But
So now I see you in again. Okay.
I left it up there for this time, and then Councilman Jones came in, so I put it after him just in case you might be confused. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we have a copy of the pre-change document? The document that we have already has the. Okay, no, I see now. Never mind. Thanks for presenting both.
Okay. Councilman Warren.
Yes, I was thinking that we were putting this balloon, I guess, capability in because of something that we needed to do in the future. Did I hear it right that we'd already done this and we didn't have the balloon capability in, and we're just trying to update it and get it in there after the fact? Is that correct?
So any balloon indebtedness requires state comptroller approval. And so what we did with the 2020B series actually met the criteria to be defined as balloon indebtedness. We approached the state comptroller regarding that when we did the issue, and we received a letter of approval for that specific issue. So what we're trying to do here with the debt management policy, and this was also part of their recommendation, that in addition to approving that particular issue, that we update our debt management policy as well for specific approval in the future. But any balloon indebtedness, regardless of being in our debt management policy or not, does require the state comptroller approval on a case-by-case basis. But we're essentially memorializing the ability to do that in accordance with state funding board guidelines in the debt management policy.
So what happened was we didn't have it in our policy, but we did it. And now we want to make sure we have it in our policy in case we want to do it in the future. Is that right?
That's correct. And we, as I mentioned again, we did have a specific comptroller approval for the series that we did back in September. But we just want to memorialize this in our debt management policy for whatever we may choose to do in the future that would be defined as balloon indebtedness.
Dana, can you just sort of remind me and I guess the rest of us how this particular balloon note benefits MLGW long term as far as your finances on this debt at this time? What advantages do we get by doing this particular balloon note, and why the controller thought it was a good idea?
Yes, so this was a refunding of debt that was issued in 2014. And of course, the interest rates at the time, the prevailing rates, and these particular bonds that were refunded were maturities that occur from 2030 through 2034. And based on the prevailing interest rates currently, we were able to do a taxable refunding of those 2014 maturities by issuing the 2020B series debt, which was $29 million. And that issuance resulted in about $3.5 million of reduced debt service. So this would be similar to refinancing your house note and gaining savings from that. So that's essentially what that transaction was about. And it was approved by the state comptroller on the basis that it did have a benefit to our overall finances.
Yeah, I just don't understand. I guess I'm not a financial guy. I just don't, like, we're looking at this balloon note that we're going to do, hopefully, as we do our CIP, program the mayor brought up, and that sort of fills in when we have a reduction in our debt payment. So we see where it's going to come in and save us money, but this evidently is doing it year by year from the moment we put it in. Is that correct?
Yeah, on this specific case, this specific example that I'm citing, the 2020B series, that is the benefit. The provisions in the revised debt management policy would allow us also the ability to capitalize interest after the construction period. So if we had some significant investment, we could use capitalized interest to essentially take advantage of potentially savings that would occur after that investment came online. So whether it would be a power plant or whatever the case is, it's essentially a long-lived investment that would provide some benefits. But during a construction period, you could essentially delay the principal repayment of that investment. So that is also captured in our debt management policy, as well as this repayment structure that we used on the 2020B series.
So this sort of positions us in case we're in the position that we're actually leaving MISO to be able to obtain balloon notes to allow us to capitalize and then defer interest until we get payments coming in the future. Is that sort of a way we're positioning ourselves with this?
Yes, it does deal with that as well, yes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your explaining that to me. I thought that's what it was for. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Jones, I see that you're in the queue. However, our attorney would like to speak on this item. I'll come back to you. Alan Wade.
Madam Chairman, Mr. Jeans addressed the issue specifically that this comptroller's thing was a case-specific issue, and this policy is dealing with the future. So I think he made that very clear. So I'm done.
Okay. This is a question to you, Mr. Wade. How does this impact the approval of the city council before all this happens with the state? Will we get to see it before it leaves the city? Does it go directly from MLGW to the state? What happens in that process?
You mean this policy or future issues?
Future.
Future issues are approved by you before they are valid. So any balloon indebtedness like we did this time would be approved by you, and the state law and the comptroller requires us to provide you with their approval before you approve bonds. So you're in the know all the way throughout the process.
Okay, is that in writing in this document? I didn't see that.
I don't have the document, but I know the comptroller's letter in the 2020B bonds specifically says we have to provide it to the legislative body and we have to publish it for the public before the bonds are approved. And we did do that.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Jones.
Ms. Wade, you said we did do that for this 2020 issue that we're talking about here?
Yes, I can provide you with the minutes of our meeting presented to you by me. I presented the comptroller's letter, the plan of refunding, and the balloon indebtedness approval. That was all presented to you at a public meeting, and I can provide the details of it if you like.
Okay. Well, let me just say too, though, but I find the manner in which we are doing this very problematic, because anytime we're talking about a balloon indebtedness, there are risks, whether those risks be higher or different borrowing costs than what traditional means would have been. So I guess we find ourselves in a fortuitous interest rate environment, but I think it'll be more helpful for us to know what we're doing on the front end versus coming back and saying, because it wasn't, I don't recall it being presented to us in the manner that, hey, this represents a balloon payment. And I understand that we're not necessarily, this is not a balloon payment in the sense that at the end or on the back end, we have to come up with a lump sum payment. But if interest rates, I don't know what would have been the case if interest rates would have taken a different direction, if we would have approved or known that we were approving these types of bonds, because that's always the risk when we're talking about something different than a traditional financing method. But I would just from a going forward, and, we may not necessarily have an issue like this during the remainder of the time that I'm on the council, but I think that for the knowledge of future councils, that future councils need to know on the front end, well, this is a traditional way in which we're going to market, or this is a balloon payment, or a non-traditional way in which we're going about to do this. But, just to codify it after the fact, I still find that problematic. And I would hope that, if it's here now, and we won't have that issue going forward, but I still just find it problematic that we went about that route with this particular bond issue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if I could just add one thing.
Yes, sir.
And Dana can correct me if I'm wrong, but the comptroller is probably going to be very constrained to approve a tail end balloon like you would traditionally think it to be the case. I mean, I think the city got in trouble doing that in the past. These are more deferred payments, technically, not a balloon in the traditional sense that you would say. So I think the comptroller's regulations are going to prevent any of the kind of machinations that you're concerned about, Councilman Jones.
But no, I get that, but based upon, so whenever you're talking about, and the analogy that I provided the last time was that going back to those furniture offers, when they're offering you, you don't have to pay for 36 months or 24 months, there's still some risk in there. If you miss a payment or all of that interest comes due at one particular point in time. And so I just provide, there's no such thing as a free lunch. And there are risks with any type of bond, any type of anything beyond a traditional bond issue. But I'm just saying that we need to know that on the front end before we're asked to approve something. I know it's not one of those traditional bond payments, and I think that's something that Chief Ford talked about when we were looking at this on the city side. But one of the representations that was made was that MLGW is doing this. Well, MLGW was doing this without it being codified in their debt management policy. So that's my only issue with this. I understand it's not a traditional balloon payment in that, but we need to know that on the front end.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Jones. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you. So I just want to clarify some things I'm hearing. First off, there's no interest rate risk. Unless, Dana, is this a variable rate bond?
No, sir. This was
okay. So there's zero interest rate risk. Yeah, zero interest rate risk. And so, and yes, the debt management policy should have been cleared up before we did it, but there's zero interest rate risk. This is not a capital appreciation bond where there's a set deferred timeline. This is basically, the best I can sum up, is basically what's called a mini perm, where you are paying interest only. And basically when you convert to permanent debt, you're re-amortizing the principal payments on a set structure. So I'm building an apartment building. I'm drawing down on a loan and I am paying interest on what I'm drawing down, but not the principal. I get my certificate of occupancy, and now I've got a fully in-service asset that begins its depreciation cycle. And now we are paying the full principal payments plus its interest, chopping down on the bond payment. That's why this meets the metric of balloon indebtedness, because it's a deferred principal payment and it's IO only for a certain number of years. And I think it's up to 36 months once the bond has been issued. Is it 36 months to get it into service?
Correct.
Yeah. So there's a significant difference. Balloon indebtedness is probably too broadly used in the context of debt issuances, which can create some misunderstandings, but that's how the bond functions in this particular setting. And the last thing that's important is that, yes, the state comptroller, anytime there's balloon indebtedness, has to give their blessing. And to Alan's point, they're very, very hesitant to do so. And I think what I'm hearing is we issued the bond and he wanted to even review whether it classified as balloon indebtedness, determined that it did, and then was willing to approve it from their end. And that's why I think we approved the bond issuance in May. And so you guys didn't even really get approval till September, is what I'm hearing. So there was a long timeline in order to classify the definition of that bond cycle. But it's completely different than a capital appreciation bond. And to Dr. Warren's point, yes, Dr. Warren, now that the debt management policy allows for them to apply for balloon indebtedness, at any time they can apply to do so, but it's got to come through the body. State comptroller has to be brought into the loop and approve it. So it's not like MLGW can just go and do these things in a silo. We're still the approving authority for them. And so I just wanted to clarify all of that, I think, at least for the public or for anybody else, but and maybe even just for myself to some degree, but I think it's critically important that we understand what each individual kind of point that was brought up. This is just a different funding mechanism, but the interest rates on these bonds, unless they're variable rate bonds, are locked in when the bond is issued. It has nothing to do with that. And so now is absolutely the time to go lock in when the Fed's at 0 and maybe headed to negative interest rates. It's just a reamortization of the principal payments when they begin. So with that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions by our council members? Any other council members?
One other
Attorney-
comment, Madam Chair.
Okay, go ahead, Councilman
One
Jones.
thing, and along those lines, that I'm with you, Councilman Carlisle, but there could be a premium when we do these types of balloon payments versus a traditional route. And so we're in a fortuitous low interest rate environment, but I just refuse to believe that these are on the surface the same as the traditional amount. Whether it's 15, 20, 25 basis points difference, I think that could be a difference, and we need to know that on the front end. So that's the basis for making those statements.
Okay, thank you. Council members, we need a motion on this item.
Motion to approve.
Morgan seconds.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved and properly seconded. Lakivia, will you please call the roll on item number 2?
Can I get the motion and the second again?
It was moved by Councilman Warren, seconded by Councilman Morgan.
Thank you. Okay, council members, Canali?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Carlisle?
Aye.
Covette?
Yes.
Easter Thomas?
Yes.
Ford?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
Jones?
Aye.
Logan?
Aye.
Morgan?
Yes.
Smiley? Swearingen? Warren?
Aye.
Chair Robinson?
Aye. That motion passes. Aye for Smiley. That motion passes. Thank you. That ends our MLGW committee meeting. We are now adjourned. Thank you.
Mr. Young, will you please stay on the line? We'll handle the MLGW item first in the next committee. The Memphis City Council Budget Committee is called to order. Ms. Hayes, will you please call roll?
Councilman Canali?
Here.
Councilman Carlisle?
Here.
Councilman Covette?
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Present.
Councilman Ford?
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson?
Present.
Councilman Jones?
Here.
Councilwoman Logan,
Present.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Present.
Councilman Smiley,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Swingerton, Councilman Warren,
President.
Chair Morgan.
Here. Okay, thank you very much. We have 2 items on today's agenda, and we're going to do the second agenda item first while we have Mr. Young here. So agenda item number 2 is a resolution requesting that the administration allocate $2,000 a year to the Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Voter Education Program to provide voter registration information to residential account holders. This resolution is sponsored by Councilman Smiley and Councilman Ford. Councilman Smiley, do you want to take this and make the motion on it?
Yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you, Chair Morgan. So I think this body remembers a while back, we unanimously approved a resolution to, I guess, engage in MLGW for them to include a voter registration handout or slip into their new registrations, new customers in that. But, you know, they came back after taking a look at the program and what it would be a cost to them, and they end up saying it would be approximately a de minimis amount of $2,000 a year to implement this program. So we come back with this resolution and just essentially asking the administration to allocate $2,000 a year for this voter registration portion of the engagement with MLGW. And Councilman Ford so graciously, I think he agreed, and correct me if I'm wrong, to use $2,000 of the money he has remaining from his grant funds to pay for the first implementation of this voter registration program. With that, Councilman Ford, if you have anything you would like to say before I move this item.
You're gonna move it and I'm gonna second, and that's what we got this allocation. Yeah, for the first year, they should go ahead and pay that $2,000 where we can get the ball rolling. So move.
All right. So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly seconded. I don't see anyone with questions or comments in the queue. There's some people that would like to be added as co-sponsors. If that's the case, please put it in the side chat or message Ms. Hayes directly. Mr. Young, anything, or should we go to a roll call vote?
We're good to go. So I think we've discussed it, and we're good to go. So you can go ahead and take the vote.
All right, Ms. Hayes, will you please call the roll on agenda item number 2?
Councilman Canale,
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle,
Aye.
Councilman Covett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Issa Thomas,
Yes.
Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Aye.
Councilman Smiley,
Yes, ma'am.
Councilwoman Swingerton, Councilman Warren,
Aye.
and Chair Morgan.
Yes. All right, that item receives a favorable recommendation. Yeah, without objection, same night minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that receives a favorable recommendation and will be on our agenda this afternoon. Onto agenda item, thank you all. Onto agenda item number 1 is a presentation by PFM on amending the debt management policy. Who will be presenting from PFM?
Good morning. This is Lauren Lowe with PFM. I need to figure out how to share my screen. If you'll bear with me 1 second.
Like the action pictures.
Yeah, I see a little league catcher. So,
Or my messy desktop. I need to figure out which one you want to call it. I also note that my video does not work with GoToMeetings, nor can I see your videos, but I understand that you can hear me properly and clearly, right?
correct.
Okay. Let me just move my presentation over and hopefully this works just fine. I'm a little concerned about the size and the clarity. Can you all see that, or should I try to correct my sharing?
Ms. Lowe, if you could go to the top of your screen where
Yes.
it says display settings, right at the top in the toolbar, display settings at the very top in the
right here,
taskbar.
yes.
No, click on it. You need to
Yep.
switch your screen. Okay, swap presenter view, slide view. There you go.
Is that better?
Yes.
Perfect.
Wonderful. Thank you for helping me. I'm not presenting on IT today. I'm only presenting on proposed debt structure for Accelerate Memphis. I will check to see if Chief Ford or Chief McGowan have any intro remarks before I start my presentation.
I guess I'll start since Chief Ford's not on and just say this is an introduction, as Lauren said. This is about the balloon indebtedness that we just talked about. This is the debt structure that we had to go to the state comptroller request in order to bring forward to you the Accelerate Memphis program. And so we wanted Lauren, who gave us the financial advice on this, to be able to present to you, and you could hear from her. Chief Ford, go ahead. I heard you just jump on. Oh, thank you. Good morning, council members. Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer, 5343 Mason Road, Memphis, Tennessee, 38120. Thank you for the opportunity for us to come back before you today for additional information related to the proposed debt structure that we have offered for your consideration. Ms. Lowe is the Managing Director of PFM and has been in guidance with us as advisor from the very initial onset of even the thought of this project. And we are delighted to have her here today to give you kind of a broad overview and to provide any additional information or answer any questions you might have in that regard. So Lauren, thank you so much for making yourself available to be with us here today. Thank you.
Thank you both. I will get started. Please feel free to interrupt and ask questions as you see fit. Some of this information has been shared previously, but we've also added some additional context and color as we went through the analysis that we've been working on with the city. So let's see how, okay. So the first step in this process was for PFM to review and analyze the city's existing debt profile. So the graphic you have in front of you provides several critical elements through the analysis. So the red or the pink shaded area at the bottom of the graph represents the annual debt payments the city makes on its existing debt. On top of that, we wanted to factor in that we know the city utilizes commercial paper to fund its projects on an interim basis, and then they convert that commercial paper to long-term bonds. We factored in that the city has existing commercial paper and you will take it to long-term debt, and that is expected to occur in FY 2021. And then there would be an anticipation of a new authorization of commercial paper, and that would be converted to long-term debt approximately 2 years later. So the blue area stacks on top of the red area to create a future debt profile for the city. So what your future debt payments would look like. So for FY 21, the annual debt service payments for the city were approximately $146 million. That does include principal and interest. We have understood that the debt service fund can fund approximately $154 million, and that's a comfort level for the debt service fund. So we use that as sort of the baseline for affordability. As I mentioned earlier, the blue area stacks on top. So we factored in the commercial paper program that the city utilizes. That's a $150 million program. And so the blue area represents a takeout of $150 million to long-term debt in FY 21 and 23. The debt payments after considering that commercial paper takeout would increase to approximately $159 million in FY 2025. The payments would decline thereafter, and what's very visible on this graphic is the declining payments out of the debt service fund, which occurs in FY 2027. So we factor, and that is approximately $63 million of a decline in FY 27, and factoring in the commercial paper takeout in the blue area. We then wanted to factor and measure the city's debt capacity, and that is based on, we assumed that the city could afford $154 million in debt payments for the next 25 years, and we took a present value of the difference between your current payments and what you expect to pay on commercial paper, and the difference is present value to today to determine what your debt capacity is based on the $154 million affordability. That number is $847 million. So that substantial decline in your debt service creates substantial capacity to issue debt in the future. This information in front of you is the table format of the information that was included in the graphic. So the first line represents your current debt service payments. The second line represents the future takeout in commercial paper. You'll see that is cumulative. So we show 10 million, which increases to approximately 19 million. That's the 2 terms of taking out commercial paper of 150 million each, resulting in total annual debt service payments in that bottom line that would come out of the debt service fund. I have a green circle here on the right-hand side to highlight and focus on the fact that there's a substantial decline from FY 2026 to 2027, which creates the substantial capacity that we referred to earlier. And that is approximately 847 million in today's dollars. We were asked to consider a project of approximately 200 million and what that would look like from an affordability standpoint on the city's debt service fund. So we did assume a $200 million level debt service financing. You'll see that now is added to is now a blue area. So what the red area in this chart represents is not only the existing debt payments from the previous slide, we did fold in and add the debt service payments for that future commercial paper. So the red area represents the future debt profile of the city or debt payments, and we added in on the blue a $200 million level debt service transaction to see how that would look from an affordability standpoint. To fund approximately $200 million in projects with level debt service, the cost of capital is about $11.6 million annually. It results in the annual debt service payments increasing to approximately 170 million at the peak of this debt profile that you have in front of you. That's about 16 million over the preferred level of $154 million. Recognizing the affordability of the debt service fund is approximately 154 million, up to 170 would require additional pennies to be allocated to the debt service to cover the increased cost. Then we wanted to understand and factor in, well, what would this transaction of $200 million level debt service, how would it impact your debt capacity? It would reduce the debt capacity of the city after the issuance of the commercial paper that we referred to and the $200 million, the debt capacity would be reduced to approximately $726 million. In our opinion, that is still ample debt capacity, and we still see a nice decline in debt service payments in FY 2027. The table here is the same materials that was provided in the graphic, but in table format, so you can see the actual numbers. The top line does not change, but what it does reflect is that's the debt service existing payments of the city, including the commercial paper takeout that we referred to earlier. And then the second line adds in a $200 million level debt service payment. You can see those payments sort of ramp up and will level out at that 11.6 million, which is rounded up to 12 million per year. The total debt service payments out of the debt service fund is that bottom line, and I've highlighted here the areas where it increases to its peak in 2025 of 170 million. Which is over the city's preferred level of 154 million, and I referenced the future debt capacity of approximately 726 million after the issuance of a $200 million level debt service financing. So we were approached with several goals and worked through a proposed solution and option for this group to consider. So the goal was to leverage that future debt capacity, but balancing the debt service affordability. So the proposed solution and option to consider was capital appreciation bonds, or we'll refer to them as CABs. This will allow that the debt payments will not start, no interest will be paid, nor principal until FY 2027, when the city has a substantial decline in its annual debt service payments. The other goal was to fund various types of projects associated with Accelerate Memphis, including several projects that were deemed aligned with private development. Therefore, we had to take that $200 million in projects and really find the right avenue or vehicle for them to borrow through. That led us to $180 million, which are not aligned with private development, to be financed through the Public Building Authority. And then the 20 million that were aligned with private development, they would need to be financed through EDGE, that's the Industrial Development Board of the city and the county. This is in consultation with the city's co-bond council as they reviewed and vetted the projects. Also, part of this process would include seeking the, it's sort of nice to come after MLGW on the topic of balloon indebtedness, because this proposed financing and debt structure would need the approval of the Office of Local Finance. So we would need to seek a request for balloon indebtedness approval. And the key word here is manageable, because we do know that the state looks very critically on these. They thoroughly review the analysis and the opportunity for its local governments. So the proposed structure would have 180 million of capital appreciation bonds through the PBA requiring a balloon debt approval. However, the 20 million that we referenced through the IDB or EDGE would be current interest bonds. So looking to the state, they would not be approving the entire plan of finance as balloon indebtedness, just the 180 million of CABs through the PBA. This graphic is the proposed debt structure that I outlined in the previous slide. It's $180 million of CABs and 20 million of current interest bonds. So funding the 180 million in projects with CABs will not increase the annual debt service payments until it becomes affordable for the city, which would be in FY 2027, but is considered balloon indebtedness. Future, the FY 2027 through and including 2046 annual debt service payments, including the current interest bond structure, would be about $14.5 million a year. You can see that the blue shaded area, there is a slight increase in the area that I highlighted up at the top, which would be between FY 22 and 2026, but that's a much more manageable increase in comparison to the increase from the level debt service or structure that I presented earlier. We did want to also factor in how this structure would impact the city's debt capacity. And based on this financing, including the existing debt profile of the city and taking the commercial paper out that we referenced earlier, would leave the city with approximately $689 million of future debt capacity. You will see that the area chart represents that the debt service payments of the city still substantially decline in FY 2027. The table in front of you is the same materials provided in the graphic. The first line item will represent the existing debt service and the commercial paper takeout that we've had in the previous scenarios. And then we have layered in the proposed debt structure, which is the 180 million in CABs and 20 million in SIBs, or current interest bonds, and how that would be factored into the affordability of the debt service fund. You can see that there is a very small increase to the annual debt service payments between 22 and through and including 26. That is related to the 20 million of current interest bonds to be financed through EDGE. And then the increase in 2027 when you factor in the CABs that would be issued through the PBA. For the total debt service payments peaking at FY 2025 at approximately 160 million. After the issuance of this transaction, the debt capacity of the city would be approximately 689 million in today's dollars. Here is a comparison of the two structures and analysis that we went through with the city. So these are the average annual payments based on a level debt service structure would be approximately 12 million. One thing to consider is those payments would start to be an actual payment for the city very quickly. So, you know, FY 2023, 24, those payments would be need to be factored into the affordability of the debt service fund, versus the proposed debt service structure that we have in front of you today, which includes CABs and the 20 million of current interest bonds. That $15 million does not kick in or not become an active payment that comes out of the debt service fund till 2027, with the exception of that $1 million that we saw in the previous table. The total debt service obligation, it is more expensive to issue the proposed structure. So in comparison, the base case level debt service structure would be approximately $281 million. That is total principal and interest over the life of the financing, over 25 years, comparative to the proposed debt structure with CABs and SIBs of approximately $290 million in principal plus interest over the life of the financing. And then we've always had our eye on the remaining debt capacity to ensure that the city is balancing the future opportunities while also investing today. And that the comparison of the remaining debt capacity under a base case scenario, which would be $726 million, comparative to a lower debt service, debt capacity number of approximately $689 million. Both of those are after the issuance of the proposed, or the scenarios that we're evaluating here. So one consideration that we went through in going through the analysis with the city is that, is there a better time to consider CABs? Because when we went into the process, we were very concerned about the additional cost incurred by CABs, because that interest is not being paid out actively. It accretes until we get to that affordability point, which is in FY 2027. So given that the interest accrues until maturity, an ultra low interest rate environment is preferred if you're going to issue CABs in order to minimize the additional interest costs that it accretes over time. The graphic in front of you takes the last 10 years, which, and all things being considered, has been considered a low interest rate environment in general. The CAB structure, or any debt of the city, has an approximate useful life of around 10 to 12 years. So what we did is we took a 10-year interest rate in our current market. So meaning we focus on MMD, it's an index that we price municipal bonds off of. We took the 10-year interest rate and we looked at the average of it since 2010 to today. That's the blue line you see here. So for putting an actual number on the piece of paper here, it's a little bit over 2%. That 10-year cost of capital has been it's averaged about 2.1% over the last 10 years. The red shaded areas represents when that 10-year rate was higher than the average, and so that means that it would be more expensive to issue a structure like CABs. The green shaded area is the environment by which your 10-year borrowing cost is below the average. So I've highlighted and circled that area to the far right, which demonstrates the ultra low interest rate environment we're in. Therefore, you know, to the extent you were looking to issue CABs and that interest is going to accrete, we would want it to accrete at a lower interest rate versus a higher interest rate. So this graphic helped us sort of look at not only we looked at leading up to this, we looked at the affordability aspect and the costs for the city. This is sort of taking all that off the table and really focusing just purely on market conditions. And would there be a better time than not to issue CABs? And what left this analysis with confirming that yes, now would be a better time if you were to consider issuing CABs. So in summary, it's our understanding that the city would like to take advantage of the current interest rate environment and the current market conditions to invest in Accelerate Memphis. And in order to do so and not materially affect the city's near-term budget, especially considering the additional unknowns related to COVID, the city was considering the use of capital appreciation bonds coupled with the current interest bonds for the 20 million we referenced earlier. While the CAB structure does qualify as balloon indebtedness, as we referenced, the CAB structure still preserves, in our opinion, ample future debt capacity and would not overburden the future tax base, as usually is a factor in looking at balloon indebtedness. So I know that was a lot of information. I am happy to take questions. I know there's questions in the queue, so I will defer to the moderator and how I should respond to questions accordingly. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Lowe. We do have some council members in the queue, and I'll have some questions once the queue is complete. First up is Councilman Warren.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I've got the right take home from this. At first, I was sort of confused about why there was still a blue line with the debt, and then you explained that because evidently the $20 million is going to be on a continuous debt payment, and we'll just pay that off with a CIB. I think I heard that correctly. The other thing was it looked like the total cost of doing this with a balloon note for us is about $9 million. That we'll be paying more over time than we would if we did a continuous note and paid it as we went forward. And it's my understanding if we try to do a continuous note, we would take us up to $170 million a year, which is above our threshold for what's actually recommended by the state as a debt that we should be paying and still be balanced as a city government. And it seemed to me like the only downside of doing this balloon note was that we would be reducing our borrowing capacity in the future from $726 million to that $689 million or $38 million less borrowing capacity. So it's the borrowing capacity reduction and $9 million more we're paying to be able to get $180 million of investment now as opposed to later. And I want to make sure that what I'm saying is correct and those assumptions are right.
Yes, I can confirm all your assumptions and your statements are correct.
Thank you. I just, so this is sort of complicated and I just want to make sure I understood it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chair. Chief Ford, I just want to make sure that I'm looking at this the right way. So in our debt service fund right now today, we've got $1.3 billion in outstanding GO bonds, $180 million in outstanding appropriation bonds, and then $50 million roughly in commercial paper for a total of $1.53 billion.
Good morning, Councilman. Thank you. That is approximately correct. That includes all of our debt, which is it also includes the state revolving loans for sewer and stormwater as well. That is all inclusive.
So even the enterprise funds are wrapped up in the debt service fund.
That is correct.
Right. Okay. And that was my next question because I just want to make sure, I'm new to this here because the TDZ lines are on there, which are servicing themselves, but the city still stands behind them as the creditor. It's on our balance sheet.
Correct.
And so even though they're a special revenue fund, we still book them through the debt service fund.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. And then Chief Ford, last question. We're focused on debt service, which I get at the end of the day when we're budgeting, a lot of councils are looking at it, we're looking at cash flow. How much debt are we retiring in the next 5 years? And it looks like I know there's a series of it. So let's just say, because it looks like in the appropriation bond line items, there are several retirements occurring, but how much will we retire basically on 27 by fiscal year 2027?
So I would look to page 2 of the presentation of Lauren's presentation, and you can the lines coming down like we have the red. There you go. So even without considering our future takeout commercial paper, which obviously we would continue to do, you can see the decrease there as it comes. So incrementally, it's coming down as various issues. Previous issues are retiring, or we're refunding those debts. So you can see the declining balance there. The overview there with the future commercial takeout, you do have to take into consideration that we roll that, about every year and 3/4 or every 2 years.
Right, and then we convert. I guess my question is, but that's debt service coming down as we're retiring debt. I'm asking, how much debt are we retiring? 50, 60 million. I know at least 60, at least, unless I'm wrong here. It looks like 60 million from the appropriation bonds that are maturing. And then there was another, and I was doing this probably too quickly on the fly. There was about a 50 or 60 million dollar general obligation bond retirement that looked like it was coming to full maturity. And so I was just trying to get a flavor of where we were headed, but we could probably talk about that more offline. I know other people have questions. Last question I've got. I'm sorry, tell me your name again from PFM.
Sure,
Lauren?
Lauren Lowe,
Lauren.
L-O-W-E.
All right, thank you. You mentioned earlier when you were looking at level debt service, as far as capacity, you discounted back to present value. What was your discount rate in the
4%.
calc?
4%.
Okay. Awesome. All right, thank you, Chair. Yield back.
All right, thank you. Councilman Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can someone turn to page or to slide 9, please? Thank you. So, and help me, I'm trying to see if I'm understanding this correctly. The base case is just where we are now. That is not taking on any debt going forward. Is that correct?
No, the base case is actually, we looked at funding $200 million with a traditional level debt service structure.
Okay.
So more consistent with how the city has previously funded its GO debt.
Okay, gotcha. So, and maybe what I'm doing on this paper is incorrect. So if I took 12 million annual debt service times 25 years, that gives me 300 million. If I take 15 million times 25 years, that gives me 375 million. So we're talking about going a traditional route versus the proposed debt structure. We're talking about a difference of annual total debt service of 75 million. If I'm just, apples to apples here. Now,
Councilman Jones?
Yes.
This is Chief McGowan. I appreciate you asking that question because that's on this chart. That's one of the questions I had too. The difference is the 12 years is over 25 years of payments that start in FY22, and the 15 million doesn't start until FY27. And they both end at exactly the same time. So 15 million is being paid over 20 years. The 12 million would be paid over 25 years.
Oh, okay,
So
gotcha.
They both add up to 300 million if you do the math, but the next line down shows you what the actual difference in repayment is. I had the same question as just an issue. We didn't have all the notes on the graph, but I appreciate you asking that.
Okay, great. So that's over 20 years or 20?
For the
Yes, sir.
proposed structure, it would be over 20 years since the payments begin in 2027. And thank you, Chief McGowan. I'm sorry, I should have been more clear on this graphic and my comments.
Okay, that is very helpful because I was about to say, looking at things equally, I was saying, well, 75 million only gets us, we're paying 75 million more, and then total debt service of $9 million more for $36 less million of borrowing capacity. That doesn't sound like a good deal to me.
Yes, sir. We would not bring that to you or the mayor. That would not be a good deal.
Okay, so that is very helpful. But now, if we go to slide 2, but now all of these assumptions are based upon our current debt service rate that's built into the tax rate, our current revenues being the same, not increasing over any period of time, correct? But what we're also saying, going back to slide 2 though, is that where we are right now, we really have only about $8 million worth of borrowing capacity, of additional debt service that we can take on if we were to go the traditional route. Am I reading that correctly?
I'm so sorry. Can you restate the question? I want to make sure I fully understand.
So I'm looking at these two figures here, the 146 million of 2021 annual debt service, then the amount that the debt service can afford. But we're saying we only have about, under our current income and expense structure, only have about $8 million worth of capacity based upon where we are now.
Yes, sir, that is correct. However, we also factored in that commercial paper takeout. So the city will, so when you factor in the commercial paper refinancing, and we did assume that would be level debt service, you actually don't have any additional capacity based on the 154 million. You can see where the blue line is either right at or slightly above the green line of 154 million.
Okay, but still, so we don't have it in front of us, but I do recall that doing budget, if we have a breakdown of what our tax rate is, there is a certain amount that goes towards debt service, and that's still assuming that that stays the same. All of these estimates are based upon that staying the same, not that we increase it or decrease it, or that it just remains the same, and that's what our capacity is based upon for these numbers, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
All right, thank you, Councilman Jones. I've got some questions as well. It's going to touch on some similar subjects from Councilman Carlisle and Jones. If we can go to page 5 of the presentation, in a little bit what Councilman Jones was saying, I mean, these are a ridiculously low interest rate environment, but even then, it still surprises me that deferring payments for 5 years will only cost 5% of the principal. So I just wanted to dig a little bit more into the base case scenario. We see the payment schedule here of starting at 8 million to 9, then building up to 12, which I think is not 12, but 11.6, just rounded up.
That's
why?
correct.
So why are these payments not fully amortized?
So that's a great question. The balloon indebtedness law does allow for you to ramp up your payments and it not be considered balloon indebtedness until you hit the 3rd year. So as long as you're fully amortizing those payments by the 3rd year, you are not considered balloon indebtedness. So we structured this to conform and be consistent with that law, but not require the state's approval. So you can see there are some payments occurring, but not the full 11.6, because we did start, the original process was just straight line level debt service. That clearly was not affordable. It became unaffordable immediately. And so we looked to still staying within the state laws, but giving the projects a little bit more flexibility before we went to the CAB structure, because we really wanted to make sure we looked at every option.
Okay, terrific. And then if we can go to page 9. Again, looking at that difference. So I have the debt service schedule for the $181 million in cabs. And I think that was like 12.89 in annual payments. And then you layer on top the 20 million in the CIBs. So it doesn't come out to exactly 15 million. What is the number that we're rounding to? Because even at 20 years, you multiply that by 15 million and you get 300 million, not 290.
Yeah, so and I don't have the table in front of me. This is actually a conservative number. It's, if I were going from memory, I think it ended up being about 14.3 million. I don't have the table in front of me.
Okay.
But we wanted to be consistent with some materials that had been shared in the past, recognizing that the market does change, and also trying to be more conservative in every step of the way to ensure we're not presenting a rosier picture than actually could prevail.
Okay, no, perfect. If it's 14.3 million, then the math lines up. Great. That's what I was struggling with some of the roundings. Okay. And then back to Councilman Carlisle's point, talking about retiring debt and principal. I don't have my, this Chief Ford, this is more directed towards you. I don't have my CAFR handy. Do we have in the CAFR kind of a historical and future looking on these annual debt payments we're making of about 150 million before it drops off? how much of that debt payment is in interest and how much is in principal every year?
It does vary with the years, but in our coming year, we will retire approximately 93 million in principal. And again, that's kind of our guiding factor on our CIP budget, is that, we never want to borrow more than we're paying back in principal.
Okay, and is that how we're getting to the debt cliff, where we're finally coming to the end of, to make it kind of a common term, like a mortgage, where almost every payment is entirely principal. So for the next 5-6 years, we're really making majority principal payments rather than interest. And that's how we get our total debt from 1.35 billion down to around 800 million.
And yes, that is correct. Because as you see, I'm going to take you back 10 years ago when in 2015, when we restructured the debt to kind of level out these payments, we extended it by 1 year, which took us to 2026, which then you get your debt cliff in 2027. And so we can, I can get Deputy Walker to give you a breakout, because we do this for our bond rating councils all the time, of the layout of each kind of layer of debt. And when you look at the different layers, and I think Councilman Carlisle kind of mentioned this, when you look at the different layers of debt and the issues we have, the issuances of debt that are retiring each year, you can see the difference between, when you have a big issue that's in its end days, it's all principal, it's mostly principal, whereas our newer issues are basically more interest.
Okay, I would love to see that from Mr. Walker. It took me about 10 days, but it finally clicked on a phone call at 12:30 this morning, as I was still going over the numbers with a friend. And then the last question is just kind of a fun one. Obviously, this is done in light of CIP that the City Council has not seen yet. So I'm almost wondering what in the world is left in the CIP budget, other than kind of the annual operating expenses we do, that were saved for, and we may get into that budget and why it was preferred for them to be done in the CIP with those traditional bonds versus doing it now as part of Accelerate Memphis. Because a lot of these projects, it looks like you can just simply mix and match from Accelerate Memphis to our CIP. But that may be a question for April. Well,
and there could be some overlay on those, Councilman Morgan, like for instance on the Ed Rice Community Center. We have, when we present and you approve our CIP budget, you're approving for the current year's spend, but we're presenting it on a 5-year strategic plan. So when you look at the CIP book and you look at 22, you can already see how much we really kind of have planned out already. So there may be some opportunities, for instance, in our parks cover line, where we have a huge amount going to parks to update and all the amenities in those parks, so that we're resurfacing, the playgrounds, whereas opposed that could have potentially been a delayed project in our CIP parks cover line. So that's why we were very careful to identify, projects that we knew could benefit from this right away.
Okay. And then I think, well, another question would be also for this 200 million in Accelerate Memphis, sometimes in our CIP spend, we will start a project knowing that, again, because that 5-year forecast down the road, that there will be additional needs from CIP. Is there anything in Accelerate Memphis, that might be a $5 million expense, but really to get the project done is going to cost an additional 10 million that we're planning down the road for CIP? Or is everything that's going to be built and constructed and started finished within the Accelerate Memphis plan? Is everything fully funded?
Councilman, Chief McGowan, 347 Stonewall, since I didn't mention it before, 38112. But yeah, we have every intention for everything that's in the Accelerate Memphis program to be funded, constructed, and completed before the end of 2023. And to your previous point, we really are accelerating the CIP. We're catching up on a lot of deferred maintenance so that in years going forward in our CIP, that additional deferred maintenance goes further and gets us further towards modernization. But yes, sir, with everything that we have here, we've done our level best to estimate. Somebody asked me the question about, historic Melrose, is $10 million enough? That is our best estimate, including some contingency there to get that project completed before the end of 2023, and the same with all the other projects we put in there. So CIP will continue with its normal course. This is a boost to catch us up and to get some projects done before the end of 2023.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to my last comment, then we've got a few more council members back in the queue. And this is to the council and to the community. This is such a unique scenario. It took me a long time to get comfortable with the numbers, not necessarily the specifics of the projects that are being presented and their value. That's a different conversation. But whether or not it was wise for the city to be taking on debt in this fashion, unlike we've seen in least recent memory. And we're in a very unique situation as presented and talked about because of the low interest rates, because of the debt cliff that we can see coming and is locked in, that this works, and it actually works really, really well. But it's so unique, it should not be a habit of the council. We shouldn't act like this is a precedent. We should forget about this mechanism as soon as we do it, because I'm not sure the stars will align again like they are now. And we could get in quite a bit of trouble if the state isn't there to kind of rein us back in if we keep going up to Nashville with these requests. So thank you again for everybody and the time and the patience and the creativity to put this together. And we'll go back to the queue. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I echo those sentiments. I was a bit, unclear about whether or not we should be doing this, taking on this additional amount of debt. But after this presentation was very helpful, but then also having an understanding of where our current capacity is. And if we just continued on the traditional route, we would have to wait 4 or 5 years down the pike in order for us to take on some of these projects. So I will be supporting this, but one last question that I have. I know that we will not know the actual interest rate until we go to market with this, but can you give us an idea, and a broad range would be fine, what cost of capital would be under a traditional borrowing arrangement versus this mechanism that we're using here?
Sure, if you'll bear with me, I actually have a summary that I'd like to just open so I can give you real-time data, if you don't mind, just 1 second.
Thank you.
And Councilman Morgan, while we're waiting on Maureen to pull that up, there are several schedules in the CAFR specifically related to long-term debt. But some of the schedules for long-term debt principal and interest requirements for both the governmental debt payable and the revenue bonds payable are found on page 229 and 230 of the FY20 CAFR. There's also additional information specific to our debts in our financial notes on pages 123 through 125. And we'll be glad to supplement those and add additional information as requested.
Thank you very much. I'm sure, I think I've got my CAFR around here somewhere. It's one of the books I took with me in the pandemic.
And I'll put it in the chat so you can see the pages.
Okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was speaking on mute. This is Lauren Lowe with PFM. I would like to respond to the question raised related to estimated interest rate. Can you please confirm that you are requesting the estimated interest rate based on current market conditions for the proposed structure?
I am, yes.
Yes, wonderful. We think that interest rate, factoring in all-in costs, will be approximately 2.5%.
Okay, well, actually, I was asking under, is that under both scenarios? Under
Yes.
traditional versus?
Yes.
cap?
Yes, sir. Thank you for clarifying. Yeah, so we would expect, there's a small nuance to the way traditional level debt service bonds are structured. But ironically, the interest rate should be about the same for the both, around 250. I will say that the reason why the proposed structure is more expensive because you're not making any principal payments in those earlier years until 2027.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you all for this presentation. It's always helpful to break it down and continue to get insight and understanding. I am excited about this opportunity. It's a little different, but I think it'll allow us to get where we want to go. My question is, between now and then, I know we're going to have to change our posture somewhat until we get to 2027. Have we given any thought to that, or how will that impact us between now and then over the next 6 or 7 years? Will there be any change in how we are funding things? I know to get to this point, we've had to tighten the belt. And you always, Chief Ford, talk about how we had to kind of tighten the belt to get us our credit rating back up and reserves and all of that. So between now and that time, I saw that the little blue bar went above the green line. So just kind of want to know if we've considered that, or how that will affect us between now and then. I just want to have insight into that, because we'll be into our second term as new council members.
Yes, ma'am. I absolutely agree. And again, based on all of our assumptions, which we have tried to be very, very transparent about, that we would continue to do, maintain our current CIP program, which would include, the continuing role of our commercial paper as we just continue our CIP bond spending. So I think that the comfort level, again, is even with the 180 million in cabs and the 20 million in SIBs, we would be at a capacity level between now and 2026 that we are comfortable with. Otherwise, we would not even consider the option. So I think we're good if we stay our course. Now, that still means that we're going to try, as we go into our regular CIP, to do the same thing. We've been following the same plan. Do not borrow more than you're paying back in principal. So we can give you the numbers of the exact interest and principal for each one of those years between now and 2026. So the point here was our opportunity to take advantage of that huge debt drop now, instead of waiting until 2027 to kickstart any of these projects.
Okay, I would like to talk further about that as well. I appreciate that, because I know right now in our city, our services, have been somewhat compromised by COVID and things that are going on, and we're at a vulnerable place in a lot of different places right now. So between now and in 6 years, this is a critical time, and we don't know what's going to happen. And we're already having challenges with, with our service delivery in some areas. So I want to make sure that even though 2027 is our pie in the sky, between now and then, we have some things in place that will really help to maintain us through this period of time. So I would like to speak with you about that in more detail and see those numbers that you're talking about. Thank you. I yield back, Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Colvett.
Thank you, Chairman. Chief Ford, just real quick question, because I think we're going to have a little more discussion on this potentially. But do you need same night minutes on this, or is this we can just approve it through minutes next time?
We would prefer same night minutes, and the only reason being is we obviously, with the approval of the entire projects, would like to start to get to market and to get started on these projects before the end of this fiscal year. We want to thank you so much for everyone, the council's enthusiasm, and we feel just as excited about that. And 2 weeks is enough time that we can get to, we can already be in the state comptroller's office.
Chairman, I'm not going to ask for same night minutes at this point because I figure there's more discussion. It sounds like, Chief, you might want to get with Rhonda, Council Lady Logan. Maybe there's a few more details, but I just wanted to put that out there just to see, just for council members' benefit.
Right. Yeah, I'm on the fence with same night minutes. I think it's maybe more for political reasons than practical reasons. Just in terms of that it would be signed, sealed, delivered, and wrapped up with a bow, and nobody would reconsider or mess with it. But I think this has enough positive support that it's gonna be okay. And we wouldn't be moving forward. And the administration can go ahead and start the wheels turning on this and the issuance. Getting closer to issuance and going up to state and setting meetings without doing same night minutes tonight. That would be my thoughts, but maybe other council members feel differently.
If I may, Councilman Morgan, please. One of the components of our application to the state has to be council's approval of our balloon indebtedness. So if you wait 2 more weeks, that's 2 more weeks that we still have to wait before we actually have approval of the balloon indebtedness, which is part of our application. So it's another 2-week delay.
Okay, though, that's a pretty good reason. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you. Yeah, so that was my question is, when you say balloon indebtedness, you mean you can go up and begin the application process with the amended debt management policy? Or are you saying you can't go apply at the state level until you have the debt management policy amended as well as a ratified set of minutes approving the issuance of the debt?
Thank you. Lauren can actually supply to this, but the plan for balloon indebtedness, which is what this is
right.
What has to be presented. Part of the plan of balloon indebtedness includes council's approval of the plan of balloon indebtedness, of which the change to our debt management policy, which will allow us to present a plan of balloon indebtedness, also must be approved by this body.
So, okay, so I guess I'll go back and break this down. We've approved the amendment to our debt management policy. I've seen the plan for approval, which I guess the body hasn't seen. So I guess we need that presented unless we don't need to approve the actual plan. So tell me what you need to go tomorrow to the state.
Chief Ford, this is Lauren Lowe. May I please speak?
Please.
Okay, thank you. Sure. So the plan of balloon indebtedness does not require council action. However, I do commend and believe that briefing and sharing the analysis is the right approach and will go a long way with the state. What is required is the amendment to the city's debt management policy to be part of the plan of balloon indebtedness. Right. Regardless, if the state does approve the plan of balloon indebtedness, that will be shared and is part of a future meeting with the city council. Likewise, any authorizing resolutions would still need to come before the governing body as well.
Got it. So I think I'm kind of with Councilman Morgan on the fence. Look, I believe in this project. I just think that this is such a significant issuance of debt that, you know, if we do it with same 9 minutes, there are a lot of people out there that are going to be thinking that we ramrodded something through. That's up to them. That's up to each individual council member. But at the very least, obviously, we need to get the debt management amendment done with same 9 minutes tonight to begin the process. And if we want to have further discussion on the issuance of $182 million in cabs and $21 million in SIBs, you know, that's up to the body. I'm torn between the two. I'm very comfortable where we are today, but I would hate to be accused of ramming something through our process. So again, I'll kind of see where everybody else is at. I yield back.
when I said more political than practical earlier, now it's kind of flipped. Maybe we're more concerned about what people are going to say to us than kind of the practicals of dotting the I's and crossing the T's and getting this through. So I'm okay with same night minutes. Why don't we do it just the old fashioned way? I will move well, actually, this isn't even on the agenda. So we're going to have to do it in executive committee. The request for same night minutes or from the floor. This was just a discussion. So I see Councilman Jones back in the queue. Anything more on the discussion?
Yeah, this is just real quick, and you may not necessarily have this, but I've seen in past issuances that these bonds typically are issued at a premium. Would that be the case here? And do we have an estimate of how much those proceeds would be if they are issued at a premium? And what would be the intended use of those funds or proceeds?
Thank you, Councilmember Jones. That's a very good question. So cabs are unique. They can be structured at a premium or at par or at a discount. For the analysis that we've included herein, we've assumed that they're issued at par, so there was no additional premium, and we only funded the $180 million of projects. I will say that we would work with the city and the members of the working group on the financing to attract the most amount of investors to drive the cost down. Some of them may want premium cabs, and some may want par cabs. So I suspect we'll end up with a mix. But at the end of the day, our analysis and what we've assumed at this point is that we only fund $180 million in projects. So to the extent there was a premium, we would just borrow less money on the front end, but still borrow enough to cover the $180 million of projects.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Seeing no other business for this committee, appreciate the time, everybody, and we'll pick up the same night minutes discussion. Yes.
Oh, Chairman Morgan, if you wanted to go ahead and have the discussion, we could just ratify the announcement in executive. And I believe that the request is for items 23 and 24 on the full agenda, which would be the resolution about debt as well as Accelerate Memphis.
Okay. So on the main...
And you're getting a thumbs up from the chairman.
Yeah, on the main agenda, I'll move without objection, same night minutes on items 23 and 24. Okay, hearing no objection, those items are same night minutes. All right, thank you, everybody. We're adjourned.
Thank you. If you could give us one moment to switch over for the Public Safety Committee.
February 2nd, 2021. This is the meeting of the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee of Memphis City Council and is now hereby called to order. Mr. Whitney, can you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Councilman Canale.
Here.
Councilman Carlisle.
Present.
Councilman Colvette.
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Councilman Ford. Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Here.
Councilwoman Logan,
Present.
Councilman Morgan, Councilman Morgan, Councilman Smiley, Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Swearingen, Councilwoman Robinson,
Present.
Councilman Ford has joined us. Chair Warren.
And Councilman Warren, present. We have one item on the agenda today, as I think our other three items are just going to a routine reading. And this is item number one. It's a resolution to support group violence intervention program, sponsored by myself and Councilwoman Logan. And if I could have turn this over to Chairman Colvett, as Vice Chair Swearingen is not here today, and to recognize me to present this.
Thank you very much, Councilman Warren. I assume you're the motion, and I assume Council Lady Logan is a proper second. We go into discussion. Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you. I would like to have us perhaps just read this into the record so people can see why we're doing this, and to give everyone an idea about what we're doing. Give Councilwoman a moment to respond, and also have Chief talk to this for us one more time for the public. This is a resolution to support a group violence intervention program, whereas the city of Memphis is committed to the safety and health and welfare of all its residents, and whereas ensuring the safety of Memphis residents, public safety officers, and visitors is a top priority for the city of Memphis, and whereas this year, Memphis has experienced a record-setting number of homicides and aggravated assaults, with the number far over the 2016 rate, with far too many shootings, and whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has negatively impacted the crime rate within the city of Memphis, including an uptick from last year's murder rate due to the increased financial strain placed on many from the loss of employment and the lack of outlets away from home, and whereas young Memphians are being adversely affected by the unprecedented violent crime rate that Memphis is facing this year, and whereas these young people represent the future of our city and are too valuable to our future to ignore, whereas the violent crime rate in Memphis has restrained the ability of our city to address the issues of neglect, poverty, education, and unemployment, and whereas it is necessary to address and combat drivers of violent crime in Memphis to focus on the educational and financial aspects of life that Memphians must consider daily, whereas evidence-based and comprising violent crime reduction strategies are being employed with success in other major cities. I think it should be comprehensive. Violent reduction strategies are being employed with success in other cities. And whereas law enforcement alone cannot be the government's sole response to the web of social and economic forces that result in violence. And whereas through significant research, review of prior practice, evidence from the DOJ and OJJ-DP, that's the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention, and experts on the subject like Thomas App, author of Bleeding Out, the mayor has proposed a group violence intervention program that will employ public health approach to reducing violent crime with the aim of changing behaviors and changing our collective norms through 5 focused areas. Number 1, suppression, through reimagining police practices and focused advances. Number 2, intervention and outreach in streets, in schools, hospitals, and in our hospitals, interrupting violence and connecting those most at risk with services they need. Prevention, promoting jobs, learning, and opportunity with an emphasis on building skills in our young people so they can be productive. Number 4, community mobilization, galvanizing our community against this epidemic by bringing young people, neighborhood residents, community organization, and law enforcement together to address the underlying causes of the violence. And 5, organizing change, transforming policies, coordinating practices, and advocating for changes necessary to reduce youth gun violence. Therefore, now be it resolved that the Memphis City Council emphatically supports this comprehensive approach to violence reduction in our city, calls for its immediate implementation, and encourages the mayor and administration to provide detailed budgets for city council approval and to identify other public and philanthropic sources of funding to facilitate and sustain this work, and calls upon other local government, nonprofit, and private organizations and community leaders and activists to align with, stand behind, and support this effort. Sponsored by Councilman Jeff Warren and Councilwoman Rhonda Logan. And we'll be glad to have anyone else who would like to be on as a co-sponsor. I see Councilwoman Robinson and Chair Colbert want to co-sponsor at this point. And now I'd like to see if Councilwoman Rhonda Logan would like to speak. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councilman Warren. I want to also thank you for taking the time to speak with me concerning this and making certain that all of the elements are there for a holistic plan. This is a great start. We all have to work together. You know, you have to start somewhere. This is a great start to working together. Everyone's constituents have been concerned about the crime, the business sector, faith-based sector, education, every sector of our city is concerned about crime, and it takes a holistic approach. This is as I said, the beginning, I want to be a part to make sure that all of the elements are working together to make this happen. So with that, I am glad to be a part of the team that will help to make sure we have positive strides and just not punitive or penal, but we want to make sure that we position our youth for turning around. And I appreciate you bringing it forth and being diligent with getting it passed. Been carrying this book for a very long time, and I'm glad to see us begin to move forward on it from a holistic approach. And with that, I yield back. Thanks, Chair.
I thank you, Council Lady. Staff also, I believe Councilman Canale is also a co-sponsor. Seeing no other members in the queue, let's do roll call. And if you would like to co-sponsor, call it out with your vote. There being no further discussion, assume you're ready to vote on this item. Madam Bryson, call the roll, please.
Yes, sir. Councilman Canale.
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle.
Yes, unanimous co-sponsor.
Thank you. Councilman Colbert.
Yes, co-sponsor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Ford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Jones.
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan.
Aye.
Councilman Morgan. Councilman Morgan. Councilman Smiley.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilwoman Swearingen. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilwoman Robinson. I have her down as a co-sponsor. Chair Warren.
Aye.
Thank you.
And council members, this is item number 22 already on your agenda. It was substituted in for the original resolution for Councilman Warren.
Thank you. That item passes. Chairman Warren, you have the ball.
Thank you. Seeing no further items on the agenda, this committee is adjourned. Thank you.
And members, that brings us to lunch. If you could please be back at 12:45 for the Public Works Committee. Thank you. You're ready.
All right, it's 12:50 and I call the Public Works, Solid Waste and General Service Committee to order. Can I have roll call?
Councilman Canali,
Here.
Councilman Carlisle, Councilman Corbett,
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Johnson,
Present.
Councilman Jones,
Here.
Councilwoman Logan,
Present.
Councilman Morgan,
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen, Councilman Warren,
Present.
Chair Smiley.
All right. Okay, we have, well, first of all, one amendment. Item number 6, update on the Public Service Corps has been held, I'm assuming for 2 weeks, but we will not discuss item number 6 today. All right, we have a total of 6 items on the agenda today. We have one item that's going to take, I'm assuming there's going to be a lot of discussion on it. So with the first 5 items, let's try to expedite those since we know most of our time will be spent on the last item on the agenda. Thank you. So item number 1, a resolution requesting the City of Memphis transfer its ownership rights and interest in 36 parcels located in the Uptown TIF Zone to the Community Redevelopment Agency revenue to be received $50 for 36 surplus parcels for a total of $1,800. Council District 7, Super District 8. Super District 8 requested by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second for discussion purposes?
Move it, Corbett.
Moved by Corbett.
Warren.
Seconded by Warren. All right, is there anyone from the administration to discuss this item?
Yes, Carlton Osborne, City of Memphis Real Estate.
Mr. Osborne, the floor is yours, good sir.
Yes, we are asking for approval to transfer the 36 city-owned surplus parcels to the Community Redevelopment Agency, or CRA, to be used for the CRA works with as a joint city-county agency that works with communities to address blight and to provide affordable housing through the use of tax increment financing tool, which is TIF. And these lots will be developed within 11 years, remaining on the Uptown TIF district to meet the objectives of remediating blight and providing community affordable housing. They also work with neighborhood communities, community agencies to help to achieve those goals. And we are asking for approval.
I'm talking to myself because I'm still muted. I do not see anyone in the chat, so I'm assuming all hearts and minds are clear. Can we get a roll call vote on this item?
Well, can we move this with 9 minutes?
Without objection, it doesn't appear there's any objections. Can we get a roll call vote on this item?
Councilman Canali,
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle,
Aye.
Councilman Corbett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Yeah.
Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Aye.
Councilwoman Swearingen, Councilman Warren,
Aye. Aye.
Chair Smiley.
This item is approved. Item number 2, a resolution amending the FY21 CIP budget by transferring, allocating, and appropriating construction funds for project EN 01105 in the amount of $362,000, traffic improvement to the intersection of Crump and Danny Thomas, Council District 6, Super District 8, requested by the administration. Can I get a motion and a second for discussion purposes?
So moved.
Second by Johnson.
Properly moves and seconded. Is there anyone here from the administration to discuss this item?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. This is Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering.
Director Belen, the floor is yours, yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. So what we're asking for is the allocation appropriation to construct and completely modernize the traffic signal at the intersection of Danny Thomas and Crump. So the modernization includes basically improving the intersection with mass arms, including countdown to pedestrian signals, as well as some video detection. So we ask for the appropriation. Thank you.
All right, I do not see anyone in the queue, so I'm assuming all hearts and minds are clear. Can we get a roll call vote on this item?
Councilman Canali,
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle,
Yes.
Councilman Colvette,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Aye.
Councilwoman Swearingen, Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Chair Smiley.
This item is approved. Item number 3, a resolution to accept, allocate, and appropriate an additional $3,344,601 in grant funds from the Tennessee Department of Transportation from the Cobblestone Landing Project GA01004, Council District 6, Super District 8, requested by the administration. Can I get a motion and a second for discussion purposes?
So moved.
Moved by Warren. Is there a second?
Second, Canali.
Seconded by Councilman Canali. Is there anyone here from the administration to speak to this item?
Yes, sir. Again, Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So this project is a long-awaited project. We've been working on this project for quite some time, approximately 10 years. We've finally gotten some bids back from it. We are asking for the appropriation of the funds to get that project moving forward. This additional $3.3 million is for the state grant to help offset some of the costs on that, as well as some additional GEO bond allocation for the matching of 20%. So what we're asking for today is to approve the project for the appropriation of the funds to get the project going. We anticipate to start construction and break ground on this project around March or April of this year.
All right. It doesn't appear that there's anyone in the chat to discuss this item. Appears all hearts and minds are clear. Can we get a roll call on this item?
Councilman Smiley, this is the item with same night minutes.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. It'll be number 4. Excuse me. Councilman Canali,
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle,
Aye.
Councilman Colvette,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson, Councilwoman Swearingen, Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Chair Smiley.
Thank you. This item is approved. Chairman Covette, is there anything you would like to discuss before we go to the next item?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I want to make sure I may have pulled the wrong revised agenda, but is item number 1 a resolution to transfer 1.5 million from 6 completed general service projects? I believe that's the Raleigh Vehicle Repair Shop. Is that what we held? Because I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right agenda.
Okay, first of all, I think this one that I missed. We haven't discussed that one just yet. The one that was held was the update on public service corps, and the item you discussed. I'm waiting on, I guess, an email with the revised agenda so that I could.
Okay.
So then we can go to them, but we haven't discussed that item just yet.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure I was on the same page.
Are you on the same page with us, Chairman?
Councilman, I'm going to send that item out to all members, just in case anyone hasn't received it. I'm going to send item number 1, a resolution transfer 1.5 million regarding the Raleigh vehicle distribution to everyone now.
Okay. All right. I guess we can wait on that real quick.
Chairman Smiley,
Go ahead.
Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering, asking for recognition. That last item that council approved for the cobblestone project is the project we're asking for same night minutes. With the revised agenda, that's actually item number 4, but the current item that you had listed was item number 3. So just for clarification, the cobblestone project appropriation is what we're asking for same night minutes.
Okay, so the cobblestone project was an extra same night minutes. Without objection?
Without objection.
Okay. No objections for item 3.
Thank you very much.
Council members, that email has been sent. If you give it a few moments, it should be in your inbox.
At this point, I think I hit request like 10 times, so I'm gonna get it at some point. There we go.
Cool.
Agenda. So mine it is. All right. Okay. So I'm assuming everyone has received the update from council staff. So let's take this would be it's item number 1 on the revised agenda, but with the way that we proceeded today is let's add it in as item number 4. And it would be a resolution to transfer $1,510,915 appropriated funding for 6 completed general services projects to CD 01101 Raleigh Vehicle Repair Shop and $156,329 available capital acquisition funding for GS0219C to GS0221C, Council District 1, Super District 9, requested by the administration. Can I get a motion and a second for discussion?
So moved.
All right.
Second.
Anyone from the administration to speak to this item? If so, the floor is yours.
Yes, Antonio Adams, Director of General Services. This resolution, the resolution before you, we've been able to move through at least 6 of our projects, previous projects where we've had some cost savings. As such, we identified a project that's in need of funding, which is the Raleigh Vehicle Repair Shop. And together we've been able to put together $1,510,000. $1,510,915 to actually reallocate and appropriate for that particular project to get the construction underway over there. And then, of course, we've identified some cost savings in our capital acquisition to move over into the public works capital acquisition, and that's $156,329. With those dollars, we will buy vehicles for the code enforcement operation. With that, I request your approval.
All right. It doesn't appear that anyone is in the chat with questions. So I'm assuming that all hearts and minds are clear. Can we get a roll call vote on this item?
Councilman Canali,
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle,
Aye.
Councilman Colvett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson, Councilwoman Swearingen, Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Chair Smiley.
All right. Okay, so I just received a message, I guess, from Miss Martin, Brooke, Miss Keaton, or Ashley. Could we help Miss Martin get her
I'm
camera together?
I'm speaking with Ms. Martin. Yes, I'm speaking with her.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, let's go to the next item. The next item is item number 4 on the agenda that I was going to, but it's item number 5 at this point. Discussion regarding solid waste, Area E, reroute plan, requested by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second?
Just a discussion. I don't think we have to have a motion,
Okay.
Chairman.
Absolutely right, sir. Is anyone here to discuss this? Director Lamar?
Yes, this is Director Lamar, Solid Waste Division.
The floor is yours, good sir.
Service delivery in Area E has been difficult to say the least. Rerouting was delayed to complete 2020 and 2021 planned de-annexation. Slide, please. Slide, please. The current garbage recycling outside the cart service routes are out of balance and lack the density necessary to facilitate the predictable service given the personnel shortages and equipment failure. Slide, please. De-annexation in 2020 and 2021 in Area E. The de-annexation January of 2020 is highlighted by the pink. De-annexation January 2021 is highlighted in the red box. Slide, please. Current Monday routing is spread out over a large area and represents a higher house count of 2,542 homes. The proposed Monday route represents higher density of homes and reduced house count. Slide, please. Current Tuesday route in Area E represents a higher house count of 562. The proposed Tuesday route represents higher density of homes and reduced house count. Slide, please. Current Wednesday route represents a higher house count of 747 homes. The proposed density and route affords Waste Pro opportunity to maximize personnel and equipment. The current Thursday route represents a lower house count of 906. Slide, please. And current Friday route represents a lower house count of 455 homes. Slide, please. Slide. Outside the cart service delivery has been difficult to maintain. Previous construct dictated bulk north of Poplar on the 1st and the 3rd and south of Poplar on the 2nd and 4th. The lack of balance and density made missed services difficult to catch because of no equipment in the area, in the vicinity. Slide, please. Now, this slide is the crux of what it is we're doing with our reroute plan. If you pay attention to the current service versus the proposed service, you're going to see that Monday we have 9,087 homes on our current service. Now, what makes this slide unique is that in solid waste, whether it's Waste Pro or the city of Memphis, the highest absentee rate that we experience as an organization is normally on Monday and Friday. Now, with the house count of 9,087, if we miss service delivery on a Monday, what ends up happening is that we end up missing service the entire week trying to catch up. And by Friday, and our inability to catch up means that we end up working Saturdays and Sundays. And that's Waste Pro, and that's also holds true for the city of Memphis. With the proposal, we plan to go from 9,087 homes on Monday to 6,460. If you would notice that on our current construct in Area E, we have 13 garbage routes. With the new proposal, we're going to go from 13 garbage routes to 12 garbage routes. Recycle, we're going to go from 8 recycle routes to 7 recycle routes. Now, the big change in this proposal is that we're going to go from 5 bulk routes to 7 bulk routes. And this is going to be aided by the density for which the new configuration gives us. On Tuesday, we're going to move from 8,311 homes to 7,586. We're going to keep the configuration of 12 garbage, 7 recycle, and 7 bulk routes. On Wednesday, we're going to go from 9,124 to 7,563 homes. Thursday, we're going to move from 6,586 homes to 7,544. And on Friday, we're going to go from 6,283 homes to 6,477. Slide, please. Slide, please. Now, the crux of the matter as far as what we're going to do is that if you look on the right margin, collection day, Monday, Tuesday through Friday, that's their current service day. Across the top, Monday through Friday, that's going to be their proposed service day with the reroute. So Monday service, we're going to have 837 homes that will remain the same. And with that, we're going to have 6,159 homes that are today on a Monday service that will be moved to a Tuesday service. We're going to have 1,906 homes that are going to go from Monday to Wednesday, 6 that are going to go from Monday to Thursday, and 1 house that's going to go from Monday to Friday. What I'll cover on the rest of them is that on Tuesday, we're going to have 1,304 homes that are Tuesday route now and will stay Tuesday. We're going to have 3,859 homes that are Wednesday that will stay Wednesday. Thursday, we're going to have 4,123 homes that will remain Thursday, and we're going to have 2,850 homes that are Friday that will stay Friday. Overall, what we're looking at is 22,672 homes that will change, which represents roughly 64% of our Area E customers. The timing of the customer communications for the reroute is critical. Slide, please. With this, we're going to have 13,748 homes in Area E that will change their bulk schedule. Now, the addition of 2 additional pieces of equipment to handle bulk is going to be paramount to the success that we have in Area E. Right now, many of you council members that represent constituents in Area E, the outside the cart has been the area that we've really had a lot of difficulty in maintaining. with the density and so forth that we're going to have, having those 2 additional routes, it's going to be very important because now we're going to have shorter legs. And what has ended up happening is that we're going to basically move from 699 stops per route on a Monday to 539 stops. We can do this and eliminate 1 route, and that gives us the necessary equipment to increase the routes for the bulk. Overall, this is going to result in better service, more predictable service for the Area E. And what we are envisioning is a greater and a happier, more customer service experience. Slide, please. Slide, please. The communications piece that's associated with this is that on January 22nd, the solid waste team went to SLT and presented this proposal. The SLT team approved the reroute and rebalancing. We are now presenting to City Council our plan for reroute, with the end state being is that this reroute would take effect the 1st of March. This week, once we notify council of the reroute, we plan to start with the communications plan that is going to be distributed citywide to Memphis, the media release distribution, and the release of the campaign alerts through the Memphis Curbside Collection app. The Memphis Curbside Collection app we view as being paramount to the delivery of service. This is going to be the opportunity for the citizens of Memphis that they can dial in through Apple and Android, their smartphones, or memphistn.gov, and actually sign up for alerts that is going to keep them abreast to their change in schedule if they are one of the ones that will have their schedule changed. Also, we're going to start a program February 18th that is going to allow the solid waste team to conduct online meetings with neighborhood organizations and partnerships, so that we can go in and explain to them exactly how the reroute is going to affect them, the pros of this reroute, and we're going to start distributing cart tags and so forth to alert them that their individual routes or service delivery date is going to change. February 26th, we're going to release a second campaign through the Memphis Curbside Collection app that is going to be fully updated and integrated, which at that point will allow the customer to go in, put in their address, sign up for reminders and so forth, and it's going to start showing their rerouted service date to include the service date changes. With this whole process going live the 1st of March. Slide, please. The end state of the rebalance is that we're going to start rerouting the city to deal with so that we have a better balance and a density of routes. This entire process is going to allow us to better serve the citizens in Area E. And we're going to do this and prepare them for these changes through a media release, social media campaign, next door campaign, the city website. And we've also conducted and completed the training with 311, so the 311 operators can better inform the citizen of how these service changes are going to affect them. All Area E customers will receive notification. They will receive notification whether they service change or not, but if their service does not change, they're going to receive a notice that tells them your service will remain is on Monday and it will remain on Monday. If it's a change to it, it's going to tell them that your service had previously been on Monday and now your service date is going to be Tuesday. And it's also going to outline the bulk changes to their schedule. If you are previously a first and third customer and you're being changed to a second and fourth, it's going to identify that on the Memphis Curbside Collection app, and it's also going to tell you this on the postcards that we mail and the cart tags. Slide, please. This slide right here is going to dictate, is showing the ease of the Memphis Curbside Collection app. It is a free app that anyone can download to a smartphone. We do recognize the fact that not all people have smartphones, but a majority of the people who do have mobile phones, they are smartphones, and these are free apps for which they can download, and it will send alerts. For those that do not have these smartphones, they can sign in to the memphistn.gov website, put in their address, sign up with an email address, and that system will send you alerts on a weekly basis, 24 hours prior to your service date, letting you know that your service date is tomorrow, your bulk collection day is tomorrow, and you will be able to see it on that app, whether it is the first and third or the second and fourth. And also another piece to this, on the Memphis Curbside Collection app and the memphistn.gov website, it is going to identify fifth week service. As you all know, that on a fifth week in a month, there is no program bulk delivery of service. The fifth week is going to be identified on every calendar in memphistn.gov and the Curbside Collection app, so that we make sure we equip the customers with the amount of information that they need and the predictability that they desire, so that they can make sure they're putting their outside the cart waste on the curb at the proper time. Slide, please. That is the end of the rebalancing brief. I stand ready to take any questions that you all may have.
Director Lamar, in interest of time, could you also do the update for the next item as well? The item that requested update on solid waste services. Go ahead and combine both presentations if there's a different presentation. Director Lamar, if you're talking to us, we can't hear you, or is it just my computer?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, okay, great.
Okay. This is a slide, Committee Chair Smiley, that you requesed.
Okay, so let me give a brief rundown to the council. I'm sorry to cut you off, Director Lamar. So essentially what I wanted was a breakdown of, by various zip codes, of how many mixed trash we have per home. And once we see that breakdown, I also want to know what corrective actions could be taken so that we can reduce the number of missed homes. And I believe the initial presentation given by Director Lamar was essentially the solution part of how to fix. Am I correct, Director Lamar?
Yes, sir. But that was primarily scoped to Area E.
Okay.
This part is going to be for the entire city of Memphis.
Okay.
And where we are.
Okay, go ahead.
First, I want to give you a little background by zip code. By zip code, that's a unique presentation of data. We normally go by area, areas A, B, C, D, and E. During the last 9 months, during the last 3 months, for which this data covers, we've had a total of 14,923 misses. Now, when we look at this, we've serviced addresses over 3.2 million times. So when you look at the total number of misses with the total homes served, you would see that Memphis is less than 0.5% as far as missed service. what I want to point out to you, according to SWANA, which is the Solid Waste Association of North America, the industry standard for missed services for a municipality is 1 to 3%. We understand that all misses aren't reported. Okay, we understand that all misses aren't reported, but even if you double the amount of misses, City of Memphis Solid Waste Division as a whole, we would fall under that 1% for total service. Now, with that being said, a couple of things that we have undertaken with 311 and C-Click Fix. Those are the systems that we use that are used to report misses. We have done our dashboards, and how we look at it, we've set a standard to come in with less than 50 complaints a day in each one of those areas. Recently, those numbers have been out of spec, but as of recently, with the commingling in place, those numbers have come down, and we are directly on point with all areas of the city, A, B, C, D, and E. We have achieved the level of service that is dictated by this model. Now, with those pieces being said, specifically when we talk about bulk service, the bulk service, we've had a total. We're at 0.78% bulk misses. Okay, we are still under the 1% industry standard with our desire to not have any misses. But as a practical body, we know that we're going to have misses, whether those misses are late set outs or for whatever reason, whether they are exceptions and so forth. We get those. The 48-hour SLA that we have, and during this recent COVID period, we have relaxed the 48-hour SLA to 96 hours, but we have been able to meet that 48-hour SLA given the construct that we use in order to collect services across the city of Memphis. So we're able to put the necessary number of crews out on the street, given the commingling and the reduced number of crew chiefs that we have across the city. But we are meeting the requirement of the city to provide predictable solid waste services, whether that be garbage, recycling outside the cart. If you all have any specific question as it relates to this data for the last 90 days for garbage, recycling outside the cart, I'd be happy to take those questions now.
All right. Councilwoman Logan, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Director Lamar. I appreciate the presentation, and as I told you on yesterday, it's been a long-awaited presentation for Area E, but I do appreciate the diligence and the work that you all have put into it, and I'm prayerful that it'll be, excuse me, the solution that's needed to make sure that the residents in Cordova in Area E finally have the service delivery model that it deserves. So thank you for your hard work. I know there were a lot of variables. I thank you for taking the time to go through everything with me yesterday and just discuss the variables that played a part into what happened and how we got there. So now we know what we need to do moving forward to ensure that we don't get back here. But again, thank you and your staff and your team and the administration for bringing this forward and prayerfully resolving this issue. So thank you to everyone, and now you're back, Chair.
All right, it doesn't appear that any other questions? Going once? Okay. All right, thank you, Director Lamar. Council members, I think we've received this information from Director Lamar in our email. So if you are curious as to what the breakdown is in terms of zip code, want to have a more in-depth look, please check your emails and review that information. Thank you, Director Lamar, for getting that information to us promptly. Thank you for presenting us with a plan to make our services to the people of Memphis better. And I look forward to seeing you again. I'm gonna probably request an update from you every other meeting or so we can know where we are and about the improvements we're making. Thank you again.
Thank you.
All right. So let me say this before we get to the next item. I do believe this item is a hot button item. This item will likely produce a lot of discussion, a lot of back and forth. But I want everyone to understand that we have to be respectful of everyone. We will talk to each other with respect. We will listen to the viewpoints of everyone, and then we're going to conduct ourselves accordingly. With that being said, the last item on the agenda, I think it's number 7 on my, number 8, see, give me together. So number 8, a resolution opposing the Byhalia pipeline, sponsored by Councilman Ford and Councilman Warren. Councilman Ford, well, can I get a motion in a second first?
I'll move it.
Moved by Warren, seconded by Ford. Councilman Ford, your name is listed first as a sponsor. The floor is yours, and feel free to turn it over to Councilman Warren whenever you get done discussing this item. Thank you.
Good enough. I appreciate it. This particular item is being brought to us for a lot of different reasons, okay? It really does not come to the council. It does not come to the county commission. This is actually a federal item right now. There are a lot of different issues which concern the city. That's why, Councilman Warren, I know, hey, what you're doing, and I want you to read this resolution in just a few minutes. Then I want to give Deirdre Malone about 5 minutes to go over some different things. And then I want to come back and see, because I got questions to ask her, okay? I want to get some clarity, and I want to make sure everybody's on the same page today, because I've been getting a lot of flack. Everybody else haven't. I have, my son on the county side, and this is an issue in which we want to try to clear up a little bit today, pass this resolution today. And the reason why I want to get this passed after Dr. Warren reads it, I needed to go to the county commission. I needed to go to Congressman Corn's office. I needed to go to the 2 Tennessee senators. Then I needed to go to Washington, D.C. Reasons why. Actually, it's their issue. President Biden, he's making some changes right now, which may affect everything. And I want Deirdre to understand this, and maybe she needs to talk with the people in Washington, D.C. also. The climate change and everything. Yes, he's kind of putting a halt on different emissions, things that's happening, especially like a pipeline, okay? And this kind of deals with Valero off of Mallory Avenue. And I want to clear up a lot of different things. But I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Warren to read it. Then I would like for Deirdre to at least have anywhere from 3 to 5 minutes to discuss what they've done in the neighborhoods, everything, who have they talked to, and all. And I need to know about what they've promised people and what they have given people. Those are the items that we need to talk about right this minute. And I need to kind of be thorough. And like I said, Dr. Warren, I want you to read the resolution.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. And I've got a few other comments that I'd like to bring after we talk to Councilwoman or to Ms. Malone, and you have your questions. I have a local person that I'd like to be able to speak from that perspective also. And I want people to understand, just like Councilman Ford said, this is a national issue in that it applies to something called a nationwide water permit 12. They haven't received that yet. It also has something to do with the aquatic resource alteration permit. That's been granted, but it's under appeal at the state. And then they don't have easements, and they definitely don't have any easements from MLGW. But let me read this resolution. right now. This is a resolution of the Memphis City Council opposing the Byhalia Connection Pipeline. Whereas the Memphis City Council is concerned with the health, safety, and well-being of Memphians present and future, and whereas Memphians' health, safety, and well-being are impacted by the physical environment in which they live, work, and call home, and whereas the physical environment of Southwest Memphis is at risk of being altered by the proposed Byhalia Connection Pipeline, which seeks to run a crude oil pipeline system nearly 45 miles, connecting Memphis to Marshall County, Mississippi, traversing local neighborhoods, public school property, local residences, and the Memphis Sand Aquifer, i.e. Memphis and Shelby County's primary source of public drinking water utilized by senior citizens and youth alike, and whereas as proposed, the 45-mile crude oil pipeline would specifically sit atop the Memphis Sand Aquifer and the Davis Wellhead, which MLGW utilizes to provide drinking water to countless Memphis and Shelby County men, women, children, and families. And before crossing Wellhead Protection Zone 2 on its way through northern Mississippi, where the same high-pressure pipeline would pass near various source water protection areas to our south. And whereas the placement of said pipeline should not be considered solely as an issue isolated from the context of national facts and figures. In fact, the socio-health consequences are both pervasive and sustained. As of November 2017, African Americans were and continue to be 75% more likely to reside near toxic oil and gas infrastructure. And whereas, according to the Journal of the National Cancer Institution, in analyzing data collected to examine the impact of proximity to oil infrastructure on risk of several cancers, including lymphoma, lung, breast, colon, bladder, and prostate cancer, their research determined that living within 30 miles of an oil infrastructure was associated with an increased risk of cancer of all types. And with susceptibility increasing with age, notably 35.1% of Memphians residing with the 38109 zip code, which is the proposed site of the pipeline, are 50 years old or above, and 95% are African American. And whereas despite proponents of the pipeline citing eminent domain to rationalize placing crude oil infrastructure within local neighborhoods, public school property, personal residences, and atop the Memphis Sand Aquifer, the argument is spurious, as the project fails to confer some benefit or advantage to the public residing within Memphis and Shelby County. Rather, the project poses a long-term health, safety, and economic detriment to our citizenry and local environment and property values. And whereas, as we discuss the future of this great place we call home and work to champion efforts conducive to our collective success, let us do so in a manner that strives to protect and improve the quality of life and well-being of every person living within our municipal city limits, regardless of their census tract, income level, or platform. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Memphis City Council hereby opposes the Byhalia Connection Pipeline and requests that Byhalia Pipeline LLC seek an alternative route for its crude oil pipeline that does not pass through the city of Memphis. Be it further resolved, the Memphis City Council requests MLGW refuse to grant Byhalia Pipeline LLC rights to traverse the Memphis Sand Aquifer. This resolution shall take effect from and after its passage. The welfare of our city requiring it. Sponsored by Edmund Ford, Councilman, and Dr. Jeff Warren, Councilman.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. A quick question for you. I guess before we go into discussion by, I guess, members that have been invited, one from MCAP, I believe I have the name correctly, and representatives from Byhalia Connection, indeed, members of the community. I would like Director Young to, briefly discuss, what needs to happen or, any relationship or conversation they may have had with Byhalia Pipeline.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I had the pleasure of talking with President Young last night, and he, like me, came to this late. I did not have the background Councilman Ford had in this issue. So when I heard about it, I got involved and neglected to call my colleague, which will never happen again.
Okay, President Young, the floor is yours, good sir. I just wanted you to briefly, because there is a part of this resolution that specifically mentions MLGW and I guess Grant Bahia Pipeline rights to traverse. Could you briefly just discuss that and bring in any of your colleagues that may have opinion or talking points as it relates to that?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the opportunity to address this. Certainly, we at MLGW always are concerned about certainly the quality of drinking water. We live here as well and partake of that great resource, and so we're concerned about that, and certainly we'll make sure we are and have always tried to make sure we're engaged in activities that mitigate any adverse impacts. I believe Cheryl Patterson is on. She can address this a little bit more specifically, but one point I want to clarify, and Cheryl, you can clarify this as well. One piece of the latter part of the resolution, as I read it, and this is the first time, so I'm really coming into this kind of news, so first time I'm seeing the resolution, but I don't know, we don't own the Memphis Sands aquifer, so we don't really have the ability to restrict what happens above the aquifer. So just to be clear, where we have, the aquifer trap, my understanding, is a multi-state type of thing, and it's not necessarily something that MLGW can actually control. But Cheryl, our general counsel, Cheryl Patterson, is on, and I'd like for her to elaborate just a little bit further on this subject. Cheryl?
Thank you, Director.
Good afternoon. I think, JT, you described it fairly well. While we do enjoy the opportunity to get drinking water from the aquifer, we don't own it or control what happens in the ground above it. We do have wells that go down into the aquifer. We do have a well field that I think is referred to in the resolution. But I too am seeing this for the first time, so bear with me here for a minute. And we obviously will always be concerned with anything that might pose a risk to the safety and quality of our drinking water. All that being said, I am not certain. We are still looking at what opportunities we have to weigh in with our concerns. As you know, this is a national permitting process and doesn't really address or provide an opportunity for discussion of anything other than surface water through the state permitting process. So we're looking at our opportunities. Obviously, we'll be most concerned with making sure that any available safety measures are taken to be sure that to minimize risk for our to our drinking water. But JT is correct that we do not have we do not have the authority to grant or not grant access to the ground above the aquifer.
Okay, so
a question for her.
Okay, the chat box, Attorney, well, go ahead, Dr. Moore. Go ahead.
Yes, I just was wondering about right away through the wellhead. Is that under the MLGW purview? Do you have the right to refuse right of access or right of way through your wellhead property?
So keep in mind, this property, we have the rights to drill the wells. We may or may not actually own all of the property. We may just have an easement to provide use the well, use that property ourselves. So we'll be looking at it. We have been asked to grant an easement. It will be for a very small piece of whatever the proposed route is. I can't, I don't want anybody to think that even if the MLGW board, who will ultimately have to make the decision about whether a resolution is passed, but I don't want anybody to think that our board's action about a resolution will necessarily stop the pipeline, because what we've been asked to grant is a very small piece and probably won't have that much of an impact.
Mr. Chair, that's what this resolution is asking them to do what they can, as all of us are trying to do, to stop this from going. So it would be most appreciated if they could ask their board, or at least encourage their board, to not grant that easement. Thank you.
All right. Thank you,
Also,
Dr.
I'd like
Warren.
to say, Chairman,
Councilman Ford, the floor is yours, good sir.
we're talking with Memphis Like Gas and Water, and we're talking about the aquifers, yes, and you know, our drinking water. One thing, I don't want to be another Flint, Michigan, okay? I think everybody know where I'm coming from when it comes to our water, okay? Then not only that, you know, and since we're gonna bring it up, we got MLGW. We need to talk with the Corps of Engineers. We need to talk to our engineers. We need to talk with planning and zoning too, because everybody's gonna be part of it, because it's gonna be coming through my district. So everybody's gotta be kind of a little part of it. But like I said, with MLGW, I do not want to be Flint, Michigan, okay? And y'all please forgive me, but I really have to say this. Flint, Michigan was black people. And my district is black people. And that ain't gonna happen. I have issues with that. You know, they always want to put it on us, but you know, we always know how to survive though, okay? And I got a bad issue with that, okay? I'm sorry, but hey, I got to get this out right now, okay? Because I'm trying to clear all my council members too, because see, this item really don't come to us. It needs to come to us. But like I said, they're gonna be looking at all 13 of us on something that federal government, they're putting it on everybody and say, we don't have to worry about you all, but you coming through our city. And it's gonna affect more black people than anybody. I got an issue with that. That's why I would like Ms. Deidre to explain to us who they've talked to, because I begged and begged for her to talk to this person, that person. I've never gotten any of the information that was supposed to be coming back. I know they promised people this, they gave people this. So we need to put all that out in the opening, okay? Then we'll know where to go from that point. That's why I said we need to send this to the county. We need to send it to Congressman Cohen, because he needs to get on his job, because it's going to be part of him. Okay, then we need to send it to the 2 senators. And like I said, if y'all listen to the news, Biden is putting a halt on a lot of different things, especially these pipelines and Valero. I'm not into Valero, okay? Just because something that they need and what they want. I'm not into all of that. I'm into these electric cars just like they want to do. Not all this gasoline, okay? Yeah, so I'm through. Just
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Ford. Councilman Canali, I'm sure you are well aware that we are creeping closer and closer to the time start of your committee. With your permission.
No problem, Mr. Chairman. We're good.
All right, thank you. Okay, Councilman Warren, Councilman Ford, you all brought this resolution. Yeah. You want to hear from the individuals from the community first. I think it's I think the name of the organization is MCAP, or would you prefer to hear from the representatives for Buy Here Your Connection first?
Yeah, I'd like to hear from them. Then, if we pass this resolution, we can still come back in 2 weeks. I just want to put this resolution out, and then within 2 weeks, hey, we should know, and hopefully we've been heard from Congressman Cohen, Senator's office, and from Washington, D.C. We need to see what's going on.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Ford. Thank you, Councilman Warren. With that, I'm going to open the floor to former Commissioner Deidre Malone to speak to this item.
Thank you, Committee Chairman Smiley. May I have access to the screen, please?
Can someone allow Ms. Malone the presenter privileges? You have presenter privileges.
Okay. And let me.
Don't know how to work it? Don't ask me, because I don't know either.
Okay. Okay, I think I'm there. Good afternoon, City Council members. I'm Deidre Malone. I'm President and CEO of the Carter Malone Group, which is headquartered right here in Memphis. And I'm also a public affairs advisor for Plains All-American Pipeline. And we appreciate the opportunity to share some thoughts with you today. Some of you, I've already had an opportunity early on to share information with you about this Mahalia Connection pipeline, and others were scheduled to talk a little bit later on in this week. My colleague, Katie Martin, who's the communications manager for Plains, will share some thoughts with you shortly. And then we also have Reverend Melvin Watkins, senior pastor at Mount Vernon Baptist Church, Westwood, who'd also like to share a few thoughts with you. So again, thank you for this opportunity to speak about the Mahalia Connection pipeline this afternoon. And I've been involved in this project for almost a year and a half now, and have had an opportunity to speak to a lot of elected officials, community leaders across this proposed route about this pipeline. And as someone that has lived in Memphis more than 35 years, I can tell you that this water is important to me and my family. And I would not be associated with an organization that is trying to contaminate what is our precious resource. So I just wanted to flat out say that to you. And our goal here today is to continue to be transparent about this project and answer any and all questions that you may have for us. And as a former elected official, I can tell you that I know that, this is a tough discussion for some of you, and I know that you're not going to take this lightly. And it's important for us to have this dialogue, this conversation, and be able to share our thoughts as you contemplate your next steps with this resolution. At this time, I'd like to introduce you to Katie Martin, who will update you on the Mahalia Connection pipeline. Katie.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Fine. Hello, Katie.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for having us. As Deidre said, we appreciate the chance to talk to all of you and are happy to continue doing so no matter what happens with this resolution, right? You're our elected officials here, and we want to keep you briefed and up to date and know that we're here to share anything we can and answer any questions that you have, regardless how tough they may be. So a little bit about the pipeline, just a quickly overview. It's going to be 24 inches and run from the current Valero refinery and tie into Capline, which is an existing pipeline that is already there. I work for Plains All American, and we're doing a joint venture with Valero. We're expecting to start construction on the pipeline relatively soon, within the next few months, and are expecting to be done with construction 9 months after that. Next slide, please. So a little bit about pipelines. So first, I think it's important to note that according to the NTSB, pipelines are the safest way to move oil and gas from one place to another. We at Plains have over 18,000 miles of pipelines ourselves, and we move over 90 billion gallons of oil a day. And so this is our business. This is what we do. And within the US, there's over 2.8 million pipelines, including several that are already in Memphis and have been operating safely for a long time. Most of these pipelines are buried at 3 to 4 feet below surface. They're buried away from houses, away from places where they could potentially have issues during construction. And operators like us will maintain these pipelines. And once they're well maintained, they can last and operate safely for 60 to 70 years. Next slide, please. So how did we choose our route? We hear that question a lot. And so I'm here to tell you that a lot goes into it. We look at current environment. We look at existing infrastructure. We see if there's an open and available right-of-way that we use. We look at things like here, the Non-Conner Creek, the coal ash remediation site. Look at the levees, Robco Lake, T.O. Fuller State Park, and other public lands. And once we kind of have our parameters of the things we have to work around, then we see what's left. And when we chose this route, we talked with Caesar and tried to understand everything we could about the aquifer and legitimately threaded the needle and through the areas where we knew to be safest. We also did not select one neighborhood over another. We honestly looked for a way to have the least amount of impacts to the community, and that's what we ended up with through. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, just in case you guys aren't aware, here are the pipelines that are currently operating in Memphis. And I know you get a lot of questions about why can't you go just straight through Germantown and into Collierville? Well, the answer is there's a lot of existing infrastructure already there. We have a starting point from Valero Refinery, and there's just not room with development with the airport and things of that nature to get from point A, which is the refinery, to point B for us. Next slide, please. And so some key points. We hear a lot that people are worried about the pipeline going under homes. And I want to say that is not true. We purchased easements for this line. And what that means is that we purchased the option and the opportunity to use a segment of this land to build and maintain the pipeline. We're not purchasing general properties as a whole. And I think it's important to know that 94% of the landowners we have talked to have agreed to easements with us. They've been paid. And we are continuing to work through agreements with others. At times, we do have to use eminent domain, but it's absolutely our last resort. And we still, again, try to negotiate in every way possible. One thing I'd also share with you here is that of the properties we selected in Shelby County, 62 out of the 67 properties are vacant. That means there's nothing on the land. And we chose those for a reason, and it's because we want to impact as few people as possible. And so of those 5 properties that are left to sign agreements, 4 out of the 5 have signed with us. So that means one landowner with a property on their house in Shelby County is affected. In safety is a culture at Plains. It's what we do to start every meeting. It's who we are. It's what drives all of us in our own homes, in all of our projects, and in our business. And so we want you to know that while I might not be from Memphis, my team, our team, is really trying to treat this like it would be in our own neighborhood and think about every way we would want to be talked to, we would want to be approached, everything that we would want to know to feel safe. And so we're trying to approach this the same way. I'd also say that we train local first responders to respond in the event of an incident and have started doing that within Shelby County and across the route, and are continuing to work with them to provide protection plans and response plans and things that they need to be prepared in the future. Next slide, please. So health, we hear a lot of concerns about the aquifer, and we have the same question too. And so the one thing I want to say about that is pipelines like this that have the newest and the latest technology are not expected to impact health conditions or cause cancer. We've seen the study that's mentioned in the resolution, and that talks about oil and gas refineries. It does not talk about pipelines. And so we want to be very clear about the fact that we have not seen that any of those instances of health effects have occurred, and we have not seen them brought up within our industry that are directly related to pipelines, which this will be. So something else, our environmental experts have really tried to understand this specific landscape. They've spent over 10,000 hours doing the work that we should do. Some of it is mandatory because of our permits that we have to get at the state and federal level. A lot of it was just because we think it's the right thing to do, and we want additional data to do our jobs and make sure that we are thinking properly about all the precautions that we can and should take. So another thing I'll tell you is that we are really trying hard to be a good partner in the community. We understand that some businesses that have come before us have not. And we have tried to listen and are continuing to listen to learn how to be different and to learn how to be better, how to be transparent, how to be clear, and how to be available to answer any and every question and concern that people have. So we've stood up office hours, we've done open houses, We've done ads, we've sent out press releases to every media outlet, and we're continuing to step up that level of engagement because we too believe that the community needs to be keyed in to what they're going to see and make sure that they have a voice. Next slide, please. So once the pipeline is installed, here's a few things that show you how it's going to be safe. So we design it to have the latest and greatest technology, right? But then after it's in play, the pipe is tested, the pipe is hydro tested to look for small holes and leaks. We go and actually inspect it at the mill just to make sure that every pipe we're seeing is being handled correctly. Then once the pipeline is installed, we've got a cathodic protection system that protects against corrosion. We clean the pipes regularly and run pigs through them to try to push out any scale or anything that might cause buildup and cause any anomalies in that wall. We do regular aerial patrols. So you're going to see an airplane flying over that route once a week to make sure that we are not seeing anything encroaching on the route. We have a monitoring center that operates kind of like an air traffic controller, and they are watching the pipeline 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, taking shifts, and then also comparing that to data that's coming in on flow rates and on the pressure of the line and making sure that we're not seeing any problems. So the point here, guys, is we don't just put this line in and walk away. We watch it continuously, and we're trying to really support the community above the ground and do the diligence there, just like we are with the pipeline underground. Next slide, please. So economic impact. So during construction, we expect that Shelby County alone will see between $2.4 and $3 million in economic impact. We're trying to hire local vendors wherever we can. We are trying to bring on local crews and teams wherever we can and are still seeking ways to do that. We know that local jobs are important, and we've made that a requirement of all of our vendors who bid on this project to have a local hiring plan. And we're excited to do so. We think it's the right thing to do. Additionally, we'll pay taxes every year. And so if you remember, I told you earlier, the pipeline could be in service for 60 or 70 years. And so that means every year we're consistently adding to the tax base with a number right now that looks like about $500,000 a year in Shelby County. Next slide, please. And so we've started a community advisory panel, right? We talked to elected officials, we've talked to regulators and first responders, but for us, that wasn't enough. We want to have regular feedback from people in the community that represent the different households where this route will be near. So we've got educators, we have first responders, we have economic development authority experts, we have public officials. We even have a lady who helped to support one of the opposition rallies that was against the pipeline at first, who's now a member of our CAP because she believes that we're honestly trying to do the right thing. Next slide, please. And so hopefully you've heard, but we're really trying to make a difference. For all of our projects, we donate. We don't make recommendations ourselves on where to donate. We ask, and that's how we met wonderful people like Pastor Watkins, because we don't want to come in and assume that we know what's best. We want to see what the community needs now, what they need later, and how we can put in sustainable plans to support those goals. So we've worked with organizations here. We've donated $1.1 million actually thus far, and are working on some long-term projects that we hope will address concerns within the community. We're working with T.O. Fuller to hopefully expand the pond and to possibly beef up some of the walking trails. We're working with several of the county commissioners to talk about where they would like to see blue light cameras, and are planning on actually having a resolution with them to talk about those cameras and where they'll go. But these are direct benefits that are going to come to the route because we are giving back to that community. Next, please. Thank you. And so our commitment, I know some of you I've met, apologies to those of you I haven't. I'm looking forward to talking to you in the future. But when I tell you about Plains is that we have a culture that encourages people to do the right thing. We have a culture that requires it. You know, as an employee, our compensation and bonuses are tied to making safe and responsible choices. So everyone that works here has an incentive to do the right thing, even if the drive and the moral, you know, even if the do the right thing motto wasn't enough for us. So I want to tell you, we want to be here and be a long-term partner. We want to work with you because we think together we can help the council to reach some of the economic development goals that you all have in place. We want to listen to the feedback that you have and genuinely want to try to be a good neighbor to everyone who's going to be close to us. And then now I'd like to kick it over to Pastor Watkins so he can talk a little bit about his experience and what he has found after working with us for a bit.
Right. Let me hop in here real quick. Thank you so much for the presentation, Ms. Malone, Ms. Martin, Pastor Watkins. How you doing?
Yes, I'm here.
Good to see you.
Doing well. Are you all able to hear me?
Yes, sir. So the reason I'm just hopping in here real quick, Councilman Canale has so graciously allowed us to go a little bit longer. So please try to be as concise as possible. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry I had to call in because I lost connection, but good afternoon and to all the council members and most specifically to District 6, my council representative, Mr. Edmund Ford Sr., who I deeply respect. And it's an honor for me to be able to speak on today. I'm here to just say a brief word about the Westwood community and offer an opinion about the Bahia pipeline situation that we face today. As many of you know, I served as Dr. Netter's assistant and co-pastor for 15 years. My relationship with him, though, extends beyond my ministry with him. He baptized me at the age of 9. Consider him a father. And through my time with Dr. Netters, I learned the importance of engaging in the community, which I'm happy to be here today. I was privileged to work by his side and watch him, learn from him and his efforts to lift the community and strengthen Westwood in particular. Mount Vernon Baptist Church, Westwood Manor, Uplift Westwood, Westwood Youth Development, Westwood High School, Westwood Neighborhood Association have been working in the community for decades trying to lift the community. And if it were not for the support of individuals like Councilman Ford Sr. and Jr. and others, we feel that we would have been voices crying in the wilderness. They have been tremendous for us. As a group, we have collaborated and advocated for children, for youth in Westwood. We have waved the banner for years for community school support. We've established senior affordable housing for seniors in Westwood. We've cried out about the dilapidated Southwest Twin property and have for several years looked at ways to obtain that land where it sits in Westwood. And I'm very thankful that we're moving with the city towards that goal. So let me just preface my statements about this Bahia pipeline by saying this. Mount Vernon Baptist Church has received $0 in donation from Bahia Pipeline. I say that because there's some things said that churches and pastors and all receive money, hush money. We have received zero money. I personally have received zero donation dollars of any kind from Bahia Pipeline. There are organizations, CDCs, and others that have received donations from Plains All-American and Bahia, but Mount Vernon Baptist Church has not. Now, they have used our facilities for 2 community meetings and several other meetings, council meetings, panel meetings. And of course, we always charge a standard rate for meetings like that, regardless of who might use them. So when Bahia came to the city and came to Mount Vernon and asked to host meetings, we were happy to do it because our aim is to always try to keep our community, our members, our residents informed. Landowners came to the meeting with representatives from the pipeline to gain an understanding. And as of now, as has been reported, 94% of the landowners felt good enough about what they heard. They've sold the easements into their property for over a year. They have made themselves available to answer questions. They've aimed to meet all of the guidelines and everything. They've spoken with MLGW, the Army Corps of Engineers, and they have showed that they intend to support the community by donating over $1 million as of now. When they even heard about what we were doing, and I'm finishing up here, Councilman Smiley, when they heard about what we were doing in Westwood, we expressed to them that we wanted to honor the legacy of Dr. Netters by extending our housing and bringing a community complex that included enhanced facilities, community meetings, opportunities for recreation, business development, and they were excited about partnering with us when they heard about who Dr. Netters was. Said, we want to assist you in that goal, and we're very happy to have that kind of partner. And I'm also speaking on behalf of individuals in the community, and I believe I have authority to do so, being a spiritual leader and being deeply involved in the Westwood community. And many of those who are in the community just want information. They want to understand what's going on. And for years, we have felt alone in trying to lift the community. And now we have a partner coming in trying to assist us. And now it seems that we are, because of suspicion, fear, and the ideology about things, we're pushing them away. And so my concern is that we put out a resolution and a statement that is one-sided, and it may not be as accurate as it needs to be. And then what happens is people get confused, and we value and we respect our council leaders. And we feel that you all should tell us exactly what's going on. You need to be informed on both sides before you hear a one-sided situation. That's why I'm so happy that Katie shared what she shared and Deidre shared what she shared. And so what I'm asking this council to do is to consider both sides, get smart on both sides, so that you put out something that's very accurate that the community can respect for years to come. Because what would it say to those who have already sold their land, sold their easements, that they have contributed to cancer and all of these other things? And if that's not accurate, then you should not put out a resolution that would express that. So I would hope that you would take some more time to dialogue with Bahia, to learn as much as you could, and then put out a resolution and a statement that captures the full scenario and the full situation, so that all of us can respect what's coming from these council members today. And I thank you for your time. I deeply respect all of you. And as we always say at Mount Vernon, we are here to support and strengthen the community, the city of Memphis, and each of you have deep value for the congregation of Mount Vernon Baptist Church in Westwood. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Talking to myself again. Thank you, Pastor Watkins. Thank you, Deidre. Thank you, Katie, for sharing us some information. Councilman Warren has brought it to my attention that I allowed over 20 minutes for the presentation from Bahia Connection and its representatives, 25 minutes. And, you know, I try to do things decent in order and be fair to both sides. There is, and this is an oversight on my part, there is no way we can adequately hear both sides in just one setting. And for me, this is a learning experience, truth be told, because, you know, this is not the type of issue that normally comes before this body. So, you know, with that being said, I want to allow members of the, I don't want to say opposition, I think the organization is MCAT. If I'm butchering the organization's name, I apologize. I would like members of the organization to speak to the issues. And then once we get close to that 12:30 mark, since we did not hear from any council members, because I see several questions in the queue from council members and other individuals, it would be my hope that we can have a motion and potentially a special call meeting for this item or whatever we need to do, but some type of, we need to be fair. We just need to be fair. And I didn't give enough time to both sides. So my apologies on that. And with that, you know, I yield the floor to, I guess,
Justin J.
Councilman Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Councilman Ford had some questions.
Okay, Councilman Ford. I'm sorry, Councilman Ford.
Malone first, but I do have the lawyer and the spokesman from the local group opposing this pipeline on Mr. Crosby and Mr. Pearson. Mr. Ford, how would you like to proceed?
Well, opposition, I'd like to give them a few minutes where they can express it. And what I would like to do, I would like to hold this for 2 weeks where we can get other information. Now, we're talking about it. That's a good thing, okay? And then, like I said, then we can come back and we can find out more information. Everything, I appreciate.
And again, my apologies, you all allowed to go long because I was trying to get more information. So my apologies.
We got to move on to planning and zoning, but give them just a few minutes,
Absolutely.
Councilman Smiley, and then, hey, let's just hold this for 2 weeks, and then everybody come back, and then we'll go from that point. At least this is a beginning.
I
Okay,
second that, Councilman Ford.
Appreciate you.
Yes,
Okay, we're going to go ahead and give Mr. Pearson an opportunity to speak, and then I guess we can take a vote on the motion to hold. Go ahead.
And Mr. Crosby, if we could.
And Mr. Crosby as well. I'm sorry, Dr. Moore. Go ahead, Mr. Pearson. And I'm assuming Ms. Robinson as well.
Yes, she's with
Go
us,
ahead.
us too. Thank you so much. I just want to make sure you can see my screen here. Trying to share it. Okay. Are you able to see the presentation?
You can see it.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Chairman Smiley, President Covet, members of the City Council, thank you. And if you would, pray with me for one moment. God of justice, God who fights for the oppressed, who listens and heeds the call of people who are striving for justice, be with us in this moment as the council makes their decisions and as we try and speak for your people who we have heard. This we pray in Jesus' name. Amen. I am Justin J. Pearson. I have the privilege of being one of the co-founders of Memphis Community Against the Pipeline. We are here because of injustice. We are here because a group of people from Houston, Texas, believe that their profit margins are more important than the people's lives. We're here because, as Councilman Ford alluded to, this community being predominantly Black has made it a target of this corporation. And because of that, the community is speaking back, is saying they don't want oil in the soil, is saying we do not want you here, in quotes. The community that this pipeline would run through, it's a predominantly Black community, average income $26,000 a year. Chosen, picked on, and picked by this corporation because, as they stated, we chose the point or path, as we say, of least resistance. I want to thank Dr. Jeff Warren and Councilman Edmund Ford Jr. for hearing the cries of the people who are suffering here in Memphis because they, for too long, felt like their voices couldn't be heard in places such as this. And so that's who I am. I am Justin J. Pearson. I am not being paid by $1 billion oil company. I do not have a nonprofit that has been paid or had money given by Byhalia Connection Pipeline. I'm here, and we are here for these people. It's Marie Odoms, daughter of Clyde Robinson and Molly Robinson. It's Scotty L. Fitzgerald. It's Mr. Jeffrey Alexander. It's Mr. Joseph Owens. These are the people that we are here for. We're not here to represent the special interests of a company headquartered in Houston. We're here to represent the interests of people who have paid their taxes in Memphis, built their families in Memphis, given their life and their service to veterans, given their life and their service to the fire department. These are the people that this corporation had called the path or the point of least resistance. These are the folks who are remaining, as we know people in District 6 are, resilient. This is just a few pictures, but the Westwood Neighborhood Association president is there too. The Boxtown Neighborhood Association president and vice president is there too. The vice president of West Junction is there too. The 600 homes that we knocked on those doors and told them what was happening, and they did not even know that a pipeline was being planned in their backyards. These are the people that today we are here to fight for and we are here to represent, because this fight is far from over. And the resilience of these Black folks and these people that I have come to know and come to honor and come to respect over the course of many conversations is the reason why we will not give up, and the reason why we are asking you to choose Memphis over an crude oil company pipeline. The truth is, this pipeline is going to burden a Black community for the profit of a wealthy multi-billion-dollar corporation. This is the district that the wonderful Councilman Edmund Ford Sr. represents. You see Walker Homes in Boxtown, Westwood. You see the Davis Wellhead Protection Zone 2, where they are running this pipeline through, and we couldn't figure out why. Why would you run a crude oil pipeline from Oklahoma to the Gulf through a predominantly Black neighborhood near the New Madrid fault line and over our sand aquifer, where we know research is still being done to determine whether there are breaches in the clay layer? We couldn't figure it out. And we knocked on doors and they couldn't figure it out either. But the statement that this corporation made makes sense. They believe that the people who live in this city and the people who live in this district are the point of least resistance. This shouldn't be happening. The city council of Memphis shouldn't be concerned about the poor, the Black folks, the folks who don't have PhDs and can't make fancy presentations. You shouldn't be concerned about the lives of people in Boxtown and Mount Pisgah area in Westwood. You should be more concerned about the bottom dollar that they say they're going to provide. They're making poor Black folks in residential areas carry the barrels of oil on their backs. This is what injustice looks like. This is what inequality looks like, and this is an opportunity for this esteemed council to do something. This is an opportunity for you to tell the kids at Doubletree Elementary that when we came to our moment to speak up on your behalf to protect your water, because we know an earthquake is imminent and could destroy this pipeline and in effect destroy our drinking water. I remember when we gave water to Flint, Michigan. We have this opportunity. You all have this opportunity to say that we're not going to accept an offer that says we have to take all the risk and none of the benefit. We're not going to accept an offer that says we have to put the burden on our communities, and you all out in Houston, Texas, who will never drink this water, you all out in Houston, Texas, who will never truly understand what it means for Black folks to have a piece of land. We're not going to put our future in your hands. We'll keep it in ours. You can see the maps thanks to the Southern Environmental Law Center, where there are known breaches in the clay layer. You can see where there's unprotected zones where they're going to be putting this pipeline. You can see this. And still, this corporation believes that the money that they will make, which is roughly $7 billion a year, is more important than people's lives. We disagree. We believe that the lives of our people still matter. We believe that the lives of our people, whether they are swinging until their last breath, as Miss Scotty Fitzgerald said, is valuable. And we will not give up our fight, because this is Memphis. I'm not sure where else they are operating, but in this city, you don't call us the points of least resistance and think that we won't push back. We are going to be told what's going to happen to us, and we don't resist when we don't want it to happen. We've got 600 plus people who said they don't want this. Scotty Fitzgerald said, my mother owned this land back when Black folks weren't easily able to purchase property. And they spout this number of 93% or 96%. And people believe, unfortunately, that these are agreements, that there are landowners who willingly gave their property over to Byhalia Connection Pipeline because it was a great idea. If you listen to the crude oil pipeline company speak. But the truth of the matter is, what's much more likely is the threat of the use of eminent domain, that the threat of having to go to court weighed people down. We ain't got a lot of money. We don't have a lot of whole political and social and economic capital. So what's probably more true is that Mr. Owens represents lots more voices. My back was against the wall. I can't afford the cost of an attorney, Owens said, explaining why he did not fight after the case landed in court. That's what's going on with the poor man. They just taken from the poor, underprivileged, and we just a target. Their presentation can be nice. You can put up a lot of facts and factoids, but the truth of the matter is these are the stories of people who pay taxes in this city. These are the story of the people that you all have sworn to support in the positions that you hold. And they are who Memphis Community Against the Pipeline is working for. Because we know their story reverberates and reverberates and reverberates, even with people who lost their eminent domain cases or couldn't afford the cost to fight. And this company can have a great track record. Promises to use the newest technology are not foolproof. Even Congressman Cohen in the Deepwater Horizon still said this, this tragedy demonstrates that no matter how technologically advanced we become, we can never guarantee the safety of our environment, our citizens, when it comes to dangerous and dirty energy sources like coal and oil. Burdening the poor, we are burdening burdening lower income people in Memphis and Mississippi with this company's desire to make profit. This is not who we are. 1.1 million gallon spill, 4,000 gallons of crude oil, 10 violations with the Clean Water Act, and 212 incidents at Plains Run facilities between 2010 and 2019. They believe that they can pay enough money in philanthropy that takes away the pain that we will experience. Their money won't give us clean water. Their money will not give Scotty Fitzgerald or Clyde Robinson and Joseph Owens the land that ancestors gave to them. We have a responsibility to speak, to act, and to operate in a way that protects and defends the community. And Councilor Ford alluded to this. There's a new administration. We're seeing commercials about electric even. Back when Attorney General Kamala Harris was in California, she said this after prosecuting Plains All American. Crimes against our environment must be met with swift action and accountability. This is the same company, y'all, that's in Memphis, Tennessee, telling us what they're going to do, telling us that they're going to take our people's land, telling us that they're willing to run a crude oil pipeline over the Davis Wellhead Protection Zone. They're telling us this. They were indicted on 6 charges, including 4 felony charges and 42 misdemeanors just 2 years ago. This is what it can look like. All cost and no benefit. They're saying Memphis can bear the risk and the burden of this pipeline, even as people down in Southwest Memphis are shouting, we don't want it. We got a choice. Think about this Memphis. A Memphis with beauty. A Memphis that honors its history and its legacy and its future. These bodies that were put on the line in order to make Memphis better. They bled here in Memphis. They worked here in Memphis. They loved this place. And we have a responsibility to determine whether or not Omari Taylor, with his great-granddad Clyde Robinson, will be able to go back to their family land and let it be theirs. It's not too late. Your voice and your vote will matter, and what MLGW decides to do will matter, and what this company hears about this city, and whether we are fighting or whether we are not. And the community is asking for you to fight. We know they're just kinds of pipelines. It's pipelines that have leaked, and it's pipelines that don't leak onto their soil. That's his great-granddaddy right there, Mr. Clyde Robinson, 80 years old. Omari came to our rally just a couple of weeks ago, and he said to me only a couple of months ago, I didn't think that we would be able to have a fighting chance, but now I know we do. Now I know that my voice actually can matter. Now I know that I want to get on a podium one day and tell people about why I want to preserve what is ours and not have it taken away by this company. And so the question we have to answer for Omari today or 2 weeks from now is, will Memphis meet this moment? Will we meet this moment and speak about an opportunity in time where we said no to racist capitalism, where we said no to environmental injustice, where we said no to being the path or point of least resistance of $1 billion company? We have a question to answer about who we will be. And in this moment, we can choose.
Mr. Pearson.
That you choose to be with Memphis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pearson. First of all, I'm just happy to see young folks engaged in what's happening in our city. So kudos to you, young man. Man, kudos, brother. Kudos.
Thank you, Chairman
I
Spicer.
know
Good to
that
see you.
Dr. Warren will like Attorney.
Scott.
If I butcher your name, I'm sorry, Dr. Warren. I'm just gonna let you introduce your guest real quick, and then we're gonna wrap it up. This item, we're gonna take a vote on the whole, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna allow council members to ask questions and allow the group to finish their presentation. Sorry to cut you off, Mr. Pearson, but we're
That's
we're
okay.
already 30
I
minutes
love
over,
Scott.
brother.
I love
Already.
Scott. Go ahead.
All right.
Scott,
And my apologies, Councilman Canale.
I'll jump in here. This is Scott Crosby. I'll be brief. I heard Councilman Ford's motion about just hearing today, and you're going to put this off for 2 more weeks to gather information. So I'll short circuit my words here to respect all of your time. Chairman Smiley, thank you for allowing me just to speak for a couple of minutes. And Councilman Warren, Councilman Ford, thank you for your resolution, and everyone else here on this call. My name is Scott Crosby, and I'm an attorney with Birch, Porter and Johnson. And we've been contacted by the Southern Environmental Law Center. It's a national group that focuses on environmental issues in the South, to come in here, and I and my firm have begun representation of several of the private landowners who live in the Boxtown area, who have been approached by Bahia Pipeline, and who have refused to sell their property to Bahia Pipeline, and who have been sued in condemnation proceedings in circuit court. Many people have already signed because, as Mr. Owen said, they thought they had no recourse. We're hoping to step into that breach and provide that judicial recourse for the few landowners who are left. We're representing Mr. Robinson and his daughter, as well as Scotty Fitzgerald and some others. As a backdrop, all of these cases have now been transferred, and they've been consolidated into Division 1 Felicia Corbin Johnson's courtroom, a wonderful jurist who will be hearing all of these matters. And I believe they're being consolidated, and there'll be a status conference on this going forward. The issue in front of the judge, of course, is whether a private for-profit company has the power to force private landowners to sell their property against their will when there is no public benefit to anyone in Memphis or in the community. We believe that there is no legal right that they have the ability to force private landowners to sell. That will be the argument that we're making. In addition, Southern Environmental Law Center has intervened in the case, or has filed a motion to intervene in the case, to argue that the pipeline should not be built because it puts at risk one thing that Memphis can all agree on, which is we have the best water in the world, and we have the best, and we use it as our sole source of drinking, our sole source of getting along and living in this world, and we love to share it, but we have to have it. And I like to say there's only 2 kinds of pipelines, and those are pipelines that are gonna bust, or those that have busted. And Justin went through a list of how many times all planes have already let their pipelines burst across this country. We can also look at if you want to look at another company, just in case you don't think it's just all planes, but Exxon also had a terrible spill in Mayflower, Arkansas just a few years ago. You can look into that as well. But I just want to comment, one last thing is, we are stepping forward into court on behalf of the individual landowners. We hope that we will make a strong legal argument, and we hope to prevail. But what we're asking for the city council to do is to consider Councilman Ford and Warren's resolution and step in and join these individual landowners and say to Bahia Pipeline and all planes that Memphis doesn't want the pipeline.
Attorney Scott, real quick question for you.
I'm sorry?
Real quick question for you. Hate to cut you off.
No, that's all right.
So let me ask you this one thing. Will you be present at the next meeting so you can continue your comments?
Yes, I will be. I'm not sure what it is, but I'll be there.
Okay, then my next question for you is, when would this matter be heard before Judge Johnson?
That's a great question, City Councilman Smiley. There's a status conference next Thursday.
Okay.
And but there won't be any decision, and that's just everyone kind of getting there and trying to figure out what cases are going forward.
I'm familiar with the status conference.
Okay.
And then my next question for you is, and then I think we were going to go ahead and take a vote on the motion to hold and then turn it over to Councilman Canale. My next question for you is, assuming this body votes in favor of this resolution, will this resolution be used in any court proceeding?
If we're able to use this in a legal format and believe that it has some type of legal ramification, we will.
Okay, thank you. That's all. Hopefully we have all parties back at the next council meeting, and we're gonna make sure we allocate sufficient time to both parties. And we're gonna start with the organization that was presenting and Attorney Crosby. Sorry for being so long, everyone. Now, can we take a vote on the motion to hold?
Councilman Canale,
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle, Councilman Colvett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Aye.
Councilwoman Swearingen, Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Chair Smiley.
All right, this item will be held for, I believe, 2 weeks or until this body reconvenes. This concludes the Public Works Committee. Thank you.
Council members, if we can have one moment to switch over to the Planning and Zoning Committee. Thank you.
Memphis City Council Planning and Zoning Committee to order. Ms. Hayes, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Carlisle,
Present.
Councilman Colvett, Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Present.
Councilman Ford,
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Present.
Councilman Jones,
Here.
Councilwoman Logan,
Present.
Councilman Morgan,
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Present.
Councilman Smiley,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Swearingen, Councilman Warren,
Present.
and Chair Canale.
Here. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we have 4 items on P and Z today. Without objection, I would like to move items 1, 2, and 3 to the full meeting at 3:30. Administrator Whitehead will be on hand to do the presentation then. There's no opposition in all 3 cases. Is anybody opposed to sending items 1, 2, and 3 to full council without recommendation and without presentation?
Without objection.
Not objection.
All right, colleagues, we're going to go to item number 4, which is a discussion concerning gas stations across the city of Memphis. This was requested by Councilman Warren. Councilman Warren, if you would like to introduce it and then have Administrator Whitehead respond to what your request is as far as the discussion concerns.
So moved. Mr. Whitehead, could you proceed?
I can proceed. Would you like me to? This is Josh Whitehead, Administrator of the Land Use and Development Services Department. Okay, I can do a history of gas stations.
By the request from the chair. So let me look and see what we're looking at here.
This is we do not need a motion or a second. This is a discussion item.
What I've done is I've been talking. I didn't know we had an actual resolution up to discuss, but we're looking at, is there some way if we could possibly require people putting in gas stations to put up a corporate bond or something along that line that would take the gas tank out of the ground and do remediation. So to put in the gas station doesn't leave us with a piece of property that's now toxic and we can't use in the future. So essentially, if you're going to be putting something toxic in the ground, you need to be able to take it out so that piece of property is no longer abandoned. If you drive around Memphis now, it's amazing how many old gas stations you see that are completely abandoned. It's because no one wants the property because it costs too much to get the toxins out of the ground. So one of the ways that we potentially could avoid having too many gas stations everywhere is if someone's going to put one in, they pay the price to take it out unless the next buyer is someone who's going to pay them for their bond for the same privilege of us being able to get the gas tank out of the ground later. I think in the long haul, if, since as Commissioner Jones and Councilman Jones showed, we've got more gas stations per capita than any city in the state of Tennessee. This may be one way we can get back to mean. It may be another way that if the only place people can put in gas stations are where gas stations used to be, then they'll maybe open up other areas for us for development. So that's what I was looking at. And I was wondering if this is legal or not. And how can we go about doing that? And what are the ramifications? Do we need state laws to be changed? Do we need to pass certain laws or change our zoning to make this happen? That's, I guess, the lead in. Thank you.
Chairman Canale, this is Director John Zena. May I jump in?
Yes, sir, you may.
Thank you. John Zena, Director of Division of Planning and Development. Thank you, Councilman Warren. We did look at this based on the email that we got from Mr. Whitney. Underground storage tanks for gas stations and other related fuel tank facilities are primarily regulated by the state. Actually, TDEC has a division of underground storage tanks, and I believe there were laws put on the books back in the 1970s regarding the requirements of new gas station operators, for example, who were installing underground storage tanks to not only permit those, but also there is a process that the state administers with respect to transfer of ownership. I believe there's also a process that the state administers with respect to the discontinuation of a gas station relative to underground storage tanks. And again, I believe all of that has been in place with the state since the 1970s. From what I know, what we do locally related to underground storage tanks is that the fire department does a permitted inspection, but that's really an inspection on the device itself related to fire safety. But in terms of environmental concerns, it's really the authority of the state. And what maybe I would suggest is that we reach out to them and get more information about how they're regulated at the state level so that we can maybe work on a potential proposal on any supplemental local actions that may want to be considered by the council.
I appreciate that. I think that's what I'm asking for, is to see if there is a way we can do this and, perhaps partner with the state to make it happen in our city. I think it will go to the goal of the council of not, a service station on every corner, because if people are going to have to pay that amount of money, they may not really decide that's where they want to put a service station. They may go somewhere else and put one where one already is.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Councilman Warren, I like where your head's at. I respectfully disagree in the sense that I would think, or at least as we just had a discussion about oil and gas a minute ago, or at least I was listening in as I was moving back and forth. I'll tell you, unless the bond was some insane amount, gas stations make a lot of money and they're probably going wherever they want. And it's just the cost of doing business for them. But I do like the idea. I personally have been involved in several real estate transactions in a former life where we have purchased former gas station sites and underground storage tanks have been left behind, and it's a complete nightmare. So I look forward to the research. Dry cleaners and gas stations alike, they're just tough businesses. I'll be interested to see what staff's research comes up with. It could be as simple as a part of your pulling your permit for a gas station, you're required to post a letter of credit as a part of the ongoing permit. I know we start to get into privilege taxes at that point to some degree, but Josh, maybe a legal argument. That being said, I'll wait to hear what you guys are able to come up with. Should be very interesting. To what I thought we were going to discuss a little bit more of is, yes, this council has seen a very high level document that says we have more gas stations per capita than other major cities in the state, which is, like anything, eyebrow raising. I think what I would like is at some point we as a body, or those that want to, are going to have to dive into that data, because what makes me nervous is this idea of that we're just certain members saying like, we're just going to blanket say no to all gas stations. Like that's a dangerous position, I think, to take when you don't really have a deeper dive into why we have more gas stations. It could be approvals of former bodies. It could be the business environment. It could be the fact that we're one of the largest distribution centers in the country on 3 interstate systems, and that feeds a need for more gasoline use, in addition to being a predominantly motor vehicle city based on our size. The point that I'm making is we've seen, we now recognize that we're very large on the per capita basis. Let's figure out why that is, and then start addressing it from a land planning standpoint. We're talking about a case is going to come back before the body over on Broad. Just to say no to that because it's a gas station may stop the possibility of getting a retail strip center and an amphitheater and a pedestrian connection from Broad Avenue to the rest of Tillman and Binghamton. So that's what I thought we were going to have a discussion on, and maybe we can get together. And Josh and John, I'm willing to roll up my sleeves too and help dive into it and do some of the work, because I'm interested to understand, where the gas stations are, how they proliferated, and what's the cause behind it. It is an interesting question to want to know. Are they neighborhood gas stations? Are they interstate? Are they, major arterials? Or are we putting them over on, feeder streets where they shouldn't be, in neighborhoods causing issues for property values? And it may be a little bit of all of that, but no one really knows because we haven't really taken a comprehensive look at it. We just have this one Excel spreadsheet, and we're starting to make policy decisions off of that one Excel spreadsheet, and that is irresponsible and reckless. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Thank you, Director Zena, Administrator Whitehead. I assume this will be back in the P&Z at some point. Look forward to seeing the research as well. If there's nothing else for planning and zoning, we are adjourned. Thank you, colleagues.
Councilman Colbeck, can we have one moment before we begin executive session?
Memphis and City Council. Let's go ahead and get a roll call, please.
Councilman Canale,
Here.
Councilman Carlisle,
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Present.
Councilman Ford,
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Present.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Logan. Councilman
Present.
Morgan. Oh, thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Morgan. Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen. Councilman Warren.
Present.
And Chairman Colvett.
I am here. Chair observes a quorum. Members, I'd like to take a quick opportunity for a moment of silence. This morning, 2 FBI agents were killed and at least 3 others were wounded after a raid on a home in Sunrise, Florida. The suspect reportedly barricaded himself in his home, where agents were trying to serve a search warrant for a violent crimes against children case. The suspect is also dead. Christopher Ray, the FBI director, identified 2 of the agents killed, Special Agents Daniel Alphin and Laura Schwarzenberger. Every day, FBI agents put themselves in harm's way to keep American people safe, Mr. Ray said in a statement. Special Agents Alphin and Special Agent Schwarzenberger exemplify heroism today in defense of their country. The FBI will always honor their ultimate sacrifice and will be forever grateful to their bravery. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families of those lost today, as well as the Sunrise, Florida community. A moment of silence. Thank you, colleagues. All right, let's go to item 1 is resolution encouraging all City of Memphis government agencies to support American and local manufacturers. This is sponsored by Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, as you see in the resolution, President Biden signed an executive order entitled Ensuring the Future is Made in America by Americans, all of American workers. And so I thought it was fitting for us to piggyback as we've been having discussions about contracting as well as localizing our ability, and was even made aware between that executive order and now of at least one contract that was being prepared to be signed with a French company, which was somewhat alarming. And there's always good reason, but I thought it would be important for us as a council to stand behind the idea that, you know, when possible, not only America first, but local first as well. So that being said, now therefore be it resolved that the Memphis City Council encourages all local government agencies to invest in dollars in American and local manufacturers. Be it further resolved that the Memphis City Council urges local government agencies to make an effort to buy from our local manufacturers to provide consumers and businesses with the opportunity to make a positive economic, social, and environmental impact locally and in communities around the world. And I so move.
All right, been moved by Carlisle, seconded by seconded by Councilman Warren. I see Councilman Morgan is in the queue. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This just came to mind. We give like a 5% benefit to local spend on contracting. Is there anything available in terms of what we'd be able to do versus, I guess, U.S. versus international spending? Is anybody from the administration or contracting that could let us know?
Yeah, and Councilman Morgan, if I'll just hop back in for the general public listening, when the city goes through its procurement process, a 5% deference is given to local firms as they look at their bid scale.
No, okay. I guess we can find that answer later. All right. Thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you. I see Councilman Warren, Council Lady Johnson wish to be co-sponsors. Seeing nobody else in the queue, I assume you're ready to vote to send this to full council with the recommendation to approve. All right, Brooke, roll call.
Councilman Canale?
Yes, and I'd like to co-sponsor, please.
Thank you. Councilman Carlisle?
Aye.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Yes.
Councilman Ford? I believe Councilman Ford was aye.
Aye.
Thank you, sir. Excuse me, Councilwoman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Jones?
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan?
Aye.
Councilman Morgan?
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson?
Aye.
Councilwoman Swearingen? Councilman Smiley?
Yes, ma'am. Aye.
Councilman Warren?
Aye.
And Chairman Colvett?
Yes, co-sponsor. That item passes. That brings us to our add-ons. Item 25, a resolution requesting that the administration allocate $2,000 a year to the Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Voter Education Program, provide voter registration information to residential account holders with a request for same-night minutes. Item 26, a resolution requesting the city of Memphis transfer its ownership right and interest in 36 parcels located in the Uptown TIF zone to the Community Redevelopment Agency. Revenue to be received at $50 for 36 surplus parcels for a total of $1,800. Council District 7, Super District 8, requested by the administration. Item 27, a resolution to allocate, accept and appropriate an additional $3,344,601 in grant funds from the Tennessee Department of Transportation for the Cobblestone Landing Project GA01004 with a request for same night minutes. Council member, we have holds on items 15, 16, 17, and 18 in our regular meeting. I'll repeat that because I was kind of going fast. 15, 16, 17, and 18. 15 through 18 are holds. Same night minutes are 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27. Does any member of the committee have anything else that needs to be addressed? Seeing none, seeing no one in the queue, the executive committee is hereby closed. I'll see you guys in 23 minutes. Remember, there's a new log on for full council.